खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे। क्या सीखा है बोलो? वो क्या था? नहीं, मैंने सीखा मैंने एक सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने। बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है ये। लेकिन कब तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा। टाटा बाय बाय ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಖುಷಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಆಯ್ತು, ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ನಮ್ದು to meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes. You say something, Virat? No.
I can see the bus. I can see the bus. Everybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನೊಂದು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup. We'll have to celebrate like anything. Yeah.
Is it a pleasure moment for you?
Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you.
So you saw the cup in the bus?
Yes, we saw him cup in the bus.
You're happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling we are very happy for this moment.
At last the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे। क्या सीखा है बोलो? वो क्या था? नहीं, मैंने सीखा मैंने एक ई सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने।
बहुत बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है ये।
लेकिन कब तो दिखा?
वो तो हमारे लिए है, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा।
टाटा बाय बाय कुछ
ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ನೀವು
ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು.
ಬಟ್ ಅದು
ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಯ್ ಮಾಡು.
ಹಾ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು.
ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ನಿಮಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಖುಷಿ, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ?
ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ಪು ನಮ್ದು.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No. Can you see? I can see the bus. I can see the bus. I can't see anybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ.
ನೀಡ್ತೀವೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಅನಗತ್ಯ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಡ, ಅಸಹಕಾರ ಬೇಡ. ಸಹಕಾರದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸೋಣ. ಹೌದು ಅನ್ನೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಭಾರತದ ಗಡಿಯನ್ನ ಮೀರಿ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಗಮನಿಸಿ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ನುಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವವನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ. ಆನಂತರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣ್ಯರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತೆರಳುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಹಾಡು ಸಹ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ಸವಿಯೋಣ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲೇ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಲಿದೆ.
ಹೋಗೋದಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
ಯಾರು ಯಾರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬರ್ತದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ನನಗೆ ಬೈಕ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸತಿ ರೈಲ್ವೆ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆಯ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಸಿ, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
say something, Virat?
No. Can you see anything? I can see the bus. Can see the bus. I see everybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
To meet Virat Kohli. We are all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup. We'll have to celebrate like anything. Yeah.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you.
So you saw the cup in the bus?
Yes, we saw him cup in the bus.
You're happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling no, just we are very happy for this moment.
At last the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे। क्या सीखा है बोलो? वो क्या था? नहीं, मैंने सीखा। मैंने एक सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने।
बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है। ये
लेकिन कब
तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा।
टाटा बाय बाय
ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ
ಹೇಳಿ, ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಾಧಾನ
ಆಯ್ತು, ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ನಮ್ದು.
ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು.
ನನಗೆ ಬೈತ್ಯ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ರನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ನೋಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
To meet Virat Kohli. We all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
You say something, Virat?
No.
Name is etched in our memory, right? So thank you so much, RCB. We love you. We love you, and we will love you forever. And yes, and I'm proud to say that Isala Cup Namdu.
Can you see? I can see the bus. I can see the bus. I see everybody
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
to meet Virat Kohli. We are all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes. You say something, Virat? No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy. Because after so much of years we have won this cup, we'll have to celebrate like anything. Yeah.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you. So you saw the cup in the bus? Yes, we saw him cup in the bus. You're happy with that? Yes, definitely. Finally. You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling we are very happy for this moment.
At last the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे। क्या सीखा है बोलो? वो क्या था? मैंने सीखा मैंने ई सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने।
बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है ये।
लेकिन
कब तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा।
टाटा बाय बाय
ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ
ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು,
ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ಖುಷಿ
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸಮಾಧಾನ
ಆಯ್ತು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ನಮ್ದು
ಹಿಂದೇಳಿ ಯಾರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ನನಗೆ ಬೈತ್ಯ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದು ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರು ಬನ್ನಿ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಬಂದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಸಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಕಲ್ಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರಿಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ
Virat Kohli. We are all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
You say something, Virat?
No. I can see the bus. I can see the bus. I see everybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಗೇಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಪಡೆಯಲ್ಲ?
To meet Virat Kohli. We all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
You say something, Virat?
No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup, we'll have to celebrate like anything.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you. So you You saw the cup in the bus? Yes, we saw him cup in the bus. You're happy with that? Yes, definitely. You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling no, just we are very happy for this moment.
At last, the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे। क्या सीखा है बोलो? वो क्या था? नहीं, मैंने सीखा। मैंने मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने।
बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है ये।
लेकिन
कब तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा।
ಟಾಟಾ ಬಾಯ್ ಬಾಯ್ ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ
ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು,
ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ಖುಷಿ
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸಮಾಧಾನ
ಆಯ್ತು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ಪು ನಮ್ದು.
ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಸತಿ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ನೋಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ.
ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ
To meet Virat Kohli. We all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
You say something, Virat?
No. Can you see? I can see the bus. I can see the bus. 3%. I can see everybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾಡ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get shy. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup, we'll have to celebrate like anything.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you.
So you saw the cup in the bus.
Yes, we saw him cup in the bus.
You're happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling no, just we are very happy for this moment.
At last, the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे।
सीखा है बोलो।
वो क्या था? मैंने सीखा मैंने ई सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया।
बहुत बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है। ये
लेकिन
कब तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा।
टाटा बाय बाय कुछ
ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ನೀವು
ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಯ್ ಮಾಡ
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು,
ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು, ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ಪು ನಮ್ದು.
ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಬೈತ್ಯ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳೋಣ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ನೋಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಕಳಿಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಬೈತ್ಯ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ರನ್ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ನೋಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳೀರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು, ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ನೋಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
You say something, Virat?
No. Can you see anything? I can see the bus. I can see the bus. I can see everybody else. Come out.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you,
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup, we'll have to celebrate like anything.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you.
So you saw the cup in the bus.
Yes, we saw him cup in the bus.
You're happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling no, just we are very happy for this moment.
At last, the dream has come true. Yeah.
खुश हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ। रात भर सोई नहीं हूँ उसके जीतने से। उसकी वजह से मैंने कन्नड़ा सीख लिया यहाँ पे।
क्या है बोलो?
वो क्या था? नहीं, मैंने सीखा मैंने ई सला कप मैंने सीखा है। कितना प्रैक्टिस किया मैंने। बहुत खुश थे, बट अभी थोड़ा सैड हो गए क्योंकि दिखे नहीं, फेस नहीं दिखा है। हाँ, ये हमारा उल्टा नहीं सीधा है ये।
लेकिन
कब तो दिखा, वो तो हमारे लिए है, बट फेस नहीं दिखा, इसलिए थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा। टाटा बाय बाय
ನಾವು ಕನ್ನಡ
ಬಹಳ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ
ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೊತ್ತಿಂದ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖನೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ತುಂಬಾ ಬೇಜಾರಾಯ್ತು. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು,
ಒಳಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ.
ಖುಷಿ
ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ತುಂಬಾ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಣಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, RCB ಅಲ್ವಾ.
ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ತುಂಬಾ ಆಯ್ತು. ಈ ಸಲ ನಮ್ದು
ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ ಬಂದದೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಬೈಕ್ಯ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸತಿ ರನ್ ನಾನು ಏನೂ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆಯ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇಳಿಬೇಕು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಳಿದ್ಬಿಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದ್ರಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಳಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಸಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಸಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಡೀರಿ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ. ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ರಿಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ವಾಕ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ
To meet Virat Kohli. We are all a big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat.
Yes.
Say something, Virat.
No.
Can you see? I can see the bus. I can see the bus. 3%. Everybody else.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸ್ಬಾರ್ರಿ ಮರಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೋದು ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫ್ರೀ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
To meet Virat Kohli. We all are big time fan of Virat Kohli. My daughter especially is the craziest fan of Virat Kohli, and especially we have come from such a far place. We love you, Virat. Yes. No. I love you, Virat. I love you, Virat. Don't get you. I love you, Virat.
Sir, it's been 18 years. After 18 years, like this is the first time we have got this trophy. We are really excited to see RCB team, especially Virat Kohli. Thank you. This is like more than World Cup to us, actually. More than World Cup. This is enough. If they don't win World Cup, also it's okay. We as a Bangalorean Karnataka people, we really love, respect RCB team, and especially for Virat Kohli, we have a special place in our heart, and this will be forever.
Love you, Virat.
Love you, Virat.
Very much happy because after so much of years we have won this cup, we'll have to celebrate like anything.
Is it a pleasure moment for you? Yes, definitely. This is the 18. We are waiting for the 18 years, and today we could able to see the real things. And in fact, we could not able to see the players, but we are happy we could able to see the cup. Thank you.
So you saw the cup in the bus.
Yes, we saw him cup in the bus.
You're happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
You look so happy.
Yeah, very happy because he said a cup namde. Every time we were telling no, just we are very happy for this moment.
At last, the dream has come true. Yeah.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟಗಾರರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. I would request all the players to kindly take their seats, please. Only players, the 25 winners will be sitting here. I would request.
I think that we lost that line with Sudat over there, but Harish is back with us on the broadcast. So Harish, we can see those very electric scenes coming in from the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Fans just waiting to trying their very best to get inside. Also becoming a challenge for the cops outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. But the Josh remains high all the way since last night. Everyone wants to get a glimpse of the boys in red.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, things coming in suggesting that at least 7 to 8 people have been injured in a stampede-like situation at a couple of gates in the stadium. The injured have been moved to a nearby government hospital. At least 3 of them said to be seriously injured at this point in time. Crowd management becoming a real challenge outside Chinnaswamy Stadium, even as we speak. You have the stadium management authorities making announcements on PA systems, asking people to leave the area outside the system, saying there is no seats available inside the stadium, and they should make way, especially the ones who are on the main road.
Absolutely. You can see those scenes on the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This advisory also coming in on the authorities to make room, to not crowd these areas, to try to stay away from dangerous sites like climbing on those walls where you can get hurt.
Please make sure you take care of each other. We are all fellow RCB. Respect each other, take care of each other. Even the someone know. Each other that they want to support the celebration of the Lord. We need to be able to decorate and discipline and calm and peace. Now they can say, go together. Now they excited those people. Now excited those people. But for now, we want everyone to join in the celebration as once again. Let's put your hands and hands together as we welcome one more time.
Crowds are slowly dispersing. But again, some concerning news surrounding the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Of course, we'll come to know more updates in the coming while about what exactly has happened and how many people could have possibly been injured in the unfortunate skirmish.
Right, but we're getting more information so that this tragic news coming in from the Chinnaswamy Stadium where 7 people have died in a stampede at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So a huge dampener when it comes to the celebrations as well. Crowd control remaining a cause for concern. So the stampede also disrupting all the joy in the wake of this victory that RCB has been able to achieve last night, the first title after 18 years. But clearly, crowd control becoming that level of a challenge where 7 people are now reported dead in a stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. That advisory has to go out and more people have to be deployed to control the crowd. And the advisory has to go to the people themselves to maintain some level of calm as they try to celebrate the RCB team.
So perhaps after a certain point, with the amount of euphoria seen, bit of sanity has been thrown to the wind as well as fans have truly gone ballistic, hoping to catch a glimpse of their players. As I mentioned before, they've tried to barge into the Vidhan Sauda as well, tried to get access to the players, tried to view their beloved marquee stars who were responsible for RCB's stupendous
Sudat, I'm sorry to interrupt. One more update for our viewers. It seems that in the wake of this stampede, the celebrations have now been cut short at the Chinnaswamy Stadium and the team has now returned to their hotel. You can see the challenge in front of the police officials in trying to control this crowd. You can see 3 people have been injured, 7 have died in a stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And now the team is returning to its hotel from the Chinnaswamy Stadium where the celebration was expected. Crowd control seems to have collapsed as these people refuse to budge from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and the number of people gathered outside has led to a stampede, forcing the police to even take out their lathis and push them back to control the crowd. In this frenzy, everyone wants to get a glimpse of the team, but this has led to now 7 deaths outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and the celebrations have now been cut short for safety of not just the players, but even the people themselves. The team is now returning back to the hotel. We saw these scenes of chaos outside the Vidhan Sauda, but at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, the startling development that's coming in is that 7 people have died in stampedes at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and 3 people are reported injured. More and more forces are being poured in to control the crowd, but clearly this frenzy has gone out of hand, where Team RCB is now returning back to the hotel after 7 people have been reported dead outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So what a turn of events. We were celebrating RCB's stellar victory, but clearly in the wake of what happened at the Vidhan Sauda, given the fact that several people had barged into the Vidhan Sauda, given the fact that there was a crowd control issue at the Vidhan Sauda, it seems it has gone out of control at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You saw all these people gathering on the barricades, gathering along the railings, climbing up trees, but so much of a crowd has gathered that 7 people have now died at the Chinnaswamy Stadium because of a stampede. Crowd control becoming a serious issue, and given the safety concerns, now Team RCB returning back to its hotel. It seems the celebration at the Chinnaswamy Stadium has been cut short. To get more updates, I'm joined by my colleague Sudat to get more details as the situation continues to unfold in Bengaluru, where the celebrations have now been cut short. 7 people reported dead. The team returning back to the hotel. Sudat, over to you.
Yes, extremely concerning news coming from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium premises. What we hear is that 7 people have lost their lives and perhaps many more might have been injured in the process. Of course, more official news has to come from the police itself as to how many people have lost their lives and how many people would more have been injured. Given that there has been so much hysteria outside Vidhan Sauda and Chinnaswamy Stadium, the entire stretch has seen a deluge of people. Perhaps this has become an unfortunate byproduct of the frenzy that Bengaluru witnesses as a result of RCB's historic achievement yesterday, winning the IPL for the first time since its inception. It has become an unfortunate, product of this entire fanfare. What was supposed to be, a massive achievement, a massive celebration, when the entire city is soaked in festive mood. We see that such an unfortunate news has come about people having passed away due to stampede. Again, more official news has to come to the picture about what exactly has happened outside the Vidhan Saudha as well. Likely, we could hear about many people having been injured and many more casualties as well. But of course, that is subject to speculation. We need to hear more official news as to exactly what has happened. But yes, extremely concerning news coming from Bengaluru at a time when the city is supposed to be celebrating the fact that its home franchise has won the IPL.
Absolutely. What a sour turn when it comes to the celebrations. What an unfortunate development coming in as the government was planning to celebrate the boys in red. What a turn of events where after the Vidhana Saudha, where people were able to storm the Vidhana Saudha and the team had to leave there immediately and head for the Chinnaswamy Stadium. 7 people have now been reported dead in a stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Several more reported to be injured as crowd control seems to have collapsed. And given the security concerns, the team has now returned back to their hotel. What a turn of events when it comes to the jubilation that had swept the city earlier today and since last night. But now an unfortunate turn in Bengaluru, which was priming to celebrate this victory, and now 7 people have been reported dead in this stampede. Sudat, you were there outside the Vidhana Saudha as well. It was all fine. The police had been deployed properly. What exactly went wrong outside the Vidhana Saudha, which led to the situation at the Chinnaswamy Stadium as well?
Well, one unfortunate thing that happened is that the rain suddenly started to pour down heavily here at the Vidhana Saudha. Towards the very end of the felicitation program that was taking place for the RCB players from the Karnataka governor and the government, when heavy rain started to pour, the fans suddenly started to run helter-skelter. And that is when they tried to find some sort of protection and they try to barge into the Vidhan Saudha. Many people are also angry with the fact that they couldn't witness the players. The players too left in a hurry as a result of the rains. Perhaps you could have seen them staying for some more time, but due to the rains, they too left in a hurry, and the irate fans who were disappointed that they weren't able to see their marquee players, and of course due to the rains, ran helter-skelter, tried to barge into the Vidhan Saudha, and that was when use of stones being hurled, slippers being hurled, and huge problems have emerged actually. And the police too have been scurrying at a rapid pace to see that law and order is controlled. But right now you can see that crowds are slowly starting to, in fact, disperse from outside the Vidhana Saudha. Roads are finally seeing some sort of movement as people are dispersing. But how many more people would have been injured around the Vidhana Saudha? That is also something.
So that was the scene outside the Vidhana Saudha. Thank you, Sudha, for getting us that update. So rains, angry fans, pelting of stones and slippers at the Vidhana Saudha. But at the Chinnaswamy Stadium also, the stampede has led to 7 deaths. And now the team has turned away and gone back to the hotel. Harish is getting us the latest from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Harish, what went wrong?
Well, when it comes to crowd control, what we understand is that 2 different gates of Vidhan Saudha, there has been an issue with crowd control. The information coming in that more than a dozen people were injured, at least 7 deaths so far. All of them right now, the mortal remains right now at the Bowring Hospital in Bengaluru. What we are also picking up is that 10 more people are injured. This includes a couple of children as well. And even as we speak, there is a Herculean task that the Bengaluru police are right now facing. The crowd is not dispersing. It's moving at a very slow pace, despite the fact that there are now announcements being made telling people who are right.
The team has managed to win after 18 years. How are you seeing this?
We are very proud on behalf of the RCB and Karnataka. 18 years, a long struggle. Mr. Kohli's royalty has paid royalty, and he has been entire team, the dedication, and many of them have not left the team. Correct. So it is a very great, and this moment of youngsters, all sections of the society. Today I watched from the airport to Vidhan Saudha to the air. I think this is not a controllable crowd. Actually, I apologize for all the people of Karnataka and Bangalore. We wanted to take a position, but the crowd was very uncontrollable. So we dropped that position. So I appeal to excuse us, even from the Vidhan Sabha till here, though the rain came and it was the crowd was uncontrollable. The police also was finding very difficult, so we stopped the procession. We brought a open vehicle also there. I think you saw that.
Yes. Sir, there was a any number of injured or the casualty has been given stampede at Bengaluru.
So stadium I can't confirm anything. Just now from the just now from the Vidhan Sabha, I couldn't bring I had to bring the secretary and the president in my vehicle. The crowd was so much. So
Sir, questions are being raised on whether adequate arrangements were not made for the security arrangements. How did a lapse like this happen, sir?
We had arranged more than 5,000. It is a young, vibrant crowd. This is a very, we can't use our lathi.
ಸರ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ
ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗಿನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮೆರವಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರು ಆ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ನೋಡಿ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನೋಡಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇದು ವೆರಿ ರಿಸ್ಕಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಪ್ಪಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಳೆ ಕೂಡ ಬಂತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ KC ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾನು ಅಂಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ಏನಿವೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ಕೈ ಮುದ್ದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ, ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರಮ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ನಮ್ಮ RCB ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಗೆದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ.
So that is the statement coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, saying that he apologizes to the people of the state, saying that he was unable and the forces were unable to control the crowd. They were uncontrollable. It's a pitch coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Harish is also back with us on the broadcast. So Harish, just clarify for us, 7 people who have lost their lives is the information we're getting, 10 to 16.
ವಿರಾಟ್ ಕೊಹ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೀಗ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ವಿರಾಟ್ ಕೊಹ್ಲಿ ವಿರಾಟ್ ಕೊಹ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವದ ಸುಯಾಂಚ್, ಮೋಹಿತ್, ಸ್ವಸ್ತಿಕ್, ರಸಿಕ್, ಮನೋಜ್, ಸ್ವಪ್ನಿಲ್, ಟಿಮ್ ಡೇವಿಡ್, ಲಿಯಾಮ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ಸ್ಟೋನ್, ದೇವದತ್ ಪಡಿಕ್ಕಲ್ 2 ವಿಕೆಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಫೈನಲ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಡೆದು indeed took the match towards RCB side. ಕೃಣಾಲ್ ಪಾಂಡ್ಯಾಗೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ.
Of Chinnaswamy Stadium is where this stampede like situation. What we do know.
I think the lines are coming in and out, ladies and gentlemen. We try to connect with our reporters once again, but the stampede has disrupted the joy that had swept across the city of Bengaluru, now turning into a pure horror. 7 people have lost their lives in the stampede. As Harish pointed out, it was outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium where the RCB team was headed for that felicitation ceremony after the Vidhana Sabha. Now the celebrations have turned tragic. 7 people have died. 10 to 16 are reported injured. And what we are learning is that the DK Shivkumar, we just heard him just a few minutes back, he has apologized for the poor crowd management, saying that the crowd was uncontrollable. Harish is back with us on the broadcast for more details. Harish, over to you. We try to reconnect with our reporter over there, but those are the scenes coming in from Bengaluru, where the fan frenzy, ladies and gentlemen, has turned fatal. Remember, we were looking at the scenes of the RCB team touching down in Bengaluru, trying to gauge the kind of celebration with their fans, trying to connect with their fans after the stellar victory after 18 years. But this has turned into a fatal situation in the city of Bengaluru as it was celebrating RCB's victory. 7 people have lost their lives. This stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium has led to 7 deaths, 10 to 16 injured. Sudat also getting us the latest updates. Sudat, over to you.
Well, it's extremely unfortunate what has taken place in Bengaluru. What was supposed to be a celebration, what was supposed to be a grand festive celebration to, laud the effort of RCB players who have finally clinched the trophy for the first time since its inception, has become into an extremely somber situation in Karnataka. The celebration has quickly turned into a mishap with several people reported dead. An extremely concerning news coming outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And as you can see, Deputy CM DK Shivakumar has apologized too, perhaps expressing a certain degree of helplessness as how this was an unprecedented situation. Clearly, this was a bit unprecedented. Yes, there was always going to be expectations of huge crowd gathering outside the Vidhana Soudha and the Chinnaswamy Stadium, but perhaps this, hysteria went well beyond the police department and the Karnataka government's calculations, and that is why this has, caused an unfortunate tragedy. Well, 7 people at least.
Right, so that continue to be with us. Those are the scenes on the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That's when you can see the crowd is just getting crushed against the ground. You can see that they're trying to make their way to open ground, but you can see so many of them just getting crushed by the weight of the entire crowd at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And this has led to 7 deaths. We don't know whether this death toll will go up or not. 10 to 16 people are injured. Scenes of joy now turning into scenes of chaos and horror at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. You can see so many people just crushing each other in that melee outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. To get more details on the situation on the ground, as we try to get to know what exactly happened as this crowd control failed outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium right after the Vidhana Soudha, Rohini Swami is also joining us on the broadcast to get more details after this. The scenes of joy have turned into horror in Bengaluru. Rohini, what more can you get for us?
Well, if that had taken place as soon as the RCB team landed with a special flight from the HPL airport, and they were taken a procession all the way to their hotel, after which they were supposed to be a part of a government and nearly what the police had expected was around 2 to 2.5 lakh people present at the Chinnaswamy Stadium or around the stadium to be part of the celebrations. So initially there was a plan to actually have another victory procession between Vidhana Soudha and Chinnaswamy Stadium in the bus with the winning team holding the cup. It was last minute on the advice of the Bangalore Traffic Police. It was cancelled because they felt that could cause traffic jams and other issues as well. But unfortunately now around 7 people have died, and now 26 people are seriously injured and admitted at the Bowring Hospital. Now the police is but they are hoping that it's there as well. Now there are nearly 6 to 6.5 lakh people in Chinnaswamy Stadium outside. If we are multiple as well, metro stations, there are 3.
Right, we try to reconnect with Rohini over there, but the BJP also now taking an aim at the Karnataka government, where BJP Karnataka has now put out a statement saying that 7 dead, many are battling for life after a stampede due to the irresponsibility of the Congress government. No crowd control measures, no basic arrangements, just chaos. While innocent people died, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar were busy shooting reels and hogging the limelight with cricketers, is the statement coming in from the BJP. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, since last night, we were reporting on the joy that had swept Bengaluru. Now it is pure horror. 7 people dead, 10 to 16 injured, and this number could go up. But this is the reaction coming in from Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar.
The entire Karnataka is excited. We are very happy to all the Karnataka youngsters and all the section of the people, from old age to youngsters. They prayed, they loved, they gave their strength and after 18 years long, we could succeed. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Kohli, who stood like a rock for this. His loyalty to Karnataka has paid royalty. He has given his heart, he has given his love, he has given his youth and all his strength to the success. I hope this will be the beginning, and days to come, the years to come, we are going to achieve the same cup remains with RCB.
So clearly, while the situation continues to unfold on the ground, we're getting that reaction from DK Shivkumar. This is probably an old reaction when it comes to the situation on the ground, as there were scenes of jubilation across the city. But DK Shivkumar there has also, in an earlier statement, apologized for the crowd control, saying that the crowd was unmanageable at the Chinnaswamy Stadium as well as the Vidhana Sauda. As my colleagues were also pointing out, the rains kind of spooked and pushed the crowds into a frenzy, and the angry fans were also very furious at the security personnel because they wanted to get closer to the players. So they started pelting stones and slippers at the security personnel at the Vidhana Sauda. Now that sparked a frenzy outside the Vidhana Sauda, and now clearly there's some sense of normalcy, but the situation got even worse at the Chinnaswamy Stadium as the team was approaching. Now what we are learning is that there was a massive stampede. Now that at the extreme left of your screen are the scenes of the stampede. You can see people just being crushed by the crowd that they were a part of, trying to get out of it. But in that attempt to trying to get out of the crowd, they were just walking all over each other. And this has led to 7 deaths, 10 to 16 have been injured, including children. And the crowd is not dispersing outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium as the police is struggling to contain the situation and disperse the entire crowd. To get more details, Harish is back with us on the broadcast. Harish, over to you.
Okay. Well, details coming in that more number of injured might have been rushed to a different hospital. So fear now, Ayushman, is that the number of casualties and injured that we're looking at could in fact cross double figures. That's the fear within the administration right now. Even as we speak, there are efforts now from the police administration and the state government to clear out the crowd that's outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Remember, the ones inside are not the problem yet, but the ones outside, nearly 30,000-40,000 people on the streets of Chinnaswamy Stadium, outside the main gate, that's the real problem. They are being here. As a precautionary measure, the Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation has closed the metro station entry and exit gate at the Kavan Park Metro Station that's right next to the stadium. So the Bengaluru police staring at a Herculean task of ensuring that first, the nearly 20,000 people outside the stadium on the roads are cleared, and then they also clear out the people who are inside the stadium. That's what they're staring at this point in time. What we also know is the fact that the people are now rushing to the Bowring Hospital where the casualties and the injured have been taken.
Right, I'm also joined by Vivek Narayan on the broadcast as well. So Vivek, we were reporting on the celebration that has swept across the city of Bengaluru, now turning into a pure horror. We can see those visuals on our screen from outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. People just got into this melee with each other amid this crowd, walking over each other, trying to get out of this crowd. And in the process, 7 people have now been reported dead, 10 injured, including children, as the situation continues to unfold. And the police is struggling to ease out the crowd at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, both outside and inside the stadium.
Extremely unfortunate round of events happening there at Chinnaswamy Stadium. We can just confirm that we have heard from our sources in the Bowring Hospital that the number of dead has crossed the double-digit mark. It is 11 dead at the Bowring Hospital. 7 are there injured in that particular hospital or are in injured condition. We don't know how serious they are. And 4 are admitted at the Vaidehi Hospital. So the number of dead and injured has gone up, and let's be clear on this: these numbers could actually go up. See, Bangalore police all through was wary of such a situation. They had flagged that this could happen. It was told not to go ahead with an open bus, open vehicle celebration because it is very difficult to control crowds, especially in a heavily crowded area like Bangalore downtown in the city, heart of the city. So many of the police recommendations that we are coming to know that were turned down by the political leadership. There was never a plan of these cricketers going to the Vidhan Saudha, meeting with the government officials, with the chief minister, deputy chief minister. But that was actually forced down the throat of these organizers. They were asked to bring these cricketers there. That photo opportunity was too good to miss for them. But look what has led to all this, the absolute stampede. Point number 2, which happened, was the issuance of pass. It would have been extremely difficult to issue passes to people for a match which happened a day before. How can you issue passes online? The servers had crashed. Many people could not get those passes. So thousands of people without passes had gathered outside the gate. Though KCA, RCB officials kept on saying, don't come here without a pass. But it was quite understandable that the fans, in their joy, in their elation, they all turned up there. They just wanted to see their stars. And this is what happened. You know, there are these 3 gates where this happened. Gate number 3, gate number 10, and gate number 11. I repeat, gate number 3, 10, and 11 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium where the stampede happened. 3 separate locations. The police beyond a point could not do anything because sudden rainfall also happened to make things worse. So people started rushing into the stadium also at that point, jumping over each other. Many were suffocated in the process, as you can see, very painful pictures on the left-hand side of the screen. But this is what happens when a terribly unplanned event is happened like that. But if they could not do it today, they could have at least postponed it for a day and made sure that further arrangements could have been done. And remember, as I told you, top sources in the Bangalore police have told, and it was quite clear that they were not ready to handle the situation. They had informed them that, you know, there cannot be a victory parade right now because they are ill-equipped, the roads are not ready. Also, the monsoons are in its full fury across South.
Right.
So there should have been planning at some level. Yeah.
Yes, Vivek continues to be with us. This is a tragic turn of events as far as the RCB celebrations are concerned. We are being told that the number of dead could go upwards of 7. Right now, we can confirm that 7 are reportedly dead. This number could rise. But what Vivek is pointing out to is extremely serious. And Vivek, I continue to be with you, even as Brinda Adige, who's a social activist based in Karnataka, joining us. You're saying that the police communicated that they were ill-equipped or ill-prepared to handle such a scale of celebrations. That will make it more damning if the government decided that they wanted to go ahead because they wanted to do this before players go to their native homes, etc., and they wanted to get everybody together. Because being ill-prepared and ill-equipped to handle such large crowds is exactly what can lead to this situation.
Yeah, you're asking to me?
Yes,
of course.
Vivek, go ahead.
The police, yeah. So the police, as I said, had said that, you know, this is the kind of, it will not be able to, any city police, and Bangalore police for that is quite a professional force. They are a metro force. They know how to do all these things. But then there has to be adequate time frame. There have to be barricades set up. There has to be a paka arrangements outside stadiums. And of course, as I said, this entire thing of issuing passes at the last minute was also a fatal flaw. You know, when an investigation happens into this, these are things into which the organizers will be pulled up. They are answerable to the public, to the people of Bangalore, and so are the politicians, irrespective of their political color. They all have to answer to this on why they were busy making reels, why they were coming out with these cheering the Bangalore crowd to come and join here. And they were, in fact, insisting on an
clarify,
open
you're talking about the free passes that the RCB itself announced are available to enter the Chinnaswamy Stadium for fans. Obviously, the availability was going to be much less than the demand for such free passes. When were those free passes announced, and why was it done at such a late stage?
See, it was announced well after the match got over last night. I mean, it's only after that they went ahead and announced that it will be made available on the. So it was all post midnight and late night that people started online trying to get those passes, and many people couldn't. Some tell me that the servers were hung, it wasn't happening, and they were not getting the passes. And people of all walks of life, from all walks, youngsters, women, children, all of them just wanted to see Kohli. I mean, that was the kind of passion and the love that they had for the game, and the men in uniform that they went in to see that. And that was the fact that it was very poorly managed, the fact that the authorities couldn't handle it. I mean, in fact, nobody can wash their hands off what has happened today. I mean, it is a moment of joy for the Garden City, and look where it has ended.
No, absolutely. The turn has been absolutely severe, from celebrations to a pall of gloom that is setting on the city of Bengaluru, and all of this could have been well avoided. Vivek, I'll continue to come back to you. I'm also joined by Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP. Vikram Singh is former IPS. He has been DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Brinda Adige is activist based in Karnataka. Also from Karnataka, Syed Asadabad is also joining us. I want to take Brinda Adige and Syed Asadabad's comments first up, because certainly they're feeling the tragedy more because it's happening right in their city. Brinda Adige, it's horrible that the city has come to this pass. A moment of joy has turned into a complete tragedy.
Absolutely right. Very, very tragic. A tragedy that could have been avoided if there was a little more planning, and a tragedy that need not have reached these numbers that are not only unwell or admitted in hospital, but feared to be dead. And I think it is important for the state government not to give dictates, give diktats to the police and to the others, because police already know what is possible and not possible.
Yes.
We are a country whose second religion, irrespective of what our other religions might be, is cricket. And most young people are the ones who keep coming and watching all of these matches.
Yes, Brinda Adige, just stay with me. Just stay with me. Absolutely heartbreaking visuals are now coming in from the hospital. You can see family members absolutely distraught. I'm told these are visuals coming in from the hospital where the victims are being taken. We also have one first response coming in from the father of one of the victims. Let's try and listen in.
ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿವಾಗ 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿವಾಗ 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡೋರೆ, ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಬೇಡಮ್ಮ ಸೋನ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರೆ. ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ, ಅವರ ಅಮ್ಮ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಬ್ರು ಸೇರಿ 4 ಜನ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ಆ ಗೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ದಿವ್ಯಾಂಶಿಕಾ ಇವಾಗ 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗೋರು ಸರ್. 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದು ಪೂರ್ವ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸರ್. ಪೂರ್ವ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ಣೂರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಪೂರ್ವ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಸ್ಕೂಲು. ಯಲಂಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಕಣ್ಣೂರು ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಣ್ಣೂರು ಸರ್. ಕಣ್ಣೂರು ಒಬ್ಳೇನೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲು. ನಮಗೆ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗಳು ದಿವ್ಯಾಂಶಿಕಾ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಸರ್? ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. RCB ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿ ಅವರು. ತಾತ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
ಆ ಸ್ಥಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರ ಸರ್ ನೀವು?
ನಾನಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ ಫೋನ್ ಬಂದು ಬಂದೆ.
Let me go across to my colleague Harish also, who's joining us. Harish, what's the latest you're picking up?
Well, the information now is that 2 hospitals have received dead and injured. At least 7 dead rushed to taken to the Bowring Hospital. 10 injured there. Sketchy information coming in that have been touched on at the hospital, which indicates that we are looking at a casualty figure well over double digits, and injured as well, running into nearly 20 odd people. Some of them said to be seriously injured. Some of them, unfortunately, are kids as well. Just like how we heard one person here who was talking about a 9-year-old boy. He's one of the persons who's been affected in this stampede. So horrific tragedy. What we are picking up right now is that the government has now asked KCA and RCB management to finish this entire program in 30 minutes and ensure that the players leave the stadium, because crowd control is becoming an issue, and the police are saying that till the time the players are inside the stadium, the crowd won't leave, whether inside the stadium or outside. They will not vacate the place. So
Harish, why is that program going on? That should have been the first thing done, that the program should have been cut short, maybe just to make announcements of its cancellation inside the stadium and ask for people to calmly exit. But we see that that program continued.
Well, two challenges right now for the Bengaluru police. They'll have to first clear out nearly 30,000 people who are outside the stadium. And unless they are cleared out, they can't really ask people who are within the stadium to vacate the stadium, because that will only create more panic and chaos. And despite announcements being made, they're finding it difficult to move the crowd from outside the stadium. And the challenge is they can't use force, because that could once again trigger chaos in the crowd and could lead to more injuries. So it's a tricky situation that they're handling, but the state government coming under severe criticism for one, lack of planning, and if they're saying that they did not have enough time to prepare for this, then why permit this in the first place at all?
Yes. Harish, be with me. Syed Asad Abbas is also joining us. Syed, your first comments on what this, on this entire horror that is playing out. Syed, I think you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Shivani ji, I am till about yesterday night, I was a very happy man, being a Bangalorean myself for the last 18 years, celebrating this final victory of Royal Challengers Bangalore. It was the greatest moment for every Bangalorean here. But to what has happened, that people dying in the stampede is absolutely heartbreaking. And this is devastating for me as an RCB fan, to lose my brethren, my Kannadigas, my friends, my brothers in this unfortunate stampede. It's very sad that celebration has been turned into such a tragedy of affairs. I'm truly heartbroken, and I really moved by what has happened today. And the fact that Siddaramaiah ji has not gone to the celebration, he has straight headed to the hospital. And I think every member should know and focus on the right priorities here. And I think
what about the criticism that the state government is receiving, Syed, about the fact that they were ill prepared, they wanted to make a grand show out of it, but in that exuberance and in that whole celebratory mode, they possibly ignored the fact that the police or the state was ill-equipped to handle these celebrations right now?
Shivani ji, that is indeed a very fair question that you've asked. The fact is, let us understand that we Bangaloreans have been waiting for this trophy for the last 18 years. And what we saw at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, at the Vidhan Sauda, even yesterday, Bangalore city in the night was lit up like the festival of lights, like Diwali. What has happened is unfortunate. It's heartbreaking. It is, it really, any Bangalorean or anybody who will see these affairs will be totally shattered. Because this one moment of the greatest jubilation and celebration, next moment we see
it has been marred by the fact that almost 11 lives that we can confirm have been lost as far as this horrible stampede is concerned. Yes, there were too many people out there. There were a lot of youngsters.
Support him. I said one thing very clearly. This guy is going to be us for a long time to come. And I want to make the numbers to share with him because he's proven himself
Not allowed to go back.
When you publicize it, how can you not announce when you're canceling that very same event? I also want to very quickly say that both the police and the municipality were not on board with this event. So
we'll
where
have to
does the
wait
blame
and hear
lie?
more from them. You know, the kind of political pressures that state polices face. I'm not sure whether the truth or whether they were forced to conduct this program against their advice, professional advice, will ever come out. But on the issue of the police itself, let me go across to Vikram.
Support him. I say one thing very clearly. This guy is going to be with us for a long, long time to come. And I want to give him the opportunity to him because he's proven himself in the first season.
Give permission for the management to host this program. If there were indications from certain security quarters that this perhaps is not the best idea or needs more preparation, why did they allow this in the first place? One. The second point is crowd control. If the stadium has a capacity of only around 34,000, why did they allow at least 80,000 people to reach anywhere close to Chinnaswamy Stadium? Up until a good 3 or 4 in the evening, we had the metro station and their exit and entry points that were operational. You can see in the visual this BJP state president B.Y. Vijayendra having a very animated conversation of sorts with Bangalore Commissioner B. Dayanand there. The BJP has already called it a direct. It's called this as a murder by the state government because of the state government's failure. And we've seen big events in Bangalore earlier. We haven't had unfortunate incidents like these. But this was supposed to be a happy movement. And remember, if, as I mentioned, if crowd control was an issue, why did the police allow such a huge number to turn out at
So there was a
Stadium?
sense,
Why
Harish,
didn't they
clearly there
close
was
metro
a sense
stations?
that they couldn't handle this because there was supposed to be a bus ride, possibly an open bus ride or a victory parade sort of thing, which was cancelled. So there was this understanding within the system that they couldn't handle this.
Absolutely. I mean, Shivani, any police officer who was on the ground yesterday knew that the craze was at its peak, whether it's in Bengaluru or other parts of Karnataka. We saw people who were blocking roads on the roads till 3, 4 in the morning in Bengaluru city. In fact, police officers found it difficult to clear that crowd. When that is the kind of situation here, when that's the kind of fan frenzy that's around, and this is a franchise that has a big fan following. Should the administration have taken a little more time ensuring that there are better mechanisms in place for crowd control? And even, let's not forget, I mean, let's congratulate RCB for sure, but the management is also responsible here. The ticketing platform crashed, the server crashed, there was absolutely chaos. People thought they could just land up outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, log into our app, book their ticket, and get inside the stadium. This is not a metro station, right? There is a limited seating capacity inside Chinnaswamy Stadium. Why didn't the management send out clear-cut instruction on ticketing or passes? How does that work? What is the capacity? And clear message to them saying that only people who have these passes end up at the stadium. These are lapses that have happened.
Yeah,
And
no,
this is something
barricades
that
are
will be discussed
placed
in the coming
at
days.
various junctions before you reach the gates of a stadium. During match day, this is standard because a lot of people do turn up who don't have the tickets or who think they can get close to the stadium and get the tickets. So this wasn't a sale of tickets, but there were free passes being given by the RCB management, which they had advertised on their social media handles. And obviously, the situation went out of hand. It seems like people were able to get as close to the stadium as possible. There weren't checkpoints or barricading that go to, often stretch to a kilometer before the end spot. My colleague Rohini Swami is also joining us. Rohini, what are the scenes around you?
Well, let me tell you that when I stand right outside the MG Road metro station, 3 metro stations have been closed now, and they will not be, and the trains will be skipping these stations. One is Vidhan Sauda, where the event took place. Second is Kaban Park. Next to been going in. If I can quickly show you, the people have been piling up there and actually asking the authorities as to why the metro is not running. But the point is that it has not been communicated to them right now that temporarily the services for these 3 stations have been removed because they do not want and need to take. Let me explain this. When I was traveling by trying to get to Chinnaswamy Stadium today, I had just going beyond capacity. We couldn't stand. It was almost an accident waiting to happen in certain places, and the metro have been suspended for this very reason, that once this unfortunate incident of the stampede took place outside the stadium, they do not want a recurrence of any such kind of crowds building up and unnecessarily cause issues within the metro stations, and stampedes could be caused in closed areas as well. More importantly, the numbers that we have got now is that around 27 are grievously injured, and they have been admitted in various hospitals, including Bowring and surrounding private hospitals. For now is 11. Unfortunate incident, and like just Harish was saying, the frenzy was understood that especially when RCB won the match, and when the procession was taken from the HCL airport in a special flight that the team came down, roads were blocked during that time itself. The police had an estimation of around 2 to 2.5 lakh people gathering there. Let me also tell you that the information that was given out, only those people who had passes, only those people who are allowed to enter Chinnaswamy Stadium were supposed to be there. But let me tell you, the frenzy of the match does not exist anymore. It's more now the frenzy of people trying to get back to the places, not finding the ways of mode of traveling anymore, because vehicles are not out on the road and the metro stations also being cut. People are getting quite aggressive, and it is this aggressiveness that they were trying to control during the stampede forced them to have to resort to a lathi charge as well.
Okay.
And the numbers finally, like I was trying to tell you, we're expecting 2.5 to 3 lakh people. Nearly 6 to 7 lakh people landed there. If you understand the layout of the area of that particular region, Chinnaswamy Stadium, 3 metro stations, that is Vidhan Sauda, Kaban Park, 2 stations. Trains actually come and people can get off. A large number of people who gathered today at Chinnaswamy Stadium have been using the metro services, and that is why they saw almost triple the number of people coming.
Yeah.
Public announcements were made for people to disperse who did not passes, let people continue to be there, because there was a message that had gone that there could be a possible victory procession between Vidhan Sauda and Chinnaswamy Stadium. Though the government had said that this was after the Bangalore police had advised, there could have been one bus passing through, which is also a similar one that was seen when the team landed.
We're also getting an update now that where my colleague Harish is at Bowring Hospital, the Chief Minister has arrived there. We'll keep some of those visuals as and when we get them. More of the organizations or the government's members are reaching different hospitals. The Commissioner of Police was also there at this hospital where majorly the injured and the dead have been brought. I want to go across to Vikram Singh as well. Vikram Singh, who's to blame here? Is it the police for not being able to handle this kind of a celebration? It's not unique. It has happened in India before in metro cities. What went wrong?
Shivani, my heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families. Yes, the police and the administration can never wash off their hands of the responsibility. I know we had a capacity of something around 35,000 and on expected lines because cricket is akin to a religion in India. And in this backdrop, to expect a few lakhs was absolutely common sense. And every district has what is known as an internal security scheme that is rehearsed so that you cannot say that we are not able to handle it. I think there's nothing could be more absurd and insensitive than to say that we cannot handle it. We are paid only to handle such situations. You saw lakhs and crores of crowd piling in the Kumbh Mela, but nobody said that we cannot handle them. We are supposed to handle them, and whatever the resources are required, this is a tragedy that was totally avoidable. No anticipation, no planning, and no proactive intervention. And apart from that, the evacuation plans leave much to be desired. You can still see there are brave men and women who are resuscitating the injured, giving whatever the first aid is required.
Yes.
But where are the police? Where are the police?
No,
Harish very
we
rightly
have
said,
some visuals of police officers also doing the same. They are carrying some of the injured, some of those who seem to have passed out to the nearest ambulance or some sort of avenue where they can be, yes, where they can be taken. But I think what went wrong is that you're ordinarily at every point you have ready access to medical facilities. It seems like the preparation was not there. Was time not enough? Do you think they should have delayed it? Maybe they didn't delay it because the players would want to go naturally to their respective homes after a long IPL. They have other international and commitments coming up. Maybe they rushed it.
but proper planning, proper rehearsal, and then, of course, a backup for a backup.
Yeah.
Here you would see that perhaps they were dragged into a situation and trapped into a situation. But yes, you can see this gallant and valiant police officers going beyond the call of duty and helping those who are seriously injured. So proud of them. But yes, we could have done much, much better. And in fact, giving of free passes needs to be inquired and then allowing people, because for one free pass, buy one and make entry of 5 people. This also happens, I can tell you from experience. And then I would say, as Harish mentioned, you cannot use force. You cannot brandish lathis. You can only convince, schedule, and of course, request the people to move because they're not hostile crowds. They are just cricket fans. And they are here for just for the sake of fun and for the sake of the religion that is cricket in India today. But yes, the police, I wish they had been a little more professional, planned it more executively, had first aid ambulances and the first aid facilities right here. They should have anticipated that the capacity is 35,000. Lakhs and lakhs will turn up, whatever be the consequences.
Yeah.
The server did not work. The entry and the exit failed. I mean, was there anything that was functional, Shivani? I very much doubt. Nothing was functional. And then the entire thing collapsed like a house of cards. And then there was contingency planning. And then there is fireworks. And then you have firefighting. After the fireworks, there's firefighting. Firefighting, you can only apply band-aid to terminal cancer, but you cannot treat the disease. I wish we had given a better account of ourselves because we allowed the grass to grow underneath our feet. That is the tragedy of the situation. Because these few gallant policemen and women, yes, but I wish the higher ups in the police had anticipated the crowds and had catered.
You know,
to
we
the
don't know.
requirements.
We don't know exactly whether the higher ups in the police communicated in as many ways and as many words that we cannot handle this. Whether it's the political administration that insisted that no, let's do it, because I do know that the victory parade was cancelled, which was supposed to continue for about 2 to 3 kilometers. The fact that that was cancelled means that there was some pressure to reduce the extent of the celebrations. But look at what happened at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and it's absolutely shocking visuals of the kind of crowds and what people are also willing to do. They're also not behaving in the civically proper way of just ensuring that they cooperate with the agencies and the police. We see visuals of youngsters trying to trying to cross barricades or cross walls, and it has become an absolutely sorry situation. But these are also visuals of the celebrations, if I can call them that anymore, continuing inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. We are told by our colleagues that it has been communicated that the celebrations should be curtailed. What is the plan now as far as this felicitation is concerned, and to get all of the crowds that are out of the stadium safely remains a big question. But Brinda Adige, was it overzealousness from the political establishment to be want to see, rubbing their shoulders with the victorious RCB team? Okay, we'll go across to Brinda in just a bit. Asad Abbas is still with me. Asad, this seems like, wanting to cash in on the popularity of the RCB and the celebrations. It seems the political, the government also went overboard.
The fact of the matter is, Shivani ji, I was keenly listening to my dear elder friend Vikram Singh Sahab, who I have great respect for. As a matter of fact, let me tell you that there were thousands and thousands of policemen which were deployed for the same front. As a matter of fact, let us also understand, like Vikram Singh Sahab, many other gallant police officers were there. Brevity. In fact, we can see one police officer who's holding a man and rushing towards the ambulance. No doubt, what has happened is heartbreaking. I truly think that politics shouldn't be done
Okay,
about
Syed,
it.
I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. I'm also joined by CN Manjunath, who's Member of Parliament from Bangalore Rural. Mr. Manjunath, your first response on this tragedy that has unfolded in Bengaluru today.
Yeah, it is really shocking, disturbing, and really, it is, very difficult to swallow this sort of thing because, to the best of my knowledge, this sort of a stampede has never happened in Bangalore in the recent time. It is really heartbreaking what has happened. At these celebrations of RCB victory.
Do you think accountability needs to be fixed for this? Whether it's the political accountability or the administrative accountability, we are being told that as many as 11 people could be dead, including some very young people.
Yeah, I think what has happened among those who are unfortunately died are youngsters only between 20 to 30 years of age.
Yes.
See, probably it should not have been arranged at two places. See,
Yes.
it should have been arranged in one place. And also, see, for example, nearly, of course, the final match is the 75th match in the IPL League. So I think none of the similar events has happened in 75 venue, right? That is one thing. So here what has happened, because it was, celebrations were arranged at two locations. One is by the government, another by the Cricket Association.
Yes.
So probably another important thing that is really the cause for all this thing is, see, normally whenever during our regular IPL matches, gates are opened by 11 o'clock itself, 11 or 12 noon.
Yes.
So here what has happened, the gates were not open till 3 o'clock. And also there was some sort of a confusion. I was told initially, first come, first serve, they can get into the stadium.
Yes.
And then around 3 o'clock, somebody has announced, no, you have to book online only though. Of course, it was online ticket was free, but still you have to
You
get
had to
a
book
ticket.
it, yes.
Yeah, book it. So certainly it is failure of both administration as well as it's a failure of the Chinnaswamy cricket, authorities also. So I think certainly an accountability has to be fixed, and this is what's happened. See, another thing, there was some a lot of
5,000, only 5,000 police personnel were deployed, sir. What you said, the crowd that came in was running into thousands, sir. Was
No,
this enough?
it was not thousand, it was lakhs. No. See.
Let's also go across to Arun Dhumal, who's the IPL chairman, now joining us. Arun, very sorry state of affairs there in Bengaluru. People are pointing out to the fact that the city was not prepared for these celebrations. The government did its own program. The franchise wanted to do its own program. And this was very late in the day, the planning. I'm looking at the RCB handle, and they only announced around 3 p.m. that you need passes to get in. This was not planned very well.
No, indeed, very tragic, and we had no knowledge of any such event happening. In fact, the last night only the event got completed. RCB came victorious, and we had no knowledge as to who's organizing it, how they are organizing it, and how did so many people came to that place. So we've already spoken to the RCB management and
Yes.
Told them about it, and they have assured us that they are immediately winding it up.
Yeah, I mean, I see that this program is still going on. I'll come to that issue in just a bit. But there should have been some more understanding of how much the police can handle, given the franchise's fanship. Do you think both the franchise and the government made a mistake in trying to hold it in less than 24 hours?
See, I'm not in a position to make any comment without any knowledge of as to who organized it, what happened, and who should be held responsible for this. We had no knowledge of this event taking place. For us, the IPL finished last night.
No, I
And
understand. I understand you're not directly linked to this, but surely the franchises and governments need to be more, more sensitive to the fact that fans' safety also has to be ensured.
No, for sure.
Hmm.
It is the fans who make what we are today, and we have to take care of their safety and security. Now, whether they came on their own or whether they were called, whether there was any event to be organized there, we have no knowledge of it. So we'll find out and take a note of it and see to it nothing of this sort happens in the future.
Okay. All right. Arun Demal, thanks a lot for joining us. Tragic events that has unfolded. Let's also listen into Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. He spoke to the media just a short while ago.
Hospital, because now a lot of trouble is there. I don't want to disturb the doctors who are trying to take care of the patients, and only the exact number is not been still this one. So we are at it. We appeal to all of them to still to be calm.
How many people
That
died
is why we cut off a lot of programs were there. We didn't want to continue with the program. Only within 10 minutes with one round, we just closed it. And we appeal even in the metros, whatever the metros has been jammed. We are not able to start. We are taking a little bit time to see that everything comes to the normal position.
What is at present?
Yes. Of course. There is some issues. I will come back to you after I visit the hospital. No, I can't.
Only 5,000 police personnel were deployed, sir. You said the crowd that came in was running into thousands, sir.
No, it was not thousand, it was lakhs.
Yeah.
Well, there seems like there's absolutely, no clear understanding of what has transpired, at least as far as the government is concerned. Let's also go back across to our guests who continue to be with us. I don't know if Mr. C.N. Manjunath is still with us. He's the Member of Parliament from Bengaluru Rural who was joining us and pointing out to the lack of planning by the fact that both the government and the franchise tried to do celebrations separately, and it caused a lot of problems. Charu Pragya continues to be with us. Charu, reactions coming in from the political government, but it seems like they're also still coming to grips with what has happened, because celebrations went on inside. It seems very, it seems odd that they did go on inside, even as 11 people had died outside.
Absolutely, Shivani. I was just going to come to that and mention that, because this is callous. I cannot describe it with any other word. The negligence was so high and the apathy was so high that in spite of lives being lost just outside the gate of the stadium, the felicitation ceremony went off like normal inside the stadium. I do not understand what kind of a government and what kind of leadership can allow something like this to happen. Yes, RCB won the IPL, but Bangalore has lost. And Bangalore has lost because it chose such an apathetic government this time around. This is horrible. It's impossible to look at these visuals and not feel bad about the families who are suffering while trophies being passed around inside the stadium.
Is this coming across as tone deaf, to say the least? Yes, there is a responsibility to manage the crowd that is still there, manage the crowd that is inside and outside the stadium, but surely something could have been done in a better way. What people are also pointing out too is the fact that there was earlier a first come, first serve, get in kind of a situation. Later, it was announced by the franchisee that you have to take a free pass, you have to book it online, and that possibly was done too late in the day and caused a lot of chaos, as you can see. We're still getting updates of more of the injured that are getting treatment at various hospitals. The Chief Minister has also arrived at one of them. As far as the hospitals are concerned, Syed Asad Abbas is also with us. You know what the BJP is saying, Syed, is that the police had refused permission for the Vidhan Sauda event, but it is at the insistence of the chief minister that it carried on. And even right now, the celebration carried on inside the stadium with the political representatives of the government. Surely, the government needs to be more responsible.
Shivaniji, I've always believed with great power there's great responsibility and equal accountability, and no doubt there needs to be accountability fixed here. Let us also understand that as per the police's advice, the procession, the parade was cancelled from Vidhan Sauda to Chinnaswamy Stadium. The same reason why when Siddaramaiah ji learnt of this news, he immediately rushed to the Bowring hospitals. Also, as a matter of fact, this event and program was cut short immediately as the Deputy Chief Minister, Shri D.K. Shivkumarji, raised the cup, congratulated the players and left. No doubt this is shocking to me as a Bangalorean, to me somebody who could have been a very much part of the crowd at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Hundreds of matches I've attended there, but this is very, very deeply saddening that celebration and jubilation was turned into this. The fact of the matter, we also need to understand that there are about 5,000 police personnel which were deployed on the same front. As a matter of fact, many of the police officers we saw were able to lift those who were affected and rush them towards ambulance.
Just be with me. CN Ashwath Narayan, who's a former Karnataka minister and MLA from the BJP, is also joining us. Mr. Ashwath, the BJP is holding the Congress government responsible directly for this tragedy. Tell me, why are you holding the government responsible?
The Congress government in a hurry to, climb the credit or to get a publicity. Particularly, they were in a hurry to get a cheap publicity. They didn't take the precaution or measure what needs to be taken, because you know very well what could be the response for the victory of the RCB in the IPL tournament. Without understanding the gravity of the situation, they allowed the celebration without taking any precautionary measures, and which has led to the mourning and loss of life of innocent people of the irresponsibility of this Congress government. Really, we condemn this irresponsible attitude of this Congress government and the state of Karnataka.
Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, was there with the team for the celebrations, not only at the Vidhan Sauda, but also at the stadium. You know, the celebrations inside went on despite the fact that the news had come out that outside people had died in a stampede. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, the whatever celebration, it comes with responsibility. The victory which has come after 18 years has not been, properly prepared. The Congress government was not properly prepared to ensure a peaceful celebration and the real celebration to happen. There were no precaution taken, but they were in a hurry to grab the publicity. The Congress government and the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister, they were in a hurry to grab the publicity. Even the situation went out of the control. Still, they wanted to go ahead with celebration. What kind of irresponsibility? I don't understand. These people, I think they need to be really taught a lesson. This is not the way to do things. The Congress government, particularly the Deputy Chief Minister, has lost his complete sense to only for a cheap publicity.
Your colleague, the BJP state president, is demanding a judicial probe. B.Y. Vijendra is saying that there should be a judicial probe because he says the police had actually refused permission for the event that was held at the Vidhan Sauda earlier today.
I feel more than the judicial probe, it should be court monitored. Under the Chief Justice, it should be a court monitored investigation should happen. If the real justice has to happen, because many times when the Judicial Commission has been ordered, many times people don't respond. They don't cooperate. So there are a lot of issues when it comes to the Judicial Commission. There are a lot of limitations. But if it is done with full powers, so that the right investigation can be done, the justice can be given to the people who have lost their life and the irresponsible people who have not taken any action, and who is responsible for this kind of without proper arrangements, how this celebration was allowed without taking any precaution. I think all these things should come out and ensure that there's accountability Who is responsible for all these deaths and for all this, chaos and deaths? Everything has happened. It is put into poor light. The entire state has been put into poor light because of the irresponsibility of this Congress government. All these things should come out, and I think a right investigation monitored by the Chief Justice, a special investigation team can only bring out the truth.
We're tracking the situation in the hospital as well. But DK Shivkumar, the last statement that we know he has given to the media is that he doesn't want to go to the hospital right now because he doesn't want the doctors to be disturbed who are taking care of the patients. He didn't really comment on the exact number of casualties, but appealed to the people to remain calm. On the program that went on side by side, even as the dead were being taken to hospital outside, he said that they had shortened the program and the program ended in 10 minutes. That may be an exaggeration. But your comments on the fact that he's saying we're trying to do everything, we're trying to make everything normal now.
See, they didn't understand. See, having so much of political experience or the government experience or the governance experience, they didn't, handle the issue responsibly. They completely irresponsible, even though the situation went out of control. Even the situation went out of control. They were not concerned, not worried. They still wanted to go ahead with the celebration. This was not fair on the right on this government. They have been completely irresponsible, insensitive, completely they've been insensitive. And I think leading to the innocent people that I really condemn the attitude of this Congress government. They should have been more responsible. They should have taken precaution. Though the police commissioner informed today morning, I think what we heard in the news that let us not allow the celebration to happen because anything may go wrong. That was the indication he had given. Even then, the Congress government went ahead with this celebration without a right preparation. They could have taken 2 more days time. See, it is good to celebrate, but it should have been celebrated in a right way.
No, of course, we cannot celebrate in a manner that can put other people's lives in danger. CN Ashwath Narayan, I do thank you for joining us. We're getting some responses from the doctors dealing with the situation. Let's listen in.
Between 20 to 28, only 2 identities we have got. Other 2, we don't have the identities. I think the toe injury, right leg pain, sometimes open injury, and one suturing was done on the head. All simple injuries.
And nothing major with the
Nothing major injury. No major injury. Totally 16, 1-6 have come. ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ 16 ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆಪ್ಪ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಔಟ್ ಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಡೆಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇನ್ನು 11 ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೈನರ್ ಇಂಜರೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಮ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಬ್ರದ್ದು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ mostly Bengaluru avare 3 males 1 female
parents contact madidara
suffocation irbeku
they are locals from they are from Bangalore students
they are I think they are working people one is one first year engineering student male one first year engineering student
thank you so much
enough thank you
so much Thank you.
Shruti Nandish is a Kannada actor also joining us on the show. Shruti, your first thoughts on what has transpired?
Hi, so this is quite heartbreaking and I stay around the corner. So I stay in Victoria Layout very close to the area where this has happened, right? And yesterday, so what I would like to bring to everyone's attention is that yesterday I was in Church Street while passing through. I mean, I was in Bangalore Club watching the match, and then I was, I thought I'd grab some ice cream or something on Church Street. I got down there and it was crazy. The mob effect of, the celebrations and of course the anticipation, and the match was still ongoing and already they had started bursting crackers and whatnot. And honestly, I couldn't see a single policeman on duty controlling this mob or controlling the area of anticipating what is going to happen. Isn't it common sense that this is going to be the condition when it is RCB playing the final? So I don't know what kind of security measures were in place, or was it in place, because whenever I've gone to parties in these places, there's always so much policemen controlling the situation. And I was quite shell-shocked and surprised that yesterday, when it was much anticipated and much worse, that there were no policemen doing anything, and the crackers were burst alongside the parked cars. And I was really, really worried that this could actually blast some cars or something like that. But luckily, nothing like that happened in my site. But I don't know, it was crazy. And then today, I was working through the day, and this is what I hear, that there is stampede and people are dying. I don't understand. One thing is, there is no civic sense to even in the people that are going in such huge numbers, and they're not concerned about who is next to them and how they have to behave. And also the crowd control measures are definitely not in place. And yeah, the police department and also the ruling authority, the government department, I don't think the politicians are also much concerned. So this situation is not something that we expect in this technologically advanced era, where we are talking about artificial intelligence and AI cameras and whatnot. And what is it for? If it is not able to control mob that is much anticipated in this scenario, I don't know why do we have these cameras or these technologies that we boast of. I don't understand it. It is very, very heartbreaking.
Yes, very sad, sorry loss of lives, predominantly young lives that has taken place. Yes, the fanship is so huge that it was always going to be a challenge, but possibly the whole thing was rushed because the police and the government did not have enough time. It was less than 12 hours within which they tried to organize all of these celebrations at a grand scale with a victory parade. And actually, it was announced earlier that the victory parade will not happen precisely for this reason, because there was no bandwidth to take control of it. But still, the franchisee went ahead with the announcement for the victory parade. It went ahead with the announcement of the need to book passes barely 2 hours. By that 2 hours before the event, and by that time already lakhs had descended at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So it all points out to really bad planning.
Very bad planning, right? I mean, we are much prepared in advance when it is a New Year celebration or any kind of such celebration. I really feel that it should have been the same or even better, considering the fan base RCB has.
Maybe the government wanted, rushed it. It wanted to cash in on the celebrations and the entire mood. The players would have gone to their native places, their home cities and their homes soon after. So they thought that this was the only window.
And it's not thought through.
No, exactly. So they must have rushed it because they thought this was the only window to organize this event.
It's just sad. It's extremely sad, and the kind of damages that I see and the fatal injuries, it's really heartbreaking.
Yes. Do you think there should be an investigation into what exactly transpired? Who wanted it? Who pushed for it? Who said, no, this is not possible, to fix accountability in this matter?
Definitely. Yes, 100%, because the lives gone are of the innocent individuals who had come there to celebrate and nothing else. And this looks like a war scene, right? I mean, people are dying just because of mob. I mean, that's not what you expect from a civilized, governed society.
Right. Should they just stay with me? Let's also focus on these visuals that we're getting. There are a couple of hospitals where the injured are being taken. And from the second hospital, which is the Vadai hospital, we've got a confirmation that 4 people have been brought dead, out of which 3 are males and 1 is a female. They seem to belong to Bengaluru, but there's no confirmation on that. What a sad, sorry state of affairs. And so many families that have lost their loved ones, young members of their family today. Charu Pragya, demand for a probe. Do you think the Congress will concede that demand?
They should. They need to, because each visual is heartbreaking, Shivani. And I am still waiting to get some kind of an answer on the very brief
H.
point.
Shrikant.
While people were dying outside, they continued with the felicitations inside. What would have happened? Tell me what worse would have happened if the state government of Karnataka had merely said, let's do this 4 days later. What would have happened? So I think that one, Congress was in such a rush to run away with the win of RCB as something like their own achievement. They wanted to make a huge branding exercise. When they couldn't get the police on board or the municipal corporation on board, they still went ahead and they did it. And even after the stampede began outside, even after news of people dying started trickling in, they continued with this felicitation ceremony. And I cannot, for the life of me, fathom why would any reasonable person do something like that. This is worse than criminal negligence, and it keeps getting worse. It's not getting better. Look at the kind of statements coming in from Congress leadership even now, that we cut short the celebration. Excuse me, what celebration? The city was bleeding. People were dying.
H.
And you're talking about
Shrikant, who's the coordinating officer of the Boring Hospital, is also joining us. Dr. Shrikant, can you give us the latest of the injured and the dead?
No, totally 6 deaths, 3 female, 3 male, and 19 injuries. All the injuries are patients are out of danger.
Okay.
All
sir,
the minor injuries. Okay.
Minor injuries. Sir, as far as the 6 dead are concerned, what was the cause of death that you can tell us?
No, not now.
Not
Very
now.
difficult to tell. But most of them, because they were all stampede. Because.
Sir, have you been able to inform the families?
I think 3 we are able to do. Other 3 are unknown. We are trying to get.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Shrikant has joined us from Boring Hospital. He has confirmed that actually the figure has gone up from the last time I announced it. We got a soundbite saying 4 dead. He is now confirming 6 dead, 3 males and 3 females that have been brought dead or have been declared dead at the Boring Hospital. So the numbers could rise. Let's hope that the doctors are able to do what they need to do. Yes, Charu, please continue. Final comments on whether there should be accountability fixed. Already a lot of barbs being thrown at the Congress government because they have blamed other state governments for stampedes, for example, at religious events or at temples or even at private events in the past.
Absolutely. And Shivani, Congress has continued to do that in spite of the fact that these governments had everything in order. There was a method of crowd dispersal. A plan was in place. There was, emergency plans in place. There was a zone where ambulances were parked. There was a provision for paramedics. There was sufficient police. Here, like I was saying, this is worse than criminal negligence because nothing, absolutely nothing was in place as far as planning went. So much so that even the BMC and the police was not on board. So much so that after this stampede happened and lives were lost, the felicitation ceremony went on inside as if nothing has happened. I cannot imagine a government as apathetic as this, and simply asking for an inquiry is not going to suffice. Yes, compensation must be paid to lives and families, but even that's not going to be enough. I think now is the time to call for accountability. This is a state-sponsored stampede. There's no other way to put it. It was state-sponsored.
We are getting information that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has called for an urgent press briefing at 7:30 p.m. Let's hope that the Chief Minister not only gives details on what has transpired, how this happened, because there are visuals of lathi charge that the police had to resort to at one of the gates. Was that the trigger to the stampede or something else happened? We have to know. And of course, what are the measures that the government will take as far as both taking care of the injured and the dead, the families of the dead, and of course, the investigation is concerned. Sorry, state of affairs, and what a tragic turnaround as far as RCB celebrations are concerned. On that note, time for me to take your leave. My colleague Poonam is joining you.
Thank you for that, Shivani. Our coverage here continues on CNN News 18. The tragic news coming in from Bengaluru, which was gearing up to celebrate Royal Challengers Bengaluru's IPL victory. That's when tragedy struck a few hours ago. Stampede at least 3 gates. Gate number 3, 10 and 21 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium has claimed 11 lives. That is at last count, but we've been speaking to coordinators at several of these hospitals where the injured were rushed. Unfortunately, the death toll is climbing. The event was organized by the Karnataka State Cricket Association. It drew an overwhelming crowd. The capacity for the Chinnaswamy Stadium was a little over 30,000, but thrice that number, about 1 lakh people turned up. There was crowds outside the stadium, and clearly the stadium officers, the officials there, the law enforcement agencies were completely outnumbered. Even though it was for people with valid tickets and passes, unfortunately, the server, the website crashed for those tickets, which is why people thought that they could come in. Fans thought they could come in and wait outside the stadium and perhaps get an opportunity to go inside. Fans thronged the premises of the Chinnaswamy Stadium to try and get a glimpse of their cricketing heroes, but unfortunately, 11 people have lost their lives. Police had to, in fact, resort to lathi charge as well at one of those gates. Fans started swarming inside the stadium. Was that the trigger? Was that why we saw a stampede that take place there? That's something that is being probed. We're given to understand, or at least there are reports that are suggesting that some of these fans even tried to scale the stadium's compound wall. Unfortunately, in that melee, at least 11 lives have been lost. Inconsolable families are waiting outside several of these hospitals, most of them government-run, where the injured were rushed to. There are at least 50 people that have been injured, that have been taken across to 3 different hospitals in the city of Bengaluru. The Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, is going to be holding an emergency press conference in just a short while from now. And perhaps that's when we will know more details of what exactly transpired, what the trigger was. But on the face of it, what looks like it is poor crowd control, lack of foresight by the administration, by the state government, by the police, and of course, the Karnataka State Cricket Association, which was hosting this particular event for the IPL winning team RCB at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, has apologized a short while ago. He says, we do not want to indulge in blame game, which the BJP is doing. We want to protect the people who are injured. But these visuals that you see on your screens are of the moment of the stampede, the moment when things went completely awry. You see at one of the gates outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, a lot of people were waiting to be let inside, most of whom did not have these passes that were issued free of cost by the state government, by the Karnataka State Cricket Association. There are policemen there that are also trying to control the crowd. We're given to understand that a mild lathi charge was also resorted to. There was a lot of pushing and shoving around of the people outside the stadium gate, where the police was trying to disperse the crowd that was gathering outside. That's when tragedy struck. That's when stampede broke out. That's what we're learning. A little after 5 p.m. is when reports trickled in of the stampede taking place outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Karnataka. What has made matters worse, though, and for families who are just coming to terms with the loss of their loved ones, is that even as we saw the stampede break out and several people being declared dead on the spot there outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, the felicitation ceremony continued inside. In fact, the state government has now come out and clarified that they had to cut short the ceremony. They are going to be protecting all those people that are injured. All assistance will be given to all of the government hospitals where these injured were rushed to and are being treated. But questions are being raised. D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister there, addressing the media.
ನಾನು ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ. ಇದು ಅನ್ಕಂಟ್ರೋಬಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಿತ್ತು ಬಿಸಾಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ತುಳಿದು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೇಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಡೆತ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಒಂದು 11-12 ಜನ ಇನ್ನ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಅಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು 4 ವೆರಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಥರ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಮುಂಜಾಗ್ರತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲೂ 10-15 ನಿಮಿಷದೇ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಏನು ಫರ್ದರ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಇದು ನೊಂದಂತವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ
We'll
ವಿಚಾರ
sit and talk and decide other aspects.
ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ ಅನ್ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಟ್ರೋಗಳೇ ಬರಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ತರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ 6 ಜನ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಜನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಾಯಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಅವ್ರು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಟಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆತರ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು 13 ಜನ ಇದಾರೆ.
Old lady.
ಖಂಡಿತ ನಾನು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆರೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಕಾನೂನು ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
The Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, there confirming the number of unfortunate deaths that have taken place due to the stampede. Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, is at the Boring Hospital to meet with the families of the victims, take a status update of the treatment that is being given out to the injured, because the number of injured is also pretty high. The death toll could increase is the worry that is being expressed by those doctors and support staff that are attending to these patients, to these victims. Harish now joins us, my colleague, getting us more details. Harish, the Chief Minister is at one of the hospitals. I believe it's the Boring Hospital. Is he going to be visiting the other two as well?
He's just completed visiting the Boring Hospital and stepped out. The other injured and the deceased are at Vaidehi Hospital. These are the two hospitals now. But a majority of these injured and casualty cases are at Boring Hospital. This was the nearest one to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Two problematic aspects here is one, the kind of lack of preparation to treat in case of any sort of emergency at the stadium. This is a stadium that regularly hosts matches that attract in excess of 30,000 people. Yet, you saw that there were not enough stretchers. People were being carried by policemen in their hand. Then we also saw some of them being rushed in police vans. So there are question marks in the preparedness of the stadium itself, which should be a standard operating procedure, whether it's a match day or any other day. When you have 30,000 people expected to enter the stadium premises. And the second aspect, which the BJP is also now raising, is the need to have this at such a short notice. The government could have taken some more time to organize this. Where was the lapse from? Was it the RCB management which pushed for this to be held as soon as possible, or did the government want it? Because in fact, the opposition going ahead and saying that even the Vidhan Sabha event, there was severe opposition that came in from the police quarters itself, and it was the Chief Minister's pressure that made the police relent and allow this program to happen at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. So several question marks on why did it happen? Why was this permission given in the first place? And the preparedness or the lack of it.
And Harish, do stay on with us. So we'll keep coming back to you for more updates as and when they're trickling in. We're given to understand that the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, is at the Vaidehi Hospital. G. Parmeshwara, the Deputy Chief Minister, the Home Minister of the state, and D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, are also visiting one of the hospitals to meet with the families of the victim, to take a status update of what the line of treatment is for those injured, what are the kind of injuries that were received, all of which will be perhaps detailed out to the media and to the rest of the country that is watching by the Chief Minister in an emergency press conference that is going to be held in about 20 minutes from now or so. Harish Bijur, brand guru, a prominent Bengalurian, also is with us on this broadcast. Unfortunate circumstances that we're speaking in. I mean, this was supposed to be a celebration, Harish Bijur. It has turned out to be a fatal stampede. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think, what is your assessment with a sense of somebody who's known Bangalore, how the streets work, how the people work, how the management there works?
Well, firstly, you know, it's sad to see that a celebration and a celebratory moment has become a disaster. And I call it a disaster because even if you had one death, I would call it a disaster. And out here, we've had a death of 11 people, I'm told, at this point of time. If that be the truth, I think, you know, this entire business of having a celebration at this point of time could have been reconsidered. Because anybody in the realm of public passion management tends to understand that if you organize something when the passion is at its highest peak, there is a little more danger than when you organize something when the passion has subsided. So a celebration of this kind, if it could have been done 3 days after, would have definitely seen passions having subsided. But then, I'm also talking like everybody else, sadly, which is, hindsight, 2010, 20 perfect. Nobody knows what happens when. We just need to be paranoid about it, careful, and security bandobas must be more paranoid than anything else to avoid such things happening.
So was this really a case of the administration there being caught completely unawares? We'll get into that, and I want to ask you about that as well. But the interim president of the BCCI, Rajiv Shukla, has also reacted to this tragedy. Let's listen into that.
जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी, लेकिन हम इसको पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और इसके बाद जो विस्तार से डिटेल आएंगे उन डिटेल से आप लोगों को अवगत
कराएंगे. But Rajan ji, the BJP is already saying it's a failure of law and order.
I think it should not be politicized because this is a cricket function. We should not bring politics into cricket, and it can happen in any state. That means the party in power there should not be blamed for this. First, we should ascertain the facts. After that, we should decide what should happen and who is responsible.
Asking for the resignation of the chief minister.
So I think it should not be politicized at all.
Karnataka BJP chief B.Y. Vijendra is now with us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us on CNN News 18. Unfortunate circumstances that we speak in, but I understand that you've visited one of the hospitals as well, met with some of the families and taken stock. If you could first tell us what exactly happened from what you heard, and where are we going to go on from here on?
It's a great tragedy. Whatever happened, it's very unfortunate. And it's even more unfortunate is the state government was never prepared for such a massive rally. And I was told when state government wanted to organize a function, one more function near Vidhan Saudha, entire police department, senior officials has clearly told state government not to organize any function near Vidhan Saudha. And secondly, there was absolutely no preparedness. There was no police inside, no ambulance was available. In fact, I met a couple of people who were hospitalized, and they explained when they fell on the ground, nobody was there to assist them. No ambulance was there. So it clearly stated the state government was not at all prepared. Without any preparation, how can state government organize such a big rally? And did they not expect lakhs of people will come to the stadium? Was they not aware of the capacity of the stadium? Is the irresponsibility on the part of the state government? I demand Chief Minister to order for a judicial inquiry and let Chief Minister decide, because I don't want to politicize on this issue. Let the Chief Minister, head of the state, let him decide who should own the responsibility on this tragedy. Let Chief Minister decide on that.
But we had the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar come out and say that we don't want to blame the police. They've done a good job. It's just that we didn't anticipate that these many people will actually turn up, and we apologize.
Who will pay more than 11 people, they have lost their lives. And here the Deputy Chief Minister, see, we're not blaming police department. It was a responsibility of the state government before organizing such a massive function without any preparedness. Why did they give clearance? And let D.K. Shivkumar answer. Let Chief Minister answer the people of this country. When police clearly said not to organize any function near Vidhan Saudha, madam, people literally pelted stones near Vidhan Saudha. They threw slippers. What sort of arrangement is this? And then who should be held responsible? I'm not blaming police here. The state government should take up the responsibility. They should own the responsibility. Let them fix the responsibility. Someone should be accountable for this tragedy. Someone should be...
Absolutely, accountability needs to be fixed, sir. But unfortunately, even as the news of the stampede came out, the injured were being rushed to multiple hospitals in Bengaluru. The felicitation ceremony inside the stadium continued. Do you think the least that they could have done was cancel that? Perhaps, I mean, it's completely insensitive to the families of the victims, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. The state government, I think they have lost the senses. They really don't know what they're doing. And near Vidhan Soda also, all the cricketers, they were really, they were also put into trouble. There was no safety, no security. And all the chief, I mean, politicians, the MLA, minister, their family barged into all the players for the selfies and this thing. Such a irresponsible, the irresponsibility of the state government has led to such a big tragedy. Let Chief Minister answer this. Someone should be held responsible. Let him decide. But one thing is sure, we don't want to politicize this issue. Let me repeat it again. Bharatiya Janata Party are not politicizing the issue, but they should be, someone should take up the responsibility, and Chief Minister should order for the judicial inquiry without any delay.
So judicial inquiry is what you're asking for. So one last question before I let you go. In your social media post, you've also said that the police actually didn't want this to happen. They had warned the government that they were not going to be prepared in time and they did not have the resources. Why do you think it is that the state government then didn't pay heed to that advice?
My simple question is, when lakhs and lakhs of RCB fans celebrated yesterday, what was necessary to organize such a rally hurriedly today itself, without any proper planning, without any preparation? No police personnel in place, no ambulance was available inside the cricket Chinnaswamy Stadium.
So all sorts of precautions were completely turned a blind eye to. That's the biggest
Absolutely.
problem.
Is it not the responsibility of the state government? Was it not the responsibility of the state government to take all the safety precautions?
Absolutely. And the state government should have taken those precautions. Of course, wisdom in hindsight is 2020. Unfortunately, that doesn't help any of the families of these 11 people that have died. But B.Y. Vijendra, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. And we'll try and get you my colleague Harish, who was getting us details of what the state government is intending to do. The Chief Minister of Karnataka is going to be addressing a press briefing in just a short while from now. But several questions arise. The state government needs to answer those questions. Were the cops outnumbered? Why is it that the state government and the Karnataka State Cricket Association not preempt the kind of crowds that could have come there? Why were free passes distributed? Why were free passes put out on a website in the first place? And when the website did crash, what was the next course of action that the State Cricket Association was intending to take? None of those questions have been answered yet. Harish joins us, getting us more details. Harish, the capacity of the stadium was about 30,000 odd. We're given to understand more than 1 lakh people actually thronged the Chinnaswamy Stadium right before the team was supposed to arrive. That's thrice the number. The policemen on duty there were clearly outnumbered.
Well, when you have people in excess of 1 lakh people, the number of policemen wouldn't have made a difference. What would have made a difference is crowd control, the area that you're looking at. Just that small road, half a kilometer stretch in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium, from the main entrance to the HL headquarters junction, you had at least 30,000 people just in that 500-meter stretch. And remember this, even after some 30,000 people inside the stadium. There are two questions here. One, the traffic police in their notification in the morning spelled it out very clearly, saying that this is an event that is allowed only for people who have tickets and passes. Despite that, why didn't they ensure that the crowd control measures were in place, where they could have barricaded stretchers, asking only people who have valid passes to enter that stretch or that region of Central Bangalore 1? Second, if they believed that the crowd numbers was getting out of hand, why did they leave these metro station exit and entries open, whether it's Vidhan Sauda, Kaban Park, or the nearby ones, including MG Road, for a very long time? It's a standard practice in most states with metro station, including in Delhi. Whenever they believe that the crowd numbers are increasing, they try and regulate the exit and entry of metro station gates. But that hasn't happened. This happened much later in the day. That is another problematic area. Second, what was the coordination between the RCB management, the KSCA stadium managers, and the state government? That is what is important here. Why did they want to have it at such a short notice, not even 16 hours? One. Second, Did anyone have an idea on the number of people who would turn up? Why was there no clear message that only people with passes will be allowed beyond a certain junction? Why were they allowed to crowd near Vidhan Sauda or near outside the stadium itself? These are not areas that can hold big number of people. For example, if you look at the Navi Mumbai Stadium or even the Ahmedabad Stadium, new one, these are stadiums that have a larger holding area. Even if people more than the capacity of the stadium are loitering outside the stadium, there is some area. That's not the case with Chinnaswamy Stadium. You had people who were standing outside on the road, blocking the road. Remember, that was also a challenge at some of these gates where this stampede-like situation took place. People could not be taken out immediately. There was a lot of time that was wasted taking those people without any stretcher to the police vans and then navigating through that sea of humanity and then reaching the hospital. A lot of time has been wasted as well, and we've seen a lot of political leaders making beeline to the hospital, asking for a judicial inquiry and all that. But the larger question is, why were these significant questions not raised before the event? If the BJP believe that this is an event that's happening at a very short notice without preparedness, why wasn't it flagged in the morning? If in the morning there were indications that the police department was not in favor of having an event at the Vidhan Sauda, and it was later on at the nudge of the chief minister, it was allowed. Why wasn't it voiced out? Everyone is culpable here, whether it's the people in the administration, the political class, the bureaucracy. Remember, the bureaucracy can't get away here because they know every time that a match takes place in Chinnaswamy Stadium, it's difficult task for the police for crowd control. And when you have a franchisee like Bangalore, the fan frenzy that is there, and then they win a cup, it's that much more difficult. Let's remember what has happened last night. At multiple junctions in the city, we've had people celebrating till 3, 4 in the morning. And the crowd control at midnight, at 1 or 2 in the morning was a difficult task. So the police, any sensible policeman on the ground would have assessed, analyzed that when this team reaches with that cup through these regions, through Vidhan Sauda and to Chinnaswamy Stadium, it would be a challenging task to manage that kind of a crowd. They would have anticipated a crowd in excess of 1 lakh. Were they prepared for that is the question.
Absolutely. Harish, we'll keep coming back to you for more details on that. Unfortunately, at last count, 11 lives have been lost in Bengaluru when a stampede broke out outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. What was even worse is that the felicitation ceremony for the Royal Challengers Bengaluru continued inside. The government says that we cut the ceremony short, but it ended up happening nonetheless. And that is something that many of the families of the victims have now taken objection to. I have my guests joining us on this broadcast as well. Sanjay Sahai, former ADGP of Karnataka, Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson of the Karnataka Congress, Karnataka BJP, I beg your pardon, Nikul Patel, leader of the Congress, and Vasanthi Hariprakash, journalist, joins us. But Mr. Sahai, let me begin by asking you, it's no surprise that the cops were outnumbered, that the administration of the stadium was completely outnumbered. What could they have done better? I mean, it's not something that you couldn't have anticipated, that there would be more number of people that would end up coming there than the capacity of the stadium. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
See, first and foremost is who takes the final call? Has it been the police leadership who decided upon it that they can go with an event of this nature? Or it is the political class, the government in power? They decided. I think that is from where we need to start. With regard to this 5,000 people, from wherever this number has come, that they were insufficient. 5,000 police personnel, fully trained, properly planned in a well-orchestrated bandobast scheme, can do wonders. You see of the RAF, two platoons of RAF can take care of 10 battalions, of 10 platoons of Karnataka Armed Reserve Police. So let's not get into the numbers. The issue is whether that capability, those people who are available there, did they have that capability? And you will be going through the visuals. And I think I've been seeing these visuals there on all the TV channels. And these visuals clearly show an utter level of mismanagement. Now, the other question is whether government, KCI, BCCI, RCB, whether they were on the same page, and the police, which is the most critical or the most important of the elements in this whole game, whether they were on the same page. I don't think they were on the same page. So the capability, and which we have been seeing over and over again all across the country, that the capability to create fatal accidents or fatal incidents, whatever you call it, and the ability to get away. And that is precisely the same game which we are seeing that is being played. Crowd management, let me repeat over and over again, which I've done in large number of panel stations connected to crowd mismanagement and that it is still not a hard-coded art in police. So until unless it becomes a hard-coded act. So you say, how do you plan? 1 lakh people coming through these areas, at what time, how much will come, how you will control, what will be the traffic calibration, what will be the people's movement, where you will stop. And I think your reporter was talking about metro. Metro was just left wide open. So I think most of the critical points in hindsight, you can keep telling hindsight, and I have no issues with it. But whatever comes in hindsight, if it was possible to think or use your foresight, then it becomes critical. And I think every single point could have been understood in foresight. And if it was not doable, it should have been done. Now, if you talk of uncontrollable crowd, I think we saw in Delhi also at the time of Kumbh on that railway station. And you said it is uncontrollable. And nothing happened. We saw in Kumbh, bodies moved. Nobody took responsibility of it. So I think it has become a very regular pattern where nobody takes the responsibility and people are able to get away with it. It has to be decided once and for all in a very, very clear-cut manner. Who takes, with the political class or the police leadership, or finally it is thrown to the constables. It is between the constables who basically take the brunt of the whole violence and the people, and the story goes on.
And it's most important for the political leadership and those boots on ground to be on the same page, like you've been pointing out. So, Nikul Patel, let me ask you this, that there are concerns being raised that the police was not prepared for this. The police had said that no, this event of such a large scale within such a short span of time cannot be held. And yet the government pushed forth. Could that have been avoided?
The event that had taken place is quite unfortunate, and definitely all cognizance are now taken, and the people who are no more now, those who have lost their lives, our Chief Minister Siddaramaiah ji as well as DK Shiv Kumar ji is on the hospitals, and they are looking into it. Definitely the casualties are painful, and the event that has taken place is really the organizers have tried to what I get the information is that they have put something on the application, and then people have started booking it initially, but then it was made free. So all last moment changes by the organizers led to this chaos. Police and the administration were trying to look to manage everything, and you can see how policemen are also trying to help people out there. But definitely, after taking the cognizance of the entire event, Chief Minister as well as Shiv Kumar Ji, DK, Deputy Chief Minister, will look into the matter, and we assure the people of Karnataka as well as the nation that we will take appropriate action as and when needed.
So action is being promised, Anand Gurumurthy, that the state government will look into what exactly transpired and accountability will be fixed. Is the BJP convinced? Is this enough at the moment for the BJP, the Congress, and everybody involved in Karnataka to be on the same page and talk about this tragedy and ensure that it doesn't occur in the future instead of pinning the blame and trading bombs?
See, nobody is pinning the trading paths here, especially if you take BJP as a political party. We are the most mature, and the way we handle every other incident is in a very mature way. And our party president has also told we are not playing any political game here. Okay, it is a very serious issue. We have been raising these kinds of issues from 2 years in the assembly, and it's a very, very arrogant way of running the show by the current state government. In fact, 2 days ago in Gubi, the Home Minister was not even informed of a very important thing, okay, in his ministry, and he told casually in the press conference that I'm not aware of all these things, though it is happening in my ministry. This is the kind of thing happening. And police officers, as we hear the news, like you all and from the ground, the police officers were reluctant because till yesterday, 4 o'clock, they have worked in the morning. And again, they were reluctant to, host this. But the state government went ahead. Why did they go ahead? Somebody has to be, take responsibility for this. You cannot, if you're not, if you're telling police is doing their duty, okay, fine. If you tell that, the BCCI or the RCB, all these managements, They can't, manage the crowd. It is the police, and the police gets their order from the state government. So in the state government, who gave the final orders? So somebody has to take responsibility, right? If they go on like this, and when politically we question them, either in the assembly, an arrogant answer comes from these ministers of Congress in Karnataka. They clearly tell, we have 130 seats in Karnataka state. We don't care for anybody. This is the kind of answers we have always heard. In fact, 2 years ago, when they released about 1,600 people on parole the day they came into power, and then till now, thousands of people have been released on parole. These were known miscreants. They mix with such crowds and cause such incidents. We have been telling this from day one, that the law and order situation is going from bad to worse in Karnataka. And every day they've just gone deaf about everything, about the pain of the people in the state. In fact, in Bengaluru, people complain about so many problems, but the state government has completely gone deaf. And they come out, they say apology. First thing they do is they say apology, and then they go around with checks, with taxpayers' money. They try to cover up with checks to the victims' houses. In fact, worst was when they went, when a Hakki-Pikki girl was raped, and the incident happened, they went with a check, and the minister posed with the guardians. These kind of incidents are happening on a daily basis, and they're trying to buy these incidents out with taxpayers' money. This is the kind of insensitive government we have. And you tell that BJP is politicizing. No, madam. We are not. We are a very mature party. We are out of this, immature attitude and behavior. But what we are trying to tell is, come out of this.
Sure.
And
so heads need to roll. Some accountability needs to be fixed. Who that is, who is responsible, whether it is the state government, whether it is the cricketing body, which also comes under the state government. All of those questions need to be answered. But Vasanthi Hariprakash, the event that took place inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, even after the stampede took place, even after reports came in of a few lives that were lost. There was no confirmation just yet. The Deputy Chief Minister also said that I don't have a confirmation yet, but we know that some tragedy has taken place. Should they have then cut short the entire ceremony that was taking place inside? Should they have, not been that tone deaf?
It's unbelievable. The apathy, the callousness, it's almost like as citizens in various millions of WhatsApp groups this afternoon in Bangalore, people were discussing that how can this even be allowed to happen with zero planning. And when we heard that there is going to be free entry in Chinnaswamy Stadium, anybody, and this doesn't take rocket science, this doesn't take a police brain, or this doesn't take some kind of bureaucratic wisdom, to see it coming. You almost saw this happening. In groups, they were saying, but won't there be a stampede? And this is an ordinary citizen facing a traffic jam in a daily situation when you can hear the ambulance go off with all its sirens right behind your ears. And you feel so helpless, a rage building up that the ambulance cannot pass in a normal traffic situation. And now here we have the visuals that your channel is also showing of a cop carrying this injured person and like a baby and running. Just what are we made of? What is the metal we are made of? How can you seriously have a felicitation and a function going on like business as usual when your intelligence must have told you, when your agencies, what is the government really doing? It's just so, it is so sad. It is almost like the government as well as RCB organizers had no confidence that RCB will go ahead and win it. Did they not think that there is a possibility that the RCB would actually win and there would be a need for a victory parade? There would be lakhs of people after this 18 years celebrating this win out on the streets, wanting to welcome their heroes. And this is going to pan out? Did they really think that people are going to watch television sets neatly from their houses? It's just unbelievable. And it's very predictable what will pan out in the next few hours, on days, on channels, on newspapers, or on all social media platforms. A will blame B. But let's remember that 11 people who were alive yesterday, watching that match really unfold with all its suspense and intrigue, and who really probably celebrated with all their heart and soul, are not alive to see their heroes today. And it's the government, it is the administration, it is the organizers that must take the blame. There is no other go. There is no way of saying, okay, it will not happen in the future. Of course, it will happen if this is going to be the attitude. I cannot, I mean, expert after expert, there are former police officials who are saying this. I heard Mr. Bhaskar Rao saying that the Mysuru Dasara procession, the world famous thing that happens in Karnataka, is planned months in advance. You have politicians who will probably have hired crowds where all these things will be put in place. But something where the average Bangalorean is out on the streets, this is what you have to offer that citizen, that you would not even care for that life. I mean, it is just beyond belief. It is a disgrace. I don't think we can even celebrate. And this is a total letdown of RCB fans, every citizen, that you now cannot even celebrate this. And how? I wonder what the cricketers are going through. This is, you know, everything is pointing out to ineptitude. Everything is pointing out to complete carelessness, willful, I would say, negligence, because this is something that citizens are guessing. This is the whole WhatsApp. You just open any group. You know, the number of people who said, oh, how can the police has cancelled permission for a victory parade? That's what we first heard. And then people are saying, okay, how can we be denied the joy to celebrate our heroes? Then someone said, well, there's going to be a ceremony in Vidhan Sauda, and then there is a Chinnaswamy Stadium felicitation. But clearly, if you're going to make the entry free, and the gates are as narrow, and the approach roads, whether you're 5-kilometer radius, and this is all from the Vidhan. Anyone who knows Bangalore knows that.
And there were
From
no
Vidhan,
ambulances there. There was not enough precaution that was taken. Sure, we understand that there wasn't enough time to plan this, that RCB only won the title late last night. There was less than 24 hours for the state government to do this. But then, why the hurry to hold it within 24 hours? Sanjay Sahai, is that the first thing that perhaps they should have thought of, that maybe let's take some time, plan this well and do it 2 or 3 days later instead of rushing into it?
Need to take a call whether they'll be able to do or they'll not be able to do. I'm not of the opinion that things cannot be handled in 18 hours or 16 hours. There are a large number of prime ministers' movement and variety of other things which are managed till the minutest detail with nothing happening since, I think, 1991. So whether you are putting all your resources in place and you know what the issue is, here from all the visuals which I can see, while I am on the panel discussion of these channels, I am seeing that it is turning out to be a model of mismanagement. Where we are not seeing any sectors anywhere, we are not seeing any traffic calibration. And one of the panels is saying that between the Vidhan Sauda and HL headquarters, I think 40,000 people were there. So it is just unimaginable. I personally feel that all the stakeholders, they are not on the same page. And when the stakeholders are not on the same page, and might be the police is trying to do the best to the fullest, or I'm not very sure of. What is very important, which I've been telling over and over again, is now we talk of accountability. Now, accountability till today has ended with police or bureaucrats, primarily the police. That is also at a lower level that it will stop. But who gives the permission, whether on paper, off paper, in whichever manner? It is primarily the government in power that will give the permission. Without that, nothing is going to happen. Whether the crowds wanted to celebrate, not wanted to celebrate, 18 years they have been waiting to celebrate, is none of security's concern. We are not there to take care of their emotions. If you are able to handle, you handle. If you are not able to handle, you cannot handle. Now, in this situation also, if we were to put some paramilitary, more so the RAF is completely well-versed in handling situations of this nature. Even the SDRF or NDRF, I don't think anybody was positioned there, inclusive of the lowly ambulance, which is there for every single big function or an cricket match in Chinnaswamy Stadium. So this is broadly what I feel as most of the crowd mismanagement issues in this country. I call them as man-made fatal accidents. Whether you have planned in the manner you should, or what happened, or crowds came more. And now also we see there's a huge amount of that sort of a defense which is going on. That the crowds were swelling, so we could not do anything. I think literally every single thing of this incident which has happened has been known, or not only to the police and the government, it has been known to most of the citizens who are a part of WhatsApp group, or they have been following this whole thing. Why the government went overboard, I have absolutely no idea. Why KSCI and all these people went overboard, nobody has any idea. But the way things have been handled, the planning component, then the way resources have been garnered, the way communication is handled, the way traffic has been handled, the way execution has been handled at that particular place, and you see the visual right there on the screen. Do you see any semblance of any police or any bandobast at that particular point? So this is broadly where it is, and if it has come in this route, future also will go in that route. So the management is also happening in nearly the same manner, and the way people are being transferred, dead and injured, that also we are seeing. And then in the hospital, treatment will happen. Then the post part, it will never come out. There can be a judicial commission, it can be whatever commission. You don't need any commission right now. The Commissioner of Police, DG, there are people now for decades together. They can evaluate the whole thing. They can tell whether it is laxity, whether it is inefficiency, whether it's what. But if there are no instructions coming, and then if nothing has followed, then naturally, who do you blame?
Absolutely, but accountability needs to be fixed. And before I get in our other panelists in as well, I want to read out a social media post on X that the Prime Minister's office has just made. The mishap in Bengaluru is absolutely heart-rending, is what the tweet by PMO India says. In this tragic hour, my thoughts are with all those who have lost their loved ones. I pray that those who are injured have a speedy recovery. The Prime Minister there also wishing a speedy recovery to the injured, talking about this heartbreaking tragedy that we have witnessed outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru, even as Bengalurians, fans of the RCB, were gearing up to celebrate the end of their 18-year drought as far as an IPL trophy is concerned. But that celebration turned tragic. The Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister himself, taking to social media to express his condolences to the families of the victims who've lost their lives in this stampede. For the benefit of our viewers who are just trickling in, unfortunate news that came in a little after 5 p.m. this evening came in from Bengaluru outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which is the home ground of the Royal Challengers Bengaluru IPL team. They were gearing up for a felicitation ceremony. Close to 1 lakh fans, people gathered outside the stadium, even though the capacity of the stadium was only about 30,000 is what we're given to understand, which is why there was complete chaos as the crowd turned rowdy, wanting to rush inside the stadium to catch a glimpse of the winning team. That's unfortunately when tragedy struck. In that stampede, about 11 people have lost their lives. There are several injured that have been rushed to the hospital. This is what we know so far. This is what we know about the tragedy that took place. There's complete frenzy at this victory lap that turned completely fatal, at least for 11 people. The death toll is expected to rise, or at least that's the concern, is what we're understanding from authorities at these two government hospitals where the injured were rushed to. Fans were allowed to enter the stadium even though they did not have passes. First, there was a website that gave out where you could register and take a free pass. That website crashed because of the heavy traffic that it was witnessing. There was no recourse after that, because of which, unfortunately, people thronged the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Fans were lathi-charged by cops in a bid to control the crowd. There was mild lathi-charge at one of the gates, is what we're given to understand. Gate number 3, 10 and 21 is where the fracas broke out, where the melee completely happened, and the stamp eventually led to a stampede. There were 3 metro stations that were near the Chinnaswamy Stadium, all of which were shut immediately after the stampede took place at one of the gates. It was to ensure that there was no movement of people in or out of that particular area to avoid that it does not spill over. The injured were immediately rushed to the two close hospitals. Vaidehi Hospital was the closest one. Boring Hospital is another government-run hospital in Bengaluru. That's where most people were taken. Unfortunately, all those who were taken to the Boring Hospital were declared dead on arrival. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has visited the families of the victims and the injured in the Vaidehi Hospital. He is going to be addressing a press briefing in just a short while from now as well, giving out more details of the status of those who are injured, the kind of treatment that is being meted out to them. But this brings the question of who is responsible and why exactly did we see this kind of tragedy unfold. There are a number of lapses that the lens and the spotlight is on now. Poor planning, No basic arrangements were made. There was no stretcher, there was no medic, there was no medical team, ambulances, not enough policemen on duty. That is the biggest question of a lack of preparedness that the state government will have to come out and answer. Crowd management. It is no surprise that more people than expected, that more people than the capacity of the stadium actually turned up. There were free passes. They thought there was free entry into the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Who wouldn't want an opportunity to see the IPL winning team, witness that moment? Why was the state government, why was the administration on ground not prepared for that kind of crowd? There was no proper check on any of those arrangements that were made. No immediate evacuation measures were in place either. That was another big problem. Like we saw in many of those visuals that we have been getting from Bengaluru, you see policemen, you see common citizens there that were caught in the midst of it, pick up people, run towards the gate, run towards the road to try and find a mode of transport to take these people to the hospital. Why was there no ambulance that was there in place? That's another question that is being asked. In fact, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has also taken to social media and expressed his shock and expressed his condolences over the people that have lost their lives, the people that have been seriously injured in this stampede as well. The Chief Minister of Karnataka says, and I quote, that the pain of this tragedy has even erased the joy of victory. May the souls of the deceased rest in peace, and may those injured and those undergoing treatment recover soon. The team was not allowed to march on Victory Parade in anticipation of an unpleasant incident that could occur due to such a stampede and the crowd becoming uncontrollable. However, the accident occurred due to a stampede, and a stampede that occurred due to the crowd of people gathered near the stadium. That's the confirmation that has come to the fore from the Chief Minister of what exactly was the trigger. He has also gone on to make an appeal to the people of Bengaluru to give safety first priority, that fandom may come later. That's a sentiment that has been echoed by the chief of the Congress party, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well, that it is important to show love and affection by the fans for their team, but safety needs to be first priority. Our own lives have to be first priority. Mallikarjun Kharge too taking to social media to talk about that. Our guests continue to be with us, and Vasanthi Hariprakash, I want to ask you this. The kind of mismanagement that we saw outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. I mean, as far as civic apathy is concerned in Bengaluru, that's something that we often hear of. Do you think this is what it was? This is just a classic case of the government not caring enough to ensure that there were certain measures in place?
Yeah, that part is very evident. And I think the evidence is playing out right before our eyes. I heard Mr. Sahai say that it doesn't need major planning. Well, I'm sure it doesn't, and the police has to be ready with its bandobast measures as much as the administration has to be. But the point is that did they not see it coming? Given that there is a possibility, it's not it didn't explode in a moment. There was a certain build-up. So between last night and today, there is still some time. And I really want to ask, as a citizen of Bangalore, what were those measures? And who's going to tell us about what those were? Because what we saw on display was ad hocism. This is something which was building up even from afternoon, when I even mentioned earlier a few minutes back, saying our WhatsApp groups are absolutely buzzing, saying, okay, how we heard people planning to be in that victory parade. Someone said, oh yeah, just like trophy in Mumbai. But it all seems a farce. Like, it's almost like, could they not take the leaf out of so many other cities that have had similar victory parades by heroes who are absolutely going to be back from that celebration? Which is what I say, did they not even estimate or think that RCB there is a possibility that it would win, and therefore there might be this whole crowd gathering. Last night, Poonam, I could tell you that the skies were erupting. It's almost like a mini Deepavali in the city. And we all saw how this sort of joy is going to translate into someone who would want to give this hero's welcome to celebrate their icons. So if there is a certain thing that is going to happen the next day, then what sort of planning went even? Because from what we see and even the visuals that are playing out, it just seems that There were multiple wings of the government and the administration. One is not talking to the other. We
All
see that there were
stakeholders clearly
barely
don't seem to be
5,000
on the
people.
same page here, and accountability needs to be fixed. Basaraj Bommai is also with us on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Unfortunate circumstances that we're speaking in, 11 lives that have been lost due to the stampede outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think that there wasn't enough that was done?
Basically, it's a very, very tragic 11 people death is not a small thing. And that too when celebrations were there. And it is a gross negligence of the state government and the organizers. They in a hurry to celebrate and just to project themselves, within 24 hours, they have arranged these things and without much thought, and there is no coordination between the state government, organizers and the police. Not even a single meeting has happened. That's why you could see that no senior officers were present there, not even the commissioner. Nobody was present to take control of the situation. Secondly, see, in whenever there is a World Cup we have won in Bombay and all, they have done a nice road show of 20 kilometers and everything was so okay. They could have done a simple thing after a day or two, waited for a day or two, so that the things will be controlled. Because yesterday night we saw a celebration was so emotional, and they could have just that it is not the number, it is the emotional which is attached to the fans of RCB, and they could have just and waited for 2-3 days, and then they would have done a nice road show where people in their respective places would have stood and wished the players and celebrated it. Bringing all the people in the stadium where the gates are really closed. Secondly, there was a crowd of 20-25,000 outside, but the stadium holds more than 45-50,000. Still around 20-25,000 seats were there. But because of the mishandling and try to stop people who are going inside, and they announced that it's a free. So a lot of people have come. So it is totally a mismanagement. And over and above that, all the ministers, deputy CM, CM were busy in celebration and trying to project instead of the players and everything. You could see such a shabby arrangements in front of Vidhan Sabha I've never seen in my life. They covered all the place with their croonies and their supporters. It was such a mess that nobody knew what's happening. And they tried to project themselves. That is the problem.
And the worst part was that the ceremony continued at least for an hour or two after that. Do you think the least that they could have done is cut that short or completely cancel it?
Yeah, in spite of there was a reports and media started showing it, still the programs continued. I did a program for 15-20 minutes in the stadium. It is really uncalled for and it's shameless thing. When people have died, respectfully, they could have closed the function. But however, they were interested in projecting themselves. It is such a ugly and really so painful that 11 innocent people who were the fans who wanted to celebrate the victory have lost their lives. And what about their families? See, this government right from beginning is such a irresponsible government. They are unable to handle any issues, and they brace support, and they don't even acknowledge it. They are so arrogant, and they say that nothing has happened. Police have not done anything. We can see in the videos that the police is standing like a mute spectators when people are trying to help the people who are injured. We can see that.
Correct.
Please, I think we should show the videos to Deputy CM who says that police is not at fault. They are so shameless.
But maybe the fault of the police was that they didn't want to do this in the first place. They had warned the state government, but unfortunately the state government did not pay heed to their advice. And perhaps that's what the biggest problem was, that all stakeholders were not on the same page about holding this event in the first place. Basaraj Bommai, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Our continuous coverage will continue. We'll keep getting you more updates. We're also standing by for Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaya's news briefing, where more details are expected to trickle out. But for now, a quick pause in this coverage.
Co-presented by
Us. Mr. Ashwath, the BJP is holding the Congress government responsible directly for this tragedy. Tell me, why are you holding the government responsible?
The Congress government in a hurry to, climb the credit or to get a publicity. Particularly, they were in a hurry to get a cheap publicity. They didn't take the precaution or measure what needs to be taken, because you know very well what could be the response for the victory of the RCB in the IPL tournament. Without understanding the gravity of the situation, they allowed the celebration without taking any precautionary measures, and which has led to the mourning and loss of life of innocent people of the irresponsibility of this Congress government. Really, we condemn this irresponsible attitude of this Congress government and the state of Karnataka.
Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, was there with the team for the celebrations, not only at the Vidhan Sabha, but also at the stadium. You know, the celebrations inside went on despite the fact that the news had come out that outside people had died in a stampede. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah. The whatever celebration, it comes with responsibility. The victory which has come after 18 years has not been, properly prepared. The Congress government was not properly prepared to ensure a peaceful celebration and the real celebration to happen. There were no precaution taken, but they were in a hurry to grab the publicity. The Congress government and the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister, they were in a hurry to grab the publicity. Even the situation went out of the control. Still, they wanted to go ahead with celebration. What kind of irresponsibility? I don't understand. These people, I think they need to be really taught a lesson. This is not the way to do things. The Congress government, particularly the Deputy Chief Minister, has lost his complete sense to only for a cheap publicity.
Your colleague, the BJP state president, is demanding a judicial probe. B.Y. Vijendra is saying that there should be a judicial probe because he says the police had actually refused permission for the event that was held at the Vidhan Sabha earlier today.
I feel more than the judicial probe, it should be court monitored. Under the Chief Justice, it should be a court monitored investigation should happen. If the real justice has to happen, because many times when the Judicial Commission has been ordered, many times people don't respond. They don't cooperate. So there are a lot of issues when it comes to the Judicial Commission. There are a lot of limitations. But if it is done with full powers, so that the right investigation can be done, the justice can be given to the people who have lost their life and the irresponsible people who have not taken any action, and who is responsible for this kind of without proper arrangements, how the celebration was allowed without taking any precaution. I think all these things should come out and ensure that there's accountability. Who is responsible for all these deaths and for all this, chaos and deaths. Everything has happened. It is put into poor light. The entire state has been put into poor light because of the irresponsibility of this Congress government. All these things should come out, and I think a right investigation monitored by the Chief Justice, a special investigation team can only bring out the truth.
We're tracking the situation in the hospital as well. But D.K. Shivkumar, the last statement that we know he has given to the media is that he doesn't want to go to the hospital right now because he doesn't want the doctors to be disturbed who are taking care of the patients. He didn't really comment on the exact number of casualties, but appealed to the people to remain calm. On the program that went on side by side, even as the dead were being taken to hospital outside, he said that they had shortened the program and the program ended in 10 minutes. That may be an exaggeration. But your comments on the fact that he's saying we're trying to do everything, we're trying to make everything normal now.
See, they didn't understand. See, having so much of political experience or the government experience or the governance experience, they didn't, handle the issue responsibly. They completely irresponsible, even though the situation went out of control. They were not concerned, not worried. They still wanted to go ahead with the celebration. This was not fair on the right on this government. They have been completely irresponsible, insensitive, completely they have been insensitive.
Cricket Association ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು.
The Cricket Association of Karnataka had organized a program, a felicitation program,
ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಏರ್ಪಾಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
The government had also pitched in to organize this felicitation program.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಜಯೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
So during the course of these celebrations, there was an unfortunate incident.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದುರಂತ ನಡೆದಿದೆ.
There was a grave tragedy that happened.
ಜನ ಕಾಲು ತುಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿ
Some people slipped and fell.
11 ಜನರು ಮೃತಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
11 people have unfortunately passed.
33 ಜನರು ನೋವಿಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
There are various injured.
33 ಜನ.
33 of them have been injured and are receiving treatment in hospital.
Bowring Hospitalಗೆ
I visited the Bowring Hospital
ವೈದೇಹಿ
as well as the Vaidehi Hospital.
ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ.
I went there and visited the injured.
ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ
during this terrible time,
ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ದುರಂತ ನಡಿಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
the government expresses its deep grief at this unfortunate turn of events.
ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿ
somehow beyond our oversight and preparation,
ಜನ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು,
the fans of the team,
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ
they had gathered outside the Vidhan Saudha. There were more than 1 lakh of them.
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆದಂತ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ
in the event or the function that happened
ಯಾವುದೇ
in front of the Vidhan Saudha,
ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ.
there was no
ದುರಂತ ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ.
unfortunate tragedy or incident that happened there.
ಆದರೆ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದುರಂತ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Nobody expected this kind of crowd to come on the field.
ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ
It was unexpected crowd. Even the government did not estimate the kind of crowd.
ಕಾರಣ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ 35,000 ಜನ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸನ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The cricket stadium has the size of around 30, can occupy around 32,000 people.
ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ
He's specifically talking about how the Chinnaswamy Stadium can accommodate 32,000
ಆಸನಗಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ
in full capacity.
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಅದು. ಆದ್ರೆ 2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
But the number of people who actually turned up at the Chinnaswamy Stadium was close to 250 lakhs.
2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಡೆದಿರೋದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The match took place and the finals took place last night, and we had information about the celebrations in the morning.
ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
It is beyond our expectation the kind of crowds and people who landed.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
we did not expect so many thousands of people to land up on the location, and the location being Swami Stadium.
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಬರ್ಬೋದು.
We only thought that the stadium, that people who will come will be the capacity of the stadium, which is around 32,000, or maybe a little more.
ನಾನು ಸತ್ತ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿರೋರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರೇ, ಯುವ ಜನಾಂಗದವರು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
I express my condolences to the families who are bereaved of those who have lost their lives in this tragedy.
ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನ ಪರಿಹಾರವಾಗಿ
We announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees to the family of the people who are bereaved.
11 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
11 people have lost their lives. And to the families of those who have lost their lives, we announced this compensation.
ಯಾರು ಗಾಯಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ,
those who have sustained injuries,
ಕೂಡ ಉಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸೂಚನೆ
the
ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
government will take care of their medical facilities and their treatment.
ಖಾಸಗಿ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ
all those who are admitted in private hospitals or government hospitals,
ಖರ್ಚನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಭರಿಸ್ತದೆ.
the treatment will be borne by the state government.
ಬೌರಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರೀಯಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಉಚಿತವಾದ
Those who are admitted in Bowring Hospital will get treatment free of cost.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಾಯಾಳುಗಳಿಗೆ
All those who have sustained injuries, all of them will, the government will support their medical treatment.
11 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈ 33 ಜನರು ಕೂಡ ಅದೃಷ್ಟವಶಾತ್
11 people have lost their lives, but 33 people have suffered previous injuries and are admitted in various hospitals.
ಕೆಲವರು ಔಟ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೊರಟೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
There are a few people who have sustained injuries,
ಅವರು
got treatment as outpatient.
47 ಜನ.
If you count them as well, the number of people who sustained injuries is 47.
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ they are all out of danger.
Based on the briefing that the doctors have given me, all those who have sustained injuries, they are all out of danger for now.
ಆಮೇಲೆ
On a question whether there is anybody who's critical among the injured, the chief minister said no.
ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ.
They're taking care of the patients, be it their transportation or the food that needs to be provided to these patients as well.
ಇದು ಒಂದು ಅನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ದುರಂತ. ಯಾರು ಈ ಕಾಲ್ತುಳಿತದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
We pray and offer our deepest condolences to the people who have lost their lives in this unfortunate tragedy.
ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಯುವತಿಯರು.
We offer our support to those families. Many of them are young men and women. Some of them are even students who have lost their lives in this. We offer our support to their families.
So, ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಪೋಷಕರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಸಾವಿನ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ಭರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ದೇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
The chief minister reiterates that they offer their condolences and prayers to the family to gain strength at this time, especially at the time of this tragedy.
ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
We've also ordered an inquiry into this incident.
It is indeed a terrible evening in Bengaluru. You're listening to the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, who is briefing the details of the number of people killed. 11 people, unfortunately, all RCB fans who had turned up there. Over 1 lakh people had turned up at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, a stadium which has capacity of just over 30,000. Just 5,000 police personnel were on duty. And even as they were celebrating an IPL title victory after 18 long years, tonight in Bengaluru city and all across Karnataka, there's going to be a sea of tears and a sea of mourning. 11 people dead, more than 30 injured, as a stampede broke inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium, where the team, the Royal Challengers Bangalore, the winners of the IPL title, were being felicitated by the State Cricket Association and by the state government. Like I said, over 1 lakh fans turned up at the stadium, which can hold only about 30,000 capacity, and there were just 5,000 police personnel to man these crowds. And despite the stampede and the deaths, the gala celebrations continued inside. Isn't that a brazen evasion of responsibility? Isn't going ahead with the celebrations tone deaf and insensitive to the families of those who lost their lives today? Should the state not be held accountable for these glaring lapses? Let's give you the different set of events that happened. It started off as a victory lap for the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. They touched down today at the HAL airport, right in the heart of the city. Fans had been waiting loyally for them for the last 18 years to try and get a hold on the trophy. The Deputy Chief Minister also was there. Then you have the next set of visuals where the fans turned up in huge numbers. You heard from the Chief Minister a moment ago, more than 1 lakh people. There was poor crowd management. You can see just in the outside area of the Vidhan Sauda, in the road leading up to the stadium, there was virtually very little arrangements for the kind of crowds that were expected. And then, of course, videos soon started emerging of the police having to resort to lathi charge. Remember, these are fans who've come there to celebrate their team. Because of the excess number of crowds and the lack of crowd management, the police had to resort to lathi charge. This was happening outside the stadium, the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Altogether, what you heard from the Chief Minister, 11 lives have been lost. More than 50 people have suffered various kinds of injuries, both grave and minor injuries. This was a celebration. It took an extremely tragic turn. The injured fans, and you can see the next set of visuals, many of these injured fans, many of them being crushed under the weight of those who were following behind them. They were rushed out of these crowded areas. Policemen also were seen trying to help with unconscious patients, trying to get them to the hospital as quickly as possible. Another tragedy has struck in a place where we simply didn't have adequate crowd management capacity, crowd management facilities. More families like this lady and this gentleman, they are left distraught. What is even more striking is the fact that the fans continued to get trampled despite the celebrations continuing inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And that seemed utterly insensitive, utterly tone deaf. Who should be blamed for the loss of lives? Can the state evade the responsibility? There was a fan frenzy that happened at the RCB's victory. This is the stampede timeline. This is what we know so far. The RCB's victory lap turned fatal. What essentially happened was for a stadium which has a capacity of about 30,000 people, more than 1 lakh turned up. The fans were allowed to enter the stadium, all of them without any registration, any passes. There were specific gates, gate number 3, gate number 10, and gate number 21, where you saw the maximum disruption, the maximum lack of crowd management, and the maximum casualties, in fact, were seen at these 3 gates, 3, 10, and 21. The 3 metro stations around the Chinnaswamy Stadium had to be shut as a result of that because of the sheer number of crowds who had turned up. The injured then subsequently were rushed primarily to 2 hospitals, the Bowring Hospital and the Vaidehi Hospital. The Karnataka Chief Minister also visited the injured at the hospital some time back. But some very, very basic and very glaring questions need to be asked of the state government, the authorities, the KSCA. Number one, who is going to take responsibility for the death of these 11 cricket fans? Number 2, were there adequate security measures that were put in place by the local administration? Just 5,000 police personnel for a crowd of, as the Chief Minister said, in excess of 2 to 3 lakhs? Didn't the state apparatus predict such a large gathering for the event? Where were the intelligence sources? How come they didn't predict the number of people who were preparing to come for this event? Were enough police personnel, like I said, just 5,000 for a crowd of 2 to 3 lakh people who had gathered? How would they at all be able to control the booming crowds? Did the state apparatus also mismanage the entire felicitation event? Despite knowing that there were deaths outside, despite knowing that there was a stampede outside, why did they still go ahead with the event? How were thousands of fans, without passes, without any registration, without any online ticketing, how were they allowed to enter the stadium in the first place? Wasn't this a case of gross poor planning and mismanagement that led to the stampede? Also, lack of basic administrative preparedness, which the state should have seen, that if more than 1 lakh people are turning up, then the state should have had prior intimation regarding the same. Did the state administration lack the foresight to estimate that this number of crowd would turn up? And if they did they have adequate measures for crowd control? Were there enough ambulances, first aid kits, first aid responders, all other safety measures that you would normally take in a place where you expect large number of crowds? Were they deployed by the state government and the state authorities at the Chinnaswamy Stadium? I want to go across to our reporters and editors. Harish is now joining us live from the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Sudat Bharadwaj is also joining us from one of the hospitals. Rohini Swami will be joining us from the metro station, the closest MG Road metro station there. And Vivek Narayan is the managing editor of our Southern channels. He's also joining us. But Harish, I want to come to you first. You know, this is a case of utter mismanagement. I mean, everybody knew that because the team had to wait for so long, more than a decade and a half, to win the trophy, there would be such a large crowd coming. How come the state, and even the State Cricket Association, frankly, how come they did not prepare for this?
Absolutely. Zaka, a pertinent point to mention here is that just last night itself, crowd control was an issue. Although the match took place in Ahmedabad, several junctions in Bengaluru, people were sitting there, honking, partying. In fact, several junctions were blocked till 1 or 2 in the morning. So it was very clear that when the team reaches Bangalore, the frenzy will hit a new high. Just look at the situation here. This is gate number 7, one of the worst affected. Eyewitnesses telling us that at least 2 to 3 people might have got killed in stampede here. And look at the scene here. It explains a lot of belonging left behind, footwear, jerseys, the clothes, shades, a lot of it. Essentially, people, many of them who possibly got injured or killed in the stampede just because there was not good communication. There was no clear communication that if people did not have a valid ticket or a pass, they shouldn't come near the stadium. In fact, when we were doing our live broadcast, even at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, there were at least 25,000-30,000 people outside the stadium near the main entrance. It's just a half-kilometer stretch near Cubbon Park. And it was very clear that that stretch of road couldn't take that kind of population or that kind of crowd. Despite that, it's not very clear if any authorities had any sort of a mechanism to monitor the crowd, regulate the exit and entry at some of these metro stations, Cubbon Park being the main one, Vidhan Sauda, MG Road. It was only much later in the day when Metro put out details saying that we are shutting down exit and entry at these metro stations, which meant the crowd kept coming in. A large majority of them, even as we were doing our live broadcast, headed towards Vidhan Sauda. It's a miracle, really, that there was no untoward incident near Vidhan Sauda, because the visuals show that even there was a lot of crowd, not enough policemen on the ground. The third aspect to note here is there was a letter written asking for permission to hold an event in Vidhan Sauda. What we are picking up is the police were not really comfortable giving go ahead for that. The opposition is now saying it was the chief minister who nudged the authorities or the police to give a go ahead for that. The other aspect to note here is it's still not clear who asked permission for this event. One, what was the due diligence done before giving permission for this event? Remember, it's happened within 16 hours of RCB winning that cup. Did the police have enough time to prepare for this? We've seen that parade that happened in Mumbai after the T20 World Cup, but Mumbai had a good couple of days to prepare for that. But here, within 16 hours, can they manage to do that? The other aspect that KCA will have to answer now is it's a stadium that has infrastructure for 30,000 people. But how did they not have basics like having necessary stretchers in place, doctors in place, first aid kit in place, and an emergency exit to take out people in case there is an emergency and they need to be taken for medical care. What we pick up is a lot of them were rushed in police vehicles. And we have seen those visuals where policemen have carried those victims to the nearest police jeep and then taken them to the hospital. So that's the kind of preparedness we are talking about.
All
so
right.
lapses definitely at multiple ends. KCA, the RCB, the state government, the police administration, and everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, at every level, there definitely seems to be lapses that have been made and accountability needs to be fixed. I want to go across to Vivek Narayan as well. Vivek, I think the basic question also was what Harish was alluding to. What was the hurry to have this event, organized within 24 hours? RCB just won the tournament yesterday, last night. It went on till about midnight. And something as basic as if the stadium has only 30,000 capacity, why would you allow 1 lakh people to come in?
Exactly, Zaka. To call it negligence is being kind to the people who have been kind of party to what has happened, the tragedy which has happened today. It should have been all part of the game plan. They should have envisaged these possibilities. And to be fair to the Karnataka police, to the Bangalore police, they did flag it. I have very clear source-based information that they have it multiple occasions flagged this. Remember, there were 3 events which were to take place today as of afternoon. One, the visit to the Vidhan Sauda. Second was this event at the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And the third was this victory parade. Karnataka police was against doing 2 of them. They said no victory parade because the roads are going to be difficult for us to man and it is going to be too big an area to man by the police forces. Then they said the Vidhan Sauda event should also not be happening because the distance between Vidhan Sauda and the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which is less than a kilometer, we will have to divide our 5,000 strong force that we have for the bandobast. And that would also lead to coordination issue. But that is where the political leadership leaned. If you look at the series of tweets from yesterday, they are all elated. Of course, even the politicians have the right to watch the cricket match. But the way they used it for their own, furthering their own image and to become popular among a crowd of popular cricketers is what stands to be differentiated by the viewers. What has happened is that they insisted that first the cricketers come to the Vidhan Sauda, the chief minister, deputy chief minister, all of them wanted to meet them, to garland them. All that is fine, but it had to have the necessary precautions, which meant the 5,000 strong force were divided into 2. Half of them at Vidhan Sauda, last minute event happening, and in say 12 hours from the victory to when these things were happening, it was a very hurried event which happened the way the police bandobast done. And then, of course, what happened to the ticketing system? After winning the match at 12 o'clock, the authorities were opening the ticket online system at 2 o'clock. And by 3 o'clock, it was over. All the 35,000 tickets were sold. That's what we are told. So we had a good 3 lakh people waiting outside, jostling to get into that small stadium in terms of the number of people who were waiting there. And the police, the officials, nobody had any clue. The answers need to be told by the politicians, by the franchisees, by the KCA, everyone equally could answer.
All right, Vivek, thanks for that. Harish, very quickly, we heard from the Chief Minister some moments ago earlier on in this bulletin, and he basically said that he announced the compensation, gave out the details of the number of people dead. Is there any inquiry that the state government is ordering to find out what went wrong and where accountability needs to be fixed?
Well, they are ordering a high-level inquiry, but the problem here is multiple layers here. Will they look into RCB, the way they've gone about deciding this event, the time of it, and how it will be organized, the KSEA, the stadium owners, and more importantly, will this inquiry also look at who within the government pressurized the police to allow these events, including the one at Vidhan Sauda, because the police clearly were not in favor of that event, because Vidhan Sauda, they believe, can't accommodate the kind of crowd that will turn up. In fact, some of the videos that have been shot from the 3rd floor of Vidhan Sauda show a good 15-20,000 people just outside Vidhan Sauda. In fact, we were making our way out of Vidhan Sauda and it was getting difficult. That closed most of the exits. So it's an event that shouldn't have happened even at Vidhan Sauda. In fact, B.Y. Vijendra, speaking earlier in the day, said it's a miracle that nothing untoward happened at Vidhan Sauda. Although there were incidents of somebody throwing slippers and other similar smaller incidents, it's a miracle that there was no incident at Vidhan Sauda is what the BJP is saying. More importantly here, what has to be highlighted is that many are saying this event could have happened a day later. Yes, some of those stars were leaving India. For example, Josh Hazelwood has to travel for the World Test Championship. Others, the Indian team members, have to travel to England. But then they could have had the other remaining members of the RCB. The mega star, Virat Kohli, is not traveling. They could have had him and have an event in Chinnaswamy Stadium, and it could have been pulled off smoothly, making it very clear that only people with tickets will come here. Others won't be allowed anywhere close to the CBD. That could have been a solution. Even that hasn't happened. And even the area that we are talking about, just a kilometer distance between Vidhan Sauda and Chinnaswamy Stadium, and this kind of a crowd, 2 to 3 lakh people, can't spread out in such a small area.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Harish reporting for us tonight from the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And you can see in his background the chappals and shoes of the people who were caught in that stampede still being strewn around there. Unfortunately, 11 people have perished. Our thoughts and prayers with the families of those victims and also those who are in hospital who are currently undergoing treatment. Let me now open this up to our political panelists. Bhaskar Rao, spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP, is joining us. L. Hanumantayya is former Rajya Sabha MP of the Congress Party. B.S. Arun, senior journalist, is joining us. Sanjana Galrani will also be joining us. But let me start with Mr. Hanumantayya. Should there not be accountability fixed, sir? Why was there such a big hurry to have this event in the first place within 24 hours of this victory? Number two, who gave permissions for 1 lakh people or more than 1 lakh people to gather at the stadium, which has a capacity of just 30 or 32,000 people? Why was this hurriedly done sort of performance or hurriedly done program convened at the Vidhan Sauda? Ultimately, should the accountability for all of this, whether it's on the state government, whether it's on the Karnataka State Cricket Association, should this not be fixed, Mr. Hanumantayya?
So, first question is whether this can be done in a hurry. What was the necessity is your question. I feel this is the right time to honor the people who won the World Championship, like IPL Championship yesterday at about 11 o'clock. You should have seen yesterday, I have seen personally traveling across Bengaluru. In almost all the roads, people were in the road at the 12 o'clock and up to 3 o'clock, they were on the road. And they were celebrating the victory of RCB throughout the Bangalore and across the country also. But the next day, honoring those candidates, the players, was the right decision according to me. It is not wrong. But the expectation of the police and the assessment of the organizers should have been much more careful. That how many people would have come to the celebration function and what should be the arrangement. That should have been the precaution.
No, sir, the word that we have is that the police had told the state government repeatedly that, one, do not do the Vidhan Sauda function because we don't have the capacity or the police personnel, the number of police personnel for that. And number two, they were also not in favor of allowing such a large crowd to come to such a small stadium. And that too, this victory parade is, less than a kilometer between the Vidhan Sauda and the Chinnaswamy Stadium. They said 2-3 lakh people. It cannot hold 2-3 lakh people in a small space of 1 kilometer.
No, it is true. The people, the fans should have been controlled. But in these cases, you cannot control the fans because they have come across not only in Bangalore, from across the other parts of around the Bangalore. So what I wanted to, put before you, the arrangements made should have assessed properly that how many people and what should have been the arrangements across the celebration. If the celebration is inside the stadium, how many people will be allowed to sit inside? That was the assessment should have been done. So that is one thing. But
BS Arun, first of all, everybody knows the capacity of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. When you have regular matches there, BS Arun, you have to buy tickets, right? There's a ticketing headcount that goes in. In this instance, I was told that it was free entry for everybody. And therefore, everybody turned up. More than 1 lakh people turned out at the stadium itself. Now, surely the organizers know this. The RCB team knows this. It's their home ground. The KSCA, the Karnataka State Cricket Association, knows this. How come they did not alert this to the authorities? Or how come they did not have some kind of ticketing mechanism whereby only those who had tickets would be allowed inside the stadium?
Well, Zaka, I would like to just point out before answering this question about the very preparation and planning for this kind of a humongous, events, more than one event that has been planned for Bangalore. So the procession starts from the airport itself, HL airport to the hotel, and then hotel to Vidhan Sauda, and then Vidhan Sauda to the stadium. It is stadium, just about half a meter. How people are there in the situation. See, so many stampedes have happened in the country. You take Goa, you take Hathras, you take recently in the Prayagraj, and there are proper guidelines. There are proper guidelines as to how the crowd should be managed. So, police should have forethought on this and ensure that, yesterday itself, last night itself, the kind of frenzy that we saw in Bangalore, the kind of people who have gathered on the streets, it's not just in Bangalore. And 2 deaths have taken place, one because of the accidents owing to celebration in Shumaka. So the police knew what might happen with so many people gathering, number one. Number two, coming to your question, I don't think, ticketing such an event, a street celebration would be proper. But then passes could have been given online, or celebration could have. The best thing was celebration could have taken place a day later or 2 days later. What was the hurry? And do you have adequate time for preparation to mobilize the police force? And see, at the gate, the main thing happened at the gates. So the gates, you hardly see any policemen there. People were struggling to enter. And why they did not allow the people to enter early? I saw at 1 p.m. a crowd gathering outside and huge queue being formed.
Okay.
They could have been allowed there at that time itself, instead of waiting till 5 p.m., making people wait, making people frustrated. And, and because of the frustration, all these things happened. How people were going inside, how they were climbing the barricades, how they were climbing the walls, all this we could see.
I think so. What I meant by ticketing was that there has to be a mechanism, free passes or whatever it is. There has to be a mechanism whereby you can regulate or manage the head count of people who come inside the stadium. In a stadium which has only 30,000 capacity, you can't house 1 lakh people. That's a recipe for disaster. Sanjana Galrani is also joining us. I mean, crowd management, what BS was saying, I think he has a fair point. What we saw in Prayagraj some months ago, what we saw in other places, we can't get a concert organized well in this country. To have 2-3 lakh people in a 1 kilometer stretch from Vidhan Sauda to Chinnaswamy Stadium, surely this was something that anybody could have predicted. Anybody with some degree of foresight could have predicted. Either the police or the State Cricket Association, the IPL franchise owners of RCB, or the state government. Now, the unfortunate tragedy, Sanjana, is that nobody, none of these actors, none of these people will be held accountable for this. Ultimately, the people who died, they died. It's the loss for their families. They'll get some compensation and everybody else will move on.
I think it's very sad what has happened. The entire city was raving in happiness of RCB, and this has happened after 18 long years of waiting. I think all the teams in IPL have won at some point in time, but it was one team named RCB which had never won in the history of IPL. And finally, when the Almighty blessed them with a win, with a cup, and all the reasons to celebrate, it's immediately followed by such a disaster. I really, really feel bad, and my heartily condolences to the families who are suffering with this particular unbearable and uncorrectable loss. I think this loss cannot be corrected at all, because some really young kids have lost their life, and I can only imagine what their parents would be going through. But this is a huge lesson, and I would not blame the government, certainly. I would not blame the Karnataka police also. Let me tell you, Karnataka police is one of the finest of the police, and this particular outrage which has happened, I think some kids were so over hyper enthusiastic to celebrate. They have also climbed on trees, if you can see.
Okay,
And
Sanjana, give me a
literally
moment. I'm also joined by Mr. Arun Dhumal. He's the chairman of the Indian Premier League. Mr. Dhumal, was any information given to the IPL, the organizers, the IPL Council about this particular felicitation program that was being carried out at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore?
None whatsoever. For us, IPL finished last night, and we had no knowledge of this program. In fact, I got to know about this program once I reached back home from the media itself, that this kind of incident has happened. And when I inquired how did it happen, then I was told that there was some celebration happening there, which is very sad. And I would like to convey our heartfelt condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones. It is indeed very tragic. But let me make it very clear, BCCI had no knowledge of this program, and BCCI and IPL has nothing to do with it.
Sir, but one of the organizers happens to be the Karnataka State Cricket Association, which comes under the BCCI or is answerable to the BCCI. Did the KSCA not keep you folks in loop?
No, like I told you, IPL for us ended last night. There is no knowledge to BCCI as, with regard to this program. See, Zaka, you would remember we had to close the game at Dharamshala.
Yeah.
But BCCI ensured each one of the fans went back safe and sound. I was personally there to make sure that each one of the fans out of the 25,000-30,000 people present there, they left the stadium safe and sound. So for us, IPL ended last night. We have no knowledge of this program, and it is very unfortunate.
So who was organizing this? Was the franchise owner organizing this? The state government organizing this? The Cricket Association
we have
of the
no
state?
knowledge. IPL ended last night. All the officials were going back home. They must have reached back home now. So
Okay.
we had no knowledge how did it get organized, whether the fans came on their own or whether they were called for any celebration. And we have no knowledge of it.
Our reporters on the ground are saying that the organizing of this felicitation was done by 2 or 3 different agencies. One was the franchise owners, the RCB. The other was the Karnataka State Cricket Association, KSCA. And of course, they say that requisite permissions were sought from the police and the state government.
See, if you see at the event, there was no BCCI official present there.
Okay.
Of all the arrangements there.
All right, we lost that line with Mr. Dhumal. We'll try and see if we can go back to him. But he's saying that there's no role of the IPL, the governing council, or the organizers. Yeah, Mr. Dhumal, you're back here. Go ahead, make that point. We just lost you in between. Okay, we've lost that line again. We'll try and see if we can go back to Mr. Mr. Dhumal. Yeah, I think you're getting cut in between. Now you're back. Okay, let me go back to our political panelists. Bhaskar Rao, you heard the IPL commissioner, the IPL chairman, saying that they had no role. They didn't even know about such an event. He came to know of it through television after the stampede happened. But then the bigger question that needs to be asked is, if an organizing of such a felicitation ceremony is happening, isn't there some kind of input by the police intelligence units, by the police commissioner himself, to the state, whether this is possible, not possible? How can we regulate the crowd? I mean, our reporter on the ground was saying even the metro stations, the 3 metro stations around the stadium, were operational till much after the stampede happened.
See, there was a great hurry to organize this felicitation event, despite knowing that yesterday's celebration commenced at 11:45 and went on till 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. What was the great hurry to do it, knowing well that emotions had taken over and there is no way in which the enthusiasm of the fans could be controlled? Now, Honorable Chief Minister has said people are wrong. IPL Commissioner says, I am not aware. BCCI says, I am not aware. Then finally, you will blame only the police department. You would have seen that the police have worked a whole night to ensure that celebrations went off peacefully. Someone has very, very wrongly advised the Chief Minister to conduct a felicitation program so early. Even after elections also, we wait for the frenzy to die down, and only after 2 days we carry on a program. Now, before the frenzy dying down, you have got more number of people into this whole limited space where there was no preparation like having ambulances, barricades, ropes, crowd cutting equipment, and various kind of ways in which you segregate the people over there. So what is it that we expect? And now it is very insensitive on the part of the Chief Minister to blame the public over there. He should as well take the blame upon himself over there. A tragedy has occurred, and he has the temerity to say that we never expected this crowd to happen.
No, but sir, so wouldn't there have been some kind of prior information that, look, we're expecting 1 lakh people, or we're expecting 2 lakh people, and the stadium can only hold 30,000 people?
Zaka, as responsible police officers and those who are seated in intelligence, should tell the Chief Minister, this is not the appropriate time to do it. The frenzy has to die down. Now the Chief Minister suddenly says the crowd suddenly came. Yes, it will definitely come. When you are organizing a state-sponsored event to felicitate, everybody wants to see the heroes in flesh and blood. So natural that people will congregate and come running from all. The city is now in an absolutely traffic gridlock. Nothing is moving. People have parked their vehicles and are walking around because it is just impossible to move around, because at such short notice you call and then you say that people have come in huge. Yes, definitely. As Sanjana said, after 18 years you get something which you have been denied every year. So this is a surge. It is a failure to have anticipated, and then you are blaming the metro stations also.
Mr. Hanumantayya, Mr. Rao has a point. What was the pressing hurry? I mean, even election celebrations, the victorious party takes it out after 2 or 3 days once the frenzy dies down. I mean, wasn't this purely for political reasons that you had to have a separate function in Vidhan Saudha? Why? You might as well have had one full function at the stadium and then regulated the entry into the stadium. How can a stadium which has 30,000 capacity be host to 1 lakh people? It's basic common sense.
No, let me clarify. First of all, the aspirations of the people were expressed from yesterday night 11:40 to the morning. They were on the street celebrating the victory. And it is very correct to honor these players the next day. It is not wrong. There is no wrong decision about this.
Sir, is that wrong, or is the death of 11 people? Is the death of 11 people wrong? Were you ready to honor these people with the deaths of 11 people who died in a stampede?
No, it is a great tragedy which I mourn for them. I sincerely, or with the souls of those people who have, given their life for this. It is a most untoward incident and the greatest tragedy in the state of Karnataka, as I wanted to put it. But the arrangements made for that big crowd, they were never expected. There will be a lakhs of people coming to this function. Nobody expected.
How can you not anticipate this? Like you said, like Sanjana said, like Mr. Rao said, you're winning this trophy for the first time after 18 years. How can you not anticipate such a crowd frenzy?
I very strongly believe the intelligence of the Karnataka should have given the advice to the government and the police that there will be a gathering after seeing yesterday's night the aspiration of people on the street. That should have been the precaution.
So you are saying that the police did not convey any kind of intel to the government or any information, any advice to the government that, look, we are in no position to regulate this or to control this.
They should have told the government this will be the, and any untoward incident should not have happened.
Sanjana also wants to come in, and then Mr. Rao. Yeah, Sanjana. So he's saying that the police did not give prior warning to the government. Well, the information that our reporters are telling us from the ground is something opposite. Police warned the government, but the government wanted to hold this function in such a hurry.
This is completely unpredictable what has happened. I want to talk without any disturbance. This is completely uncalled for. The slightest of the idea that something like this will happen, I'm sure the government is a very sensitive government. It's a very good police setup that Karnataka has. Karnataka has one of the finest police setups amongst the entire country. That's how good our law and order system is. So let's stop having this blame game to be thrown on the government or the police. Firstly, look at the way people are behaving. There's so many fans who have gone haywire and haphazard. Fine, we can understand your happiness, but that doesn't mean you climb on the peak of a tree which is some 40 feet and you stand there and you express it and you have a fall, right? Or that does not mean you rush into this sort of a stampede that, like God has come on earth and this is the only time we can glance them. We have to control our emotions. This has to be a part of everyone's upbringing, and all these mistakes sadly happen with people who are in a youthful age, in between probably 16 and 25 or 28 or 30, when they're really, really hot-blooded. I feel so bad for their parents right now. And the lost life cannot be bought back. You will behave like this. You will look at those kids over there in the frame right now, how
Yeah.
they're going and climbing
Yeah.
on top of the compound, like if they have some a superpower to fly off from the compound. Obviously, they will enjoy themselves. Like someone like me, I won't even have the guts to go out of my car, not because I'm a public personality, but just as a human being. Your bedapa is too crowded. I'll be like, oh my God, there's so much crowd there. I won't even have the guts to go that side. So
I mean,
the
look at these
civilization has to
pictures.
come
That
in
poor
with
cop,
the
that one
people.
constable there with one
Civilization has
lathi.
to
Look at
come in
look at those
with the
pictures.
people.
That one constable with one lathi is controlling a crowd of God
What
knows how
can
many
they
thousand.
do? They can't hold hands of
No,
people.
so
They're
then
doing their duty. If the
somebody
constable
needs
will
to
use their lathi, then you're
be
saying
no
police is
somebody
using
needs to be
lathi.
held accountable for that. Mr. Rao has been a former police
Stop
commissioner.
blaming the police.
Look
If
at
the police
look at
uses
look
a
at the
simple lathi
visual.
to
Look at the
control.
visual, Mr. Rao. Look at the
No,
visual.
let me tell you,
One policeman, one constable with one lathi is manning some 1,000 people. What can he do? Now, who's responsible for this, Mr. Rao? You're on mute, Mr. Rao.
Whoever is the host of this program is responsible, because you are not anticipated. Now suddenly saying that more people came. You were the one who invited, and then you say that too many people came. Just as Mr. Hanmantappa himself said that the excitement of the people cannot be controlled. You should have realized. And even if police has told you or not told you, as mindful leaders, what was the great hurry to do this? Was there any political urgency, or was there any urgency to make somebody happy that it was done immediately, less than 24 hours after the match has taken place? This could have as well waited. There are more urgent issues plaguing
No,
Bangalore.
he's saying that the aspirations of the people needed to be addressed. Like from last night, 11 o'clock till this morning, 8 o'clock, they were celebrating. This was an avenue for that celebration.
You should have realized
exactly.
The law and the people who are celebrating up till 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then suddenly you make a continuation. A police force that has been completely exhausted since yesterday evening. How impractical of the government to bulldoze the police department and conduct this program. What is the Home Minister doing? He is the person who's supposed to be taking a part. He is absolutely muted. He is silent. Everybody seems to be talking over there.
So that is a fair question. Today we heard from the CM, we heard from the Deputy CM. I didn't see any sound bites of the Home Minister.
10 lakh rupees.
I didn't hear from Dr. Parameshwara.
10 lakh rupees. These are all meaningless, foolish things for a decision that was taken in great hurry to satisfy their ego over there.
No.
And even tragedy has struck.
It is Parameshwar.
They want to felicitate.
No. Where was Dr. Parameshwara today? I didn't see him.
No.
I didn't see him anywhere.
No, please understand. Please understand. It is Parameshwar who stopped the procession from Vidhan Saudha to Chinnaswamy Stadium, thinking that there will be untoward incidents in the big mob. It is his decision as a Home Minister, taken a very careful decision in doing that.
Why did you conduct this program?
One second, I just complete.
Why did you conduct this program in such great hurry? You could have waited for 2 days.
These kind of programs have to be done in this very only.
Definitely come.
No, so
No.
One second. Let me also get BS Arun. One second, BS Arun. Even for a small, concert or a wedding which has 1,000 people or 2,000 people or 5,000 people, there's always these weddings that happen at the palace grounds and so on. There is always some kind of a police bandobast, at least some kind of information that is sought as to, what kinds of crowds are expected, where will you find the parking for it, what will be the entry and the exit regulations. When you know that a team has won after 18 years and the frenzy you've already seen over the last 12 hours from midnight yesterday till this morning, shouldn't the police have gone to the state government, to the chief minister, to the deputy chief minister and said, boss, we can't organize this. Either get the KSCA to say we'll only have a select crowd of 20 or 30,000 people, which the stadium can host, and you can figure out how you want to invite those people, or don't say it's open for the public. Don't ask the public to come from Vidhan Saudha to Chinnaswamy Stadium if you can't regulate them.
Zaka, as I said, first of all, it was wrong to hold this event in such a short time without adequate preparation and planning. The very fact that we didn't have adequate number of policemen, adequate number of ambulances, even structures at that stadium shows that police were unprepared for this.
Yeah.
The police may have told the government that they cannot, manage, but in that case, then why the state government agreed? The buck stops, Zaka, with the police and with the state government. No other question about it. Number one. Number two, it is a commercial event. IPL is a commercial event. Why should the state government get involved in this in the first place? I understand if state has won the Ranji Trophy or India had won cricket test series, I can understand that. But why should the state government get involved in this? This is another point. The whole thing is, at the end of the day, it's the state government which has to answer this. It's state government which has to be held accountable.
No, the point that the opposition is making, BJP is saying that they wanted to ride and get political mileage out of this. That's why they were at the forefront. I mean, look at the people who were at the forefront of it. The Vidhan Sabha function was being done for the chief minister. The deputy chief minister was there inside the stadium lifting the trophy. Obviously, politicians will do it for political mileage, right? Why else will they do it?
Like I mentioned one more thing. It's also a question of humanity and sensitivity. 10 people have died, 11 people have died at the same spot, and you still hold an event there.
Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head. You know that there's a stampede outside. You know that people have died. You still have the celebration inside the stadium. Mr. Hanumantaya, is that not insensitive?
No, I fully agree with Arun. After coming to know that there is a stampede going on outside and people have died, you should have stopped immediately and prayed for condolences.
They're all
and they should have gone for condolences. No, I agree with you, Arun. That way, I don't substantiate that function conducted inside the stadium is right, even after the incident. No, I don't agree with it.
Sanjana, isn't that a basic moot contention? If the state and the organizers were sensitive enough to what was happening outside, they had information. The news channels were flashing it. People were talking about it. It was all over social media. They were completely aware of what was happening outside, and yet they went ahead with the gala celebration. I mean, what does that say about the lack of sensitivity?
No, it's not about the lack of. Can I talk without being intruded?
Sanjana.
Can I talk without being interfered?
Yeah.
It's not about lack of sensitivity. It's just that so many people have gathered, and it's just the pressure of just holding on to your dignity and somehow getting done with it, irrespective of however you are trying to cover up on your face that, okay, something like this has happened. Let's cover up, let's finish it, and let's move on. But obviously, everyone would have done this with a heavy heart over there, which is not, which they cannot be vocal about because the national media is there, the international media is there, and right now this is international breaking news. So it's just holding up on your dignity. The players are there. They worked so hard, looking at the faces of the players, just doing a quick, simple honor to them and getting done with the event. But obviously, I think everybody right now is mourning already in Karnataka, the entire celebrative mood. Though I'm sitting alone, I was so happy that RCB won. Let me tell you, in my heart, I'm thinking RCB 1:10 deaths happened. I'm just thinking, why did the entire situation?
No, it's completely. It was avoidable. It was a needless reason for why these people died. It was just completely uncalled for. And frankly, the sad part is no accountability will be fixed for this. I mean, there's a high-level inquiry that's been ordered by the state government, but will heads roll? Will the head of the police intelligence wing be asked to be held to account? Will the commissioner be asked questions? Will the chairman of the KSCA be asked questions? Will the organizers, the RCB owners, will they be asked questions? And ultimately, the buck stops with the chief minister and the deputy chief minister. No question about it. Will those questions be asked as well? Compensation does not mean anything. Please go and speak to the families of these victims. Do they want compensation or do they want their loved ones back? Ultimately, accountability needs to be fixed. We are absolutely abysmal in this country of 1.4 billion people, fourth largest economy, $4 trillion economy. We simply do not have the crowd management capacity, the crowd management capability that people can go to an event which has a large number of people without fear of their life being lost. That's what happened today in Bengaluru, and very unfortunate. I want to wrap up the show. Hard Facts is coming up next with my colleague Rahul. But our thoughts and prayers to the families of these 11 victims who died, frankly, for no fault of theirs. And frankly, they should not have met with this fate It was just abysmally bad organizing, abysmally bad intelligence and prediction of the number of people who would turn up. And of course, what's to say about the crowd management? It was just appalling crowd management that led to these deaths. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Co-presented. This is
Thousands and thousands of policemen which were deployed for the same front. As a matter of fact, let us also understand, like Vikram Singh Saab, many other gallant police officers were there. Brevity. In fact, we can see one police officer who's...
The Cricket Association of Karnataka had organized a program, a felicitation program. The government had also pitched in to organize this felicitation program.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಜಯೋತ್ಸವ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
So during the course of these celebrations, there was an unfortunate incident.
ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದುರಂತ ನಡೆದಿದೆ.
There was a grave tragedy that happened.
ಜನ ಕಾಲು ತುಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿ
Some people slipped and fell.
11 ಜನರು ಮೃತಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
11 people have unfortunately passed.
33 ಜನರು ನೋವಿಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
There are various injured.
33 ಜನ.
33 of them have been injured and are receiving treatment in hospital.
Bowring Hospitalಗೆ
I visited the Bowring Hospital
ವೈದೇಹಿ
as well as the Vaidehi Hospital.
ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ.
I went there and visited the injured.
ಈ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ
during this terrible time,
ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ದುರಂತ ನಡಿಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬಹಳ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
The government expresses its deep grief at this unfortunate turn of events.
ನಮ್ಮ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗೂ ಮೀರಿ
somehow beyond our oversight and preparation,
ಜನ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು,
the fans of the team,
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ
they had gathered outside the Vidhan Saudha. There were more than 1 lakh of them.
ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದ ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆದಂತ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ
in the event or the function that happened in front of the Vidhan Saudha,
ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ.
there was no unfortunate tragedy or incident that happened there.
ಆದರೆ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದುರಂತ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Nobody expected this kind of crowd to come on the field.
ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ
An unexpected crowd. Even the government did not estimate the kind of crowd.
ಕಾರಣ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ 35,000 ಜನ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆಸನ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The cricket stadium has the size of around 30, can occupy around 32,000 people.
ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿನ್ನಸ್ವಾಮಿ
He's specifically talking about how the Chinnaswamy Stadium can accommodate 32,000
ಆಸನಗಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ
people in full capacity.
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಆದ್ರೆ 2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
But the number of people who actually turned up at the Chinnaswamy Stadium was close to 2 to 3 lakhs.
2-3 ಲಕ್ಷ ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಡೆದಿರೋದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
The match took place and the finals took place last night, and we had information about the celebrations in the morning.
ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
It is beyond our expectation, the kind of crowds and people who landed.
ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
We did not expect so many thousands of people to land up on the location, and the location being Chinnaswamy Stadium.
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಜನ ಬರ್ಬೋದು.
We only thought that the stadium, that people who will come will be the capacity of the stadium, which is around 32,000, or maybe a little more.
ನಾನು ಸತ್ತ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ವಾರಸುದಾರರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿರೋರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರೇ, ಯುವ ಜನ ಇದ್ದವರು, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
A Roman emperor called Nero has gone down in history as a villain because he fiddled when Rome burnt, when hundreds and thousands of people died. This is exactly what was happening, viewers, inside Chinnaswamy Stadium when people were dying outside. All these Neros, viewers, you can see in the middle of your screens, including the politicians, were only bothered about basking in the glory. Viewers, they were so self-obsessed. What can be a more pathetic example of self-indulgence than this? How utterly shameful. Hope these shameful and shameless egotists spare a thought. Somebody's daughter, somebody's son, brother, sister died tonight because they were betrayed by a system that prioritizes celebrations over their lives. Viewers, could the cost of any victory be more than that of a human life? I ask you this question. And these people, viewers, who are so callously continuing with their celebration, would they have wanted the band to play on, so to speak, had one of their own been, God forbid, quashed underfoot like this? Those that made it out alive are scarred, viewers. They're scarred. Listen to some of them. Listen to the survivors, viewers.
9th class ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಇವಾಗ. 9th class ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಇವಾಗ. 9th class ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡೋರೆ, ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಬೇಡಮ್ಮ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರೆ. ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ, ಅವರ ಅಮ್ಮ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಬ್ರು ಸೇರಿ 4 ಜನ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ಆ ಗೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್.
Viewers, the shock. Those that survived can't believe it. Viewers, they're scarred for life, most probably. They will never forget this. The witnesses talk of utter chaos. The stadium can only hold about 30,000 people. But more than 3 lakh fans showed up, viewers. Given the fact that the state government was caught totally flat-footed, the turnout itself was a recipe for disaster. The fans are angry and they are seeking justice. There are protests breaking out in some pockets of Bengaluru tonight. 24 hours after, celebrations rang out through the streets.
ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗದು. 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು, ಗೇಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 7 ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಇವಾಗ 5 ಗಂಟೆ 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
30 ಜನ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ಬಿದ್ರು. ಒಂದು 1000 ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸರ್ ಬಂದೇ ಬಿದ್ದಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಎತ್ತುತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ 4-5 ಜನ ಇದು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ತುಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್.
ಒಂದ್ ಗೇಟ್ ತೆಗ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಗೇಟ್ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಆದಂಗ್ ಕಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಜನರಲ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು, ಅದು ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ತಳಕಾಯ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಜನರು ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ಗೇಟ್ ಇಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ಲ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 1,000 ಜನ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ?
So can you believe this, viewers? And it's not untrue, actually. It's not untrue. They kept the gate only opened a certain amount to funnel people in. Because as you know, the stadium owns only 30,000 people and 3 lakhs are waiting outside. So it became a choke point. And the administration, therefore, viewers, has blood on its hands. The Chief Minister, however, is reading out from a prepared script, homilies and platitudes. He failed to answer the only questions that matter. Will he take moral responsibility? Or will this be buried under token compensation and hollow condolences? 25 lakhs, viewers, is what is going to be given. At the end of the day, the price, viewers, of a life in Bengaluru, is 25 lakhs. And the punishment, viewers, is an excuse. Listen to Siddaramaiah, viewers. Listen to Siddaramaiah.
No, I do not want to defend the incident, the tragedy so happened. I do not want to defend, I do not want to play politics in this. Our government is not going to play politics in this. See, let us see the outcome of the magisterial report. I will give 15 days time.
Sir, is there preliminary information? What exactly happened during the stampede? So what created the chaos?
See, Ali, there are very small gates. I hope that you have visited the cricket stadium. There are small gates. The people entered through the gates.
You have broken the gates.
They have broken the gates also. So stampede has taken place. Nobody has expected so much of crowd will come because the capacity of the stadium is only 35,000 people. Only 35,000 seats are there. But 2 to 3 lakh people have come to participate in the celebration. So that is why, see, ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರೇಮ ಪೇಶಿ, it looks like that. It doesn't mean that ನಾನು ಖಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಏನು ನಡೆದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. That is why I ordered magisterial inquiry and I given 15 days time.
He says he doesn't want to play politics. He says that he don't want to defend this, though. If you don't want to defend, viewers, then why is he still sitting in office? That means he's culpable. Earlier in the day, he also tweeted, he said, and I quote, the team was not allowed to march on the victory parade in anticipation of an unpleasant incident that could occur due to such a stampede and the crowd becoming uncontrollable. Accident occurred due to the crowd of people near the stadium. I appeal to the public to understand life is more important than love and affection and to give safety first priority. So viewers, he shifted the onus onto the fans, saying that, look, you guys got carried away. You shouldn't have. Maybe you shouldn't have even shown up in those numbers. We weren't certainly expecting you. And look what happened. The Congress government in Karnataka, which organized the event, failed on every front. Logistics, security, coordination, and above all, human sensitivity. How does the government allow a high-profile event of this magnitude without the most basic crowd management? Viewers, you can't blame the Karnataka Cricket Association as the government is doing, because you were part of the celebrations, even at Chinnaswamy Stadium. You were hogging the limelight. The Deputy Chief Minister was standing there. looking very, very self-congratulatory. You can see him. On the right, will he take onus? Where were the barricades, the entry regulation, the emergency protocols? Why weren't adequate crowd control measures put in place despite prior knowledge of large fan presence? We all knew that hundreds and thousands and lakhs would arrive. That's why they even stopped the team from having a victory parade. Why were there only a few stretchers, inadequate number of ambulances, medics, and first responders? Because even 35,000 people is a large number. You would have at least had a dozen or more ambulances, many more medics, and especially stretchers and other first aid equipment. There was nothing. And look at the pictures. There are people who are being slapped around on their faces by people who don't know the basics of medicine. Some people are rubbing somebody's palms, etc., as they're suffocating. Who decided to continue insensitively with felicitation ceremony despite the stampede? Can the government and the deputy chief minister who was there say, well, I didn't know? Will BCCI president apologize for not visibly interceding to stop the insensitive felicitation ceremony? Why didn't the BCCI pick up the phone and say, we don't want our players or any of these people to be part of it? If Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar was the main driver of the felicitation ceremony, will he take onus now? Will a court-monitored judicial probe be ordered into the tragic incident to ensure accountability? Outrageous is the Congress party's double standards. This is the same party that demanded Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's resignation during the Kumbh Mela stampede. You'll all remember that, viewers. They asked Modi to explain. Look at those pictures in the middle of your screens. People are being taken away like they're gunny bags. There are no stretchers, there are no doctors, there are no first responders. The same party, viewers, whose Telangana Chief Minister, Revant Reddy, sought to jail Alu Arjun for a chaotic crowd gathering at a movie promotion. But now, when lives have been lost on their own watch, Congress is silent. No apology, no acceptance of failure, no resignation. You heard him. I don't want to defend this, says the Chief Minister. So if you don't want to defend it, sir, who are you going to hold accountable? The Hathras stampede in 2024, Congress demanded UP Chief Minister should resign. Killed 121 people. The Kumbh stampede of 2025, over 24 people died. They said Yogi Adityanath should quit forthwith. Hyderabad theatre stampede, I just talked about, the actor was put into jail for a day or so. Viewers, let's open this up because certain questions are to be asked, and I just want to first go across to our reporters to get a sense of what is happening. Harish Upadhyay is there with us at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, Rohini Swami, MG Road, and Sudhat Bhardwaj at the Vaidehi Hospital. I want to first begin with Harish Upadhyay and Rohini Swami. Harish, give us a quick overview, Harish, over why this tragedy took place. Yes, the stadium holds 35,000, hundreds and thousands of more people showed up. But why wasn't there anticipation?
Absolutely. In fact, three glaring issues here. One, from the RCB management and the stadium management. The capacity is 30,000. Why didn't they make it very clear to the fans that if you do not have a confirmed ticket, do not come anywhere close to the stadium? In fact, Rahul, when we were doing a 3 p.m., 4 p.m. broadcast, there were thousands of people here who did not have a ticket, who hoped that they would get a ticket. The server had crashed of that particular platform. And then they said, okay, we'll just wait on the footpath and hope that we'll get a glimpse of Virat and that IPL trophy. And that's how, in just this 500-meter area, the stretch of road, you had roughly around 40, 50,000 people. Look at the scenes here. It explains a lot. This is outside the gate number 21 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And this is supposed to be a service and emergency exit for the stadium. But what you see here is the remains that show what transpired here a good 4-5 hours ago. Complete chaos, people running for their life in a way because there was no proper management in terms of entry and exit. There, as you rightly mentioned, no first responders. More importantly, we still do not know if anybody was actually monitoring the crowd buildup. inside the stadium, outside the stadium, and then regulating the crowd entry and exit through the metro stations. The Kaban Park metro station is right next door, where they're monitoring that, because it's only later in the day that BMRCL said we are shutting down entry and exit at 3 important stations close to the stadium. But till then, you already have 2-3 lakh people here. 3 crucial questions that need to be answered here. First, who sought the permission for this program? Second, who did the due diligence and provided green signal for this program? Third, if the Bengaluru police believe that a parade is not suitable, viable, it's a risk, and crowd control would be an issue. We also understand that they had also red flagged the Vidhan Saudha event. Then how did they go ahead with this? How did they allow 2-3 lakh people to just congregate here? Vidhan Saudha is barely 800 meters, 1 kilometer from here. Remember, big stadiums like the Narendra Modi Stadium or the stadium in Navi Mumbai and other places have some sort of a holding area. Swami Stadium is not a new one, it's an old one, doesn't have a big holding area. So the entire crowd that is waiting will be on the road.
Yes.
And which meant a lot of people couldn't get quick ambulance as well when they fainted, or even the ones who've been injured and killed.
That is, I mean, those pictures are heartbreaking behind you, Harish, absolutely heartbreaking. Those are literally, viewers, the remains of the day. Look over Harish's right shoulder, and you see those devastating scenes. Rohini Swami is here with us. Rohini Swami, you're at the MG Road, usually very busy, but today looks like there's a pall of gloom. There are also, we were told earlier, some protests that had rung out. Give us a quick idea about the government's response and whether the people are actually buying this response.
But before that, Rahul, I'd also like to bring in a point that this also was caused due to lack of coordination between agencies. Because the whole build-up of this entire event was started from the morning itself. There were traffic advisories that were put. So when the police had already seen there's a build-up of people coming onto the streets of Bengaluru, especially when from the HCL airport in the special flight, the team was brought in a procession. Now, let me tell you that procession initially was not even planned. It was an unplanned procession led by the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, and the team. And later, when the crowd started building up through the metro services, these agencies, be it the traffic police, the metro services, the police on the ground, as well as other agencies on the ground who have realized of the mounting number of people and KSCA for that matter, the moment they realize that people are coming in larger numbers, they should have been coordinating between the agencies, giving them information. Because if that information was shared, today this tragedy wouldn't have happened. In terms of the government stand for now, you've seen how the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has very clearly mentioned at this time that that the condolences are with the family. He doesn't want to doesn't want to play politics upon this particular incident. He wants to conduct an investigation. But the question also lies within the fact that when the match took place last night, and they said they had very little time to organize this entire event, why hold an event if when you know that you have very little time, especially for a club or for RCB, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, having won after 18 years, you know the kind of following the people have, not just in Bengaluru but across. Let me tell you that layout, especially of Chinnaswamy Stadium, and you've been in Bangalore, and I also tried to get there.
Yes.
The trains were completely packed. They were like sardines inside coaches today. That itself was showing the fact that people couldn't breathe within the metro. They were getting off towards Chinnaswamy Stadium, flowing onto the roads. You know, there are green channels for ambulances right on the roads. Today, there was absolutely nothing. There was only a sea of people there. And that is why people were being held and taken across their shoulder when we saw people actually falling down like a pack of cards. I spoke to a few people and they were saying people were falling down like a pack of cards because of the lack. They couldn't even breathe in that air.
I mean, we're seeing those pictures. Rohini, we're seeing those pictures.
And now the government needs to show some amount of accountability in this particular incident. While they say that people are at fault, that 32,000 people is the capacity of the stadium. Nearly 2 to 3 lakh people were around Chinnaswamy Stadium. The number that I got from my sources, there were 6 lakh people around Vidhan Saudha, around Chinnaswamy Stadium, around MG Road, around the area, because they were coming in from various different metro stations. this has the highest connectivity to Chinnaswamy Stadium. It has three metro
just look
stations.
at these pictures, Rohini. That those are important statistics that you have presented tonight. And viewers, you're getting a whole now sense from our reporters on the ground, and they have no political agenda here, no skin in the game. They're just telling you the facts. You can see there are these policemen who have one stick, and they're trying to sort of corral people, hundreds and thousands of people through those gates to come in an orderly way while people are jumping the gates. There's complete chaos. And I want to bring in Sudat also. He's been at the hospital. Sudat, I'm told that there are many injured people who are battling for their lives, and this fatality figure could actually climb.
Yes, of course, it's subject to speculation, but in fact, I'm right outside the Vaidehi hospital. In fact, I'll show you the visuals. Plenty of people have, in fact, gathered outside here. And what we hear from the doctors, what we hear from the sources inside is that, in fact, 16 injured are there currently at the hospital, out of which 4 were, in fact, broad dead. And honestly, truly gut-wrenching scenes inside the hospital here. The families are inconsolable. They honestly appear clueless at this point. And it's truly, truly gut-wrenching to see the tragedy that has taken place. And my colleagues have, of course, raised some critical points about the lack of preparation here, the lack of coordination here, that has clearly led to this tragedy. The government can beat around the bush all it wants, but the fact of the matter is there is also a reason behind this, and that is there was clearly a lack of good planning. There is another critical point to note here. Why didn't the government choose one venue to have the felicitation and the rest of the program as well? Because remember, the Vidhan Sauda saw a deluge of people, assemble outside it. And at the same time, you had the program at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, so which once again saw a deluge of people, gather outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium.
That's because, Sudat, the answer to that question, which of course no one will admit to, and thank you very much for that update, and that very pertinent question. That's because, viewers, our politicians want to hog the space for nothing that they've done. This is completely not required. None of these chief ministers, deputy chief ministers, the rest of them needed to even be there. Who are they in the scheme of things, viewers? No. But you see, sharing the limelight is what they've got used to. They want to be there, associated with the victory. This is exactly what they accuse others of doing, viewers. And I want to open this up because some questions need to be asked, accountability needs to be fixed. And I'm going to bring in the reporters once more through this show, in fact, twice more through this show, to ask more questions, more piercing questions. And Sanjay Jha, you've been associated with cricket. You're also somebody who supports the Congress party. And I'm going to come out to you straight because this is a question that, I'm sorry, can't get away by suggesting that we shouldn't play politics, because as the Congress has said in the past, and I've given you the instances of just the last 6-8 months, that seeking accountability is not playing politics. So I'm asking you, sir, should the Chief Minister of the state step down? Should perhaps even the Deputy Chief Minister, who was part of this felicitation ceremony and didn't have the sensitivity, the civility to stop, should he not take moral responsibility?
Rahul, is that question to me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I was being interrupted by a voice from the outside. There are 2 aspects to my response here. Number one, I don't think there can be any excuse given by the state government for this extremely avoidable tragedy. I think anybody who follows cricket, who's been to Bengaluru and knows the passion of the people of that fantastic city, in my opinion, they should not have been surprised by the turnout, by the frenzy, by the euphoria. Yesterday, while watching the match, you got an idea of what Bengaluru could be today, because in Ahmedabad, you found that 95% of the spectators were wearing RCB jerseys. Virat Kohli, the RCB have become a national sentimental favorite. And therefore, in the local city, the government should have anticipated that this could boil over. This would be astronomical, a very staggering public response. So at the very beginning, Rahul, in all responsibility, I'm not going to defend a government, even if it's a party that is support. On the second point, you're right again, that I have personally on your shows demanded political accountability for what happened in Kumbh, where 30 people died, Morbi, where 141 people died in Gujarat, in Hathras, where 121 died, in New Delhi railway station, where 20 people died or 18 died. And therefore, I do believe there should be political accountability, absolutely, because human life is precious. And I have been on a couple of debates where people have said that, the public ought to be more responsible. I believe yes, the public
No,
ought
so
to
are
be
you
more
saying to me,
responsible, but
Sanjay
the
Jha,
government,
are you
but the
saying to me that
government-
Rahul Gandhi should step in? Kharge, who is the Congress president from the state of Karnataka, should step in and ask for the resignation of the chief minister, if not the deputy chief minister, because that's what follows. That's what it is all about, governance.
Well, Rahul, unfortunately, and please be very bipartisan here, I have given you some numbers of the kind of stampedes that have
No, that's
happened.
okay, but we cannot
I
today
haven't
say
seen
that,
anybody
so many
resign.
people died here and
Yeah.
so many people died. I mean, we can't,
They matter.
for God's
They
sake.
matter. You can't ignore
Let's
it.
not compound.
You can't ignore it. There's
No,
got
but
to be
let's
a
not compound.
perspective.
Let's not, we're lucky. We're very lucky. God smiled on us here in Bengaluru. God smiled on us. So let's not please even make that odious comparison. Even one life is too many when it is born out of negligence and criminal neglect, viewers. These politicians have got used to getting away at our cost. Let me tell you this, viewers. They take us for nothing. They don't value your lives. They'll throw some 25 lakhs at you and say, get on with your life. And viewers, look at those cricketers. These people who call themselves or who sort of been put on this pedestal. They say that we live for our fans. Well, here they should have been dying for their fans, viewers.
Rahul,
Dying
that
out
is
of a
unfair.
sense
I don't
of
think they were aware
no,
of what
a
was
sense
going on.
of please, come on,
I think that
Sanjay
is
Jha, these
unfair.
people are managed by PR agencies that tell them what shoes
Rahul,
to
you
wear.
are being presumptuous. Please
No,
don't
I'm not
target
being
the
presumptuous.
cricketers. They're
I'm
innocent people.
disgusted that not even one from the KCCA,
I don't think it is
the,
fair
the
to target
Karnataka
cricketers
Cricket
at all.
Association, not one person from the BCCI, including that career official, Shukla, who has been given
Tell Jai
bites
Shah to resign.
before that, had been given
Why
bites
don't you
before
tell
that,
Jai
could
Shah
pick
to
up the
resign?
phone and say, cancel this.
Why don't you tell Jai Shah to resign?
Oh, yes, let's ask for everyone's resignation. I don't care. I'm not here sitting and defending any Shah or anybody else. I'm saying I've in fact tweeted, how could the BCCI, how could the KCA, how could this franchisee, how could the IPL, how could the government continue with this? Because I'll tell you, viewers, it's the lack of remorse.
Please don't blame
And the death of
cricketers, Rahul.
humanity
That's my
that we
kind
should be
request to you.
condoling here. The lack of
Please don't
remorse.
drag the cricketers into this.
In fact,
It's not
why
fair
not?
at all.
Are they not
not
responsible
fair.
people? Do they not have any emotion?
Well, let me tell you,
Do they
are
have no
not
sense of
aware what
responsibility?
happened
Let's
outside.
stop putting people on a pedestal just because, you don't want to say the politically right thing. You know why, viewers? These people are so upset that they'll get trolled. That's the problem. Call out the insensitive chaps.
Tell
All
me,
of them.
What do the cricketers have to do with
The
this? Rahul?
cricketers
Be
could have
honest, be
stopped this. They could have
practical.
said, look, we don't want to go in for this celebration. We've heard of what there is. And please don't tell me that no one in the official... I want to bring in Iyer Mitra here. Mr. Iyer Mitra, am I today to believe that everyone was living in cloud cuckoo land? The chief minister didn't know that 3 lakh people would show up. He thought that, it's a stadium of 30,000, so people will count the seats and count themselves and say, okay, let's go in an orderly fashion. He didn't see the celebrations in Bengaluru last night when people were joking that Bengaluru was on fire, the port city was on fire, making a pun on what we saw. I mean, are these people living in La La Land or do they not care?
Rahul, I think the answer is basically they don't care. And I'll tell you why. There are 4 issues involved.
No, and 1 second. You see, the duplicity of the Congress, Iyer Mitra, is this. That when Alu Arjun, it's the same simile. When Alu Arjun shows up. Okay, for 1 second, madam, please. Bhavna Ramana, first keep your... please keep your visuals proper in the frame. Because you're bouncing in and out of the frame. When Alu Arjun viewers showed up for his premiere, he didn't know there was going to be this stampede, but he was put in jail. Here they want to give us an exemption card for just about everybody. Why, viewers? Yes, Iyer Mitra.
So there are 4 issues out here. The first is accountability. The second is, one of propriety. The third is one of urgency, and the fourth is one of exacerbation. Now, accountability comes with the paperwork. If you remember when India won the T20 World Cup on the 29th of June last year, the victory parade in Mumbai was held 5 days later, 6 days later, on the 5th of July. Why? Because they needed the time to organize all this thing. Now, if you or I go for holding any event, I don't think people realize the kind of paperwork and security clearances that are required for any event. This was held within 15 hours of winning the match. What was the need for it? How did the police give all these clearances? You can't just give a clearance unless, madam, I'm not interrupting you. Please don't interrupt while I'm
What's your
talking.
problem, Bhavna Ramanna? If you don't want to behave properly, you can leave the show. I'm not here to entertain all your loud. Yeah, just then calm down. I'll come to you. Don't worry. You'll have your turn. You'll have your turn. Please show some decor. Please.
That's not the way one should speak.
Please show some decor, ma'am. Stop intervening.
First of all, you are pronouncing everything.
Stop intervening. I'm putting your phone. No, I'm putting your fader down. Put her fader down, please. I don't want this tamasha here. Today's a solemn day, viewers. Questions need to be asked. Stop ranting. Yes.
Even if you don't have all the clearances in place, look at the what the police are doing. They're beating. The one thing you do not do is beat people when stampedes are happening, because then you start corralling people, and that complicates the entire effects of the stampede. This has been shown in study after study after study on crowd dynamics. The third, is the sheer indecency of continuing when you know a stampede with the ceremony, when you know a stampede has happened outside. Now, it is as yet unclear if the people within the stadium, be it the players or be it the politicians, knew what has happened outside, which then begs the fourth question. Why was there no urgency in telling the state leadership, the chief minister and deputy chief minister, what was happening inside? Now, it's very easy to say we don't want politics when it happens in your state. But this is the same party that keeps playing politics when the Bhole Baba Hathras stampede happened. Yeah. These are the same people that they wanted Bhole Baba arrested. These are the same people who went and arrested Allu Arjun when the stampede happened out there. But when it comes to them, completely different standards. They didn't want to wait for the judicial inquiry when the Hathras stampede happened. They didn't want to wait for the any kind of judicial inquiry when the Allu Arjun stampede happened. Who organized this? It's very simple. If this is the party that wanted to arrest Bhole Baba and arrested Allu Arjun, then the same standard should apply to them.
Yes.
Now, personally, I don't believe either DK Shivkumar or the chief minister should be arrested for this. But that was my stance also on the Hathras stampede and on the Allu Arjun stampede, right? You first need an inquiry. But that is not what the Congress said.
That's right.
The Congress was all for immediate arrest. So now they need to apply their own standards to themselves.
Yeah. So let me bring in both Surbhi Hodigere and Mr. Jha once again, because, and of course, we also have with us Ms. Bhavna Ramanna. But because she intervened, I will take Rashmi Samant first. I don't like people jumping in, madam. Please, let's follow the rules of this debate. I'll come to you. You can say whatever you want to. I'll come to you. Please, but let's give the occasion the seriousness it demands. We are all passionate people, ma'am. We are all passionate people. Please, on this show, we are all passionate. But let's speak in an orderly fashion. I beg you, ma'am. I beg you, show some respect to those people who have passed away. Please, I beg you. I beg you, ma'am. I beg you. Please, I beg you. I beg you, ma'am. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you, ma'am, to please show some restraint.
Yeah, you should also show that.
I am begging you. Yes, I'm asking the right questions. Do you have a problem with asking the right questions also?
No.
1 second. Yeah, then please keep quiet. Please listen. Please lower her fader. I'll come to her. This is very unfortunate. Now, 1 second. I want to bring in Surbhi Hodigere. Surbhi Hodigere, I saw you flinch when Mr. Iyer Mitra said that the chief minister and the deputy chief minister shouldn't be pushed to resign. Why is it that you're seeking now the resignation of these two individuals? And Sanjay Jha will rebut. Yeah.
There is a choice that the government here in Karnataka has made in the last 12 to 24 hours, which is, do we plan for crowd management? Do we get a sense of what is happening or not? Do we take the advice of the police, which clearly came out and stated that no, we're not prepared, given the kind of celebration that happened last night? The choice that they made was to put publicity over people. That choice is what has led to the unfortunate deaths of 11 people today. So I do not want to, use other tragedies as a yardstick. With the best of preparations, with the best of planning, stampedes unfortunately occur. That is a reality we have to live with. However, here is a situation where zero planning, I say this with utter responsibility, zero planning, a celebration not by a private entity, by the way. The government could have washed its hands off without there being, without them saying that, no, the RCB management did this, somebody organized it, people came together by themselves. None of that happened. It was the government on the footsteps of the Vidhan Sauda, a sacred monument that organized this event. And by the way, that entire event had MLCs, MLAs from the Congress party and their families. What are the families doing in a government event? Photograph, selfie. That's what was happening. While lakhs of people who were fans were outside. If a responsible planner was in position of power today, they would not have gone ahead with an event and said, let's take a day. Let's understand, because yesterday there was more crackers on the street than compared to when Deepavali happens in Bengaluru.
That's true.
There should have been that understanding. And yet, look at the one step after the other step escalation that has happened. DCM goes and receives the team in the at HAL airport, and then all the families gather in Vidhan Sauda for a photo shoot. The parade is announced, the parade is cancelled. Police are taken into consideration. They're not, they're left out later on. Tickets go on sale. We don't have clarity on that. Suddenly a gate is open. All of this knowing very well that a frustration is built up over 17 years and people want to celebrate. That was visible yesterday. It was very visible yesterday.
Okay, so you say a choice, deliberate choice was made. A deliberate choice was made, overriding perhaps the feedback that the police gave. So, Mr. Jha, if you make a choice, then you have to be responsible for the choice you make. Therefore, the BJP says that these two gentlemen, at least one of them, needs to own up and quit office.
Well, Rahul, there are 2 points here. First and foremost, there is a clear case of an error of judgment. The underestimation of the crowd that turned up is a bad administrative call, which is why the ordinary people have suffered the consequences and the tragic deaths. So yes, should there be political accountability? Absolutely. The second point that also needs to be considered is that you need to have what is called as a sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. I find it so disgusting and hypocritical of the Bharatiya Janata Party today to demand resignations of the chief minister or the deputy chief minister as if they are personally culpable, although they have a huge moral responsibility here for the failure. The truth is this: has anybody from the BJP, where hundreds of people have died in the past, even bothered to say, we are sorry? I'm glad the Karnataka government has said we are sorry for what happened.
Okay.
I think the problem in our country is that there are different yardsticks for different politicians.
Okay.
And I will agree with you that at the moment we need to set a precedent. If today, supposing hypothetically, if DK Shiv Kumar does resign today, let's assume that he does. Do you assure me of a political party like the BJP, which said in 2014, in our party, nobody will ever resign? And by the way, in 11 years, nobody has resigned.
No, that's not true. There have been chief ministers who have been removed from office.
Failures of the government.
No, they have been removed from office. You know this in Uttarakhand, in other states, they have been removed from office, even in Haryana, etc.,
We are
etc.,
talking about Delhi.
for not doing their job. They have been punished, mid-flow, removed, and someone else has been brought in. So that has happened. But this is not really, viewers, and this is very, very important to understand. And yes, Surbhi Hotigere, please respond to him very quickly, and I want to bring in Rashmi Samant right after. Yes.
No, I just want to call out on one thing. Mr. Sanjay Jha, every time that there has been criticism of a stampede or in a situation where we've had an unfortunate loss of lives, has the government not come out and said, hey, here are the bunch of things that we were able to do or not do, and this is why it happened or not? Please tell me, in the Chief Minister's press conference today, what planning measures did he talk about? What were the planning measures? Did anybody from the administration, did anybody from the police in the last 12 hours come out and tell us, was there any official word on, hey, here is an event that we're doing or not doing? This is the gate you must enter from.
Yeah, that is true. There was a wall of silence, Rashmi Samant. complete
If
wall of
this had
silence.
happened in a BJP-ruled state, you would be saying much worse.
Oh, yes. Rahul Gandhi would have held a press
Absolutely.
conference by now. Mr. Kharge would have said that, look, we are the only ones who can rule this country. Let's not beat around the bush, Rashmi Samant. That would have happened. And let me bring in now Bhavna Samaya right after that. Yes, Ramanna, right after that. Yeah, but first you. Rashmi Samant, go ahead.
So, Rahul, I definitely feel that this was criminal negligence on the part of the Karnataka state government. Also because, what stops them from taking a few days to, plan this out? What is the urgency to, sort of bring this out within 15 hours of the victory? The IPL, the RCB, it's a privately owned franchisee. So the government was clearly trying to, get off some free publicity from the hype created by RCB's win. So they need to take responsibility now because they were trying to sort of hop on the popularity bandwagon of the RCB by, creating this entire event. I mean, the government, for God's sake, advertised this event. It was widely all over, media, social media. The was publicized, it was broadcasted. If it was put together within less than 15 hours and the government did it without appropriate planning, you see the intent here. The intent of the government was to hop onto the publicity.
Yeah, I think
now
the
they're more
word
than
here,
responsible
I think
for the consequences of it.
yes, I think what you're getting at is that publicity was prioritized over people's safety. I think that's really the nub of this issue, Bhavna, Ramanna. That's really what has happened. They were so publicity hungry, the leadership there, that they said, come what may, we're going to have this, we're going to share the stage, we're going to give the trophy, we're going to look good, we're going to own this victory.
They don't have to be that desperate, like the way you're sounding.
Well, then why were they there?
And I must clarify, for Karnataka, this is not the first time that such a big event has taken place. I've been in the film industry since the last 25 years, and so many events have taken place with lakhs and lakhs of people together have been gathering. This is not the first time. This time, this is what, in this Chinnaswamy Stadium, this mishap has taken place because after closing the door, they wanted to get in somehow, and then they were trying to jump the wall there, compound wall, and things like that. So
No, one second, Miss Ramanna, why were they there in the first place? No, one second. I think
all the gates are open.
Okay, one second. Bhavna, Ramanna, one second. Just rewind. You see, viewers, a stadium hosts 35,000 people. The government failed to anticipate.
This is not inside the stadium, Mr. Rahul. This is outside the stadium.
One second, ma'am. One second. I know. Listen to me. Just don't be so ready to jump down my throat. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not being unfair. I'm asking the right question. Just listen. Just keep your ears open and listen. The stadium only holds 35,000 people, viewers. So everyone knew that it had a limited capacity.
Exactly.
Where the problem lay, viewers, is that more than 35,000 people showed up, 10 times more. There was no management of the crowd leading up to the stadium. Now, what do you expect, viewers? If people have come to see a spectacle, which they are anticipating would be the biggest thing that they'll be attending, everyone was going to get in. Roads should have been blocked. People should have been sectioned off.
Blocked too. You're not understanding. The roads which open that right opposite Chinnaswamy Stadium is Cubbon Park.
So
and
what?
it is a broader road.
Madam, ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. I am also from Bengaluru. It is not a wide road.
Okay, just one minute. Let's not speak over each other.
It is small road only compared to
Okay, now hang on. Viewers, look. The point is that it's not as if roads don't lead to Cubbon Park. Cubbon Park doesn't produce people from its soil. People have come to Cubbon Park, and from there they have moved on to this particular stadium. They've also stopped at the Vidhan Sabha. Why? There was a massive stampede. Crowd outside the Vidhan Sabha. Why were they having to go there? Why were there two venues? These are important questions.
Because it has security, it has no problem for all the people.
Madam, please. Look, the point is there was no management, no anticipation. Even the chief ministers admitted this. Even the chief minister has admitted it. So please don't defend the indefensible. Even he's come
I'm
out and
not
said, yes,
defending.
we are.
I know
Look,
the Bangalore
his
city
words
very well,
were,
and this is what
his
happened,
words
and
were,
This was
viewers,
the first event
I
I'm
don't
seeing.
want
I've
to
attended
defend
so many
this.
events being there.
This is his words. These are his
And
words,
what
not
he's
Rahul
saying, what
Shivshankar's
Rahul
words.
is
These
saying
are
that,
the words of the
what
chief
was the
minister of the
urgency that they
state,
have to do
Siddaramaiah,
within
who
15
said,
hours and
don't
all
want
this
to
was
defend
not
this.
right.
He said, I
Because it
don't
was
want
the
to
first
defend
event
this.
hosted by Karnataka government.
He chose the
Irrespective of
location. His
whether
administration
BJP, whether
chose
JDS, whether
where the
it's Congress,
felicitation is
it's
going
always
to
been the
be.
same.
He chose the number of
then
people who were going to be there, as in to man the routes. He messed up. He could have waited 3 days, 4 days to get the entire setup done. Maybe he could have even picked a bigger venue. But none of this was considered, viewers. None of this was considered. And we have Ms. Bhavna Ramanna. I don't know. She's defending the indefensible. Ma'am, don't these people's lives matter to you?
It does matter to me as much as it matters to you.
Then why are you behaving in such an insensitive manner? The people are being blamed. Are you blaming the people?
I'm not blaming the
Well,
people.
that's what
I'm
it
not
is
blaming
sounding
anybody.
like.
What she said earlier, it said they had already
That
told
people
not to
showed
bring the
up,
children by
that
the
people
police.
wanted to
It
get
was there
in
on all
where
the
they
Kannada
couldn't
TV
get
channels.
in,
It was
so they
there
wanted
even
to
on
get
the
in.
Kannada
So, you know,
papers.
these things
Read
happen
out
because
all
they were
papers
jumping
and
the
news
gates.
channels,
That
you
is
will
what
know.
it comes across to me.
Everything comes on national TV need not be right.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Nothing is
And
right.
everything doesn't
Nothing
have
is
to come
right.
on the national TV all the time.
Only
And
what
we don't have to
happens in
give a
Uttar
justification
Pradesh,
on national
tragedies
TV,
that
what
happen in
happens
Uttar
here.
Pradesh are right. Okay. Very quickly. Yes. Mr. Iyer Mehta, you want to respond? Yeah. I'm going to bring in a reporter right after. Yes, there it is. There, I think Mr. Iyer Mehta is pointing us in some direction. Yes. Yeah, what are you saying? Mr. Mitra.
Google Map.
I can't hear you. You're on mute. You're on mute. Just unmute yourself, please. I can't hear you. What was that map?
Sorry. So
Yeah.
if you look at Chinnaswamy Stadium,
Yes.
the sheer amount of open space that the lady referred to, Kaban Park and things like that, this is a dream for crowd control. It becomes a nightmare when you have narrow alleys and passageways and roads like that. This should not have happened given the amount of open space that there is, because there was a lot of room and venue for crowd control, number one. Number two, the issue out here was very simple. You see, there are issues of commission and issues of omission out here. If what Surabhi said is right, where the police told these people that you should not be doing this and they did it, there is a crime of commission that has happened out here.
Yes.
That is very serious. On the other hand, if it was an error of omission, where it was not foreseen, there was no warning given, then the chief minister cannot be held responsible. The chief or the deputy chief minister cannot be held responsible. The responsibility lies somewhere else, right? The problem here is the Congress is proactively jumping the gun on this as and when they choose. Remember, for Allu Arjun, what was the excuse used to arrest him? It was that they had warned the theater, they had warned Allu Arjun that we cannot control the crowd. You still went ahead with it, even though we, the police, did not do anything. Therefore, we will arrest you. Here, we still don't know the facts. What Surabhi says might be absolutely accurate.
Okay, well, we've just got a statement from Royal Challengers Bengaluru. And Rashmi Samant, pay attention. I'm going to come to you on this. It says, we're deeply anguished by the unfortunate incidents that have come to light through media reports regarding public gatherings all over Bengaluru in anticipation of the team's arrival this afternoon. The safety and well-being of everyone is of utmost importance to us. RCB mourns the tragic loss of lives and extends our heartfelt condolences to the affected families. Immediately upon being made aware of the situation, we promptly amended our program and followed the guidance and advice of the local administration. We urge all our supporters to please stay safe. Rashmi Sawant, what do you make of this?
Well,
you're on mute.
I think this is very surface level.
We can't hear you. Rashmi Sawant, can you hear us?
For sure, the players knew.
Yeah, you're on mute.
For
Rashmi
sure,
Sawant,
the players knew
unmute yourself, please.
what was happening.
Okay, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear you. I think something.
Yeah, I've unmuted myself.
Mr. Iyer Mehta, quick response on this.
So, there is the further issue.
You're
here.
also on mute. Everyone's on mute.
I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
You're not on mute. I don't know. We've lost signals. Do I have a reporter? I just want to go straight across to our reporter if he's there. Very quickly, Surbhi Hodigere, are you satisfied by the commentary put out by Royal Challengers Bengaluru?
Absolutely not. As you were reading through,
Okay, we've lost all audio. Viewers, we've lost all audio. We are only getting visuals. We've lost all audio across the board. I don't know what the problem is. Can we please check this out? Do we have a reporter? Yes or no? Can the director tell me if we have a reporter? Okay. Can the reporter speak to me? Can the director speak to me? I don't think even the director can hear me or speak to me. All audio is gone. Maybe it's this that has gone down. I don't know. But viewers, Sachin Tendulkar has come out with a statement. What happened at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, Bengaluru, is beyond tragic. My heart goes out to every affected family, wishing peace and strength to all. So that his statement. We do know, viewers, that the Prime Minister has already come out and issued a statement condoling, of course, the deaths that have taken place. And we also have the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, DKS Shivakumar, on the RCB felicitation. He says that, yes, it went on after the stampede, but I went to the team immediately and gave them direction that this program should be stopped within 10 minutes. The team agreed, and within 5 minutes, they stopped the program. We sent a lot of police teams with them since we didn't want any incident to happen. That's what he claims, but viewers, the record speaks for itself. That particular event went on longer than 10 minutes. So I don't know what DK Shivkumar is saying. He says, again, I'm on record. I should compliment my police officers. Morning also, they wanted to have a procession. They wanted to bring a vehicle from the airport itself. Police guided us not to. That's why I rushed to the airport and ensured nothing went wrong in the Vidhan Saudha. And also, we are very, very cautious. So that was another important bit of news coming in. The president has also reacted. The loss of lives in the tragic happening at a stadium in Bengaluru is shocking and heartbreaking. My condolences to the bereaved family and prayers for the speedy recovery of the injured. Okay, yes. Now, let me just go straight across to Harish for more on this. Harish, the story now, the focus on this broadcast is shifting a bit. It is on the insensitivity. The negligence, of course, condemnable, but the insensitivity. This event continued despite the fact that outside people were gasping for breath. This event continued. First of all, who organized this event? Secondly, why was there a communication breakdown, if at all, between what was happening outside and inside? Do we have clarity? Because I know that Mr. Shukla from the BCCI was giving interviews to all channels, expressing his grief at this particular tragedy. I can't understand why the BCCI or others would turn around and say that they didn't know.
Well, nobody can claim that they didn't know. In fact, immediately after that incident, around the same time as when the celebration at Vidhan Saudha got over, media person specifically asked DK Shivkumar about that incident. He said, I'm not aware of it. Let me collect more details. So by then, the news had trickled in. I'm sure the senior police officers who were present there had briefed the government about what had happened just barely 800 meters away from Vidhan Saudha. Why didn't the government then immediately tell the team of RCB management to say that this is not the right time to go into the celebration? Forget sensitivity, insensitivity. Just the fact that you had 30,000 people inside the stadium.
No, so hang on, Harish, what you're saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, and let's also have Mr. Ayyar Mitra back on and also Mr. Sanjay Jha. Let's have them on the screen. These pictures are coming, viewers, earlier in the day, of course. You can see on the right, on the left is the felicitation that is going on. Now, Harish, what you're telling me, just break down the sequence. So at Vidhan Saudha, when these people were being felicitated by the Chief Minister and others, there was already news filtering in of a tragedy that was taking place outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, just to put it in a chronological order, around 4:50 is when the RCB team reaches Vidhan Saudha. We are outside Chinnaswamy Stadium. We start getting reports about crowd getting out of control, people being rushed to hospital. But by around 5:30, 5:45, it's very clear that more than a dozen people have been rushed to the Bowring Hospital. Bowring Hospital confirms that they have received 7 dead people there. And immediately after that, we start getting sites from DK Shivkumar. And the press specifically says that there are reports that at least 7 people have been killed. Can you confirm? He says, well, I'm not sure. I do not have the reports, which indicates that the government was aware and the government could have stopped it. After that, he heads to the Chinnaswamy Stadium by around 6 o'clock.
What?
That is when
so are you saying that an hour and a half after the incident, H.D. Kumaraswamy heads to the Chinnaswamy Stadium to be part of this melee instead of going to the hospital and taking control? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. By the time
Oh
this
my
event
gosh.
got over at Vidhan Sada, it was clear that there were people who've been injured, rushed, reports of deaths from Boring Hospital. After that, the team goes to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. The other leaders also go to Chinnaswamy Stadium. And now in the latest sound by DK Shivakumar, he says, well, as soon as I got to know this, I asked them to stop the event in 10 minutes. They wrapped it up in just 2 minutes.
No, so you're
It's not
saying
about
that DK Shivakumar leaves the Vidhan Sauda about an hour after the Stampede news has broken. He's also been asked a question and yet lands up at the Chinnaswamy Stadium to be part of this felicitation. So this is the sequence. I mean, has he explained why he continued?
Well, he says he wasn't aware when he was at Vidhan Sauda. Then he says, I was made aware when I reached Chinnaswamy Stadium and I asked the organizers to stop the event or conclude the event in 10 minutes. Well, that's not the point. The point is, even if he had said we needed time to ensure that 30, 40,000 people outside the stadium are actually cleared first before asking people within the stadium to leave. Why did you have to go ahead with this entire event? One, the insensitivity of it, and then later on come out and say that I still laud my police force, they've done a good job. Well,
Okay,
sure
so
the
let me
family-
ask you another question. When did the players leave the Vidhan Sauda and when did they come to the Chinnaswamy Stadium? Any idea?
This was roughly around 6 o'clock sometime, Rahul, but by
So
5 o'clock,
viewers,
we had got reports.
right, yes, so that's clear. Now, Sanjay Jha, this is not looking good. Look, I mean, Harish has given us the timeline and this is not looking good. I mean, I don't know why this event was prioritized. At least then better sense could have prevailed and they could have said, okay, let's cancel it today. Maybe we can hold it after 5 days. We've already had a minor felicitation ceremony at the Vidhan Sauda, but it makes no sense to continue it at the stadium. Would you not agree? This is in bad taste. You're on mute. Yeah.
Breaking.
Yeah.
That fans who love cricket and who love RCB,
Yeah.
many of them are dead today. That's an absolute disaster. It's a tragedy.
Yeah.
The only reason, and I'm saying so because I have been part of the cricket space once upon a time, the only reason why I think this was done in this extraordinary alacrity or hurry is because probably the team is composed of, even overseas players, some of them even maybe representing India in different parts of the globe. And I think there was a pressure to have them all together before they started dispersing. I believe that possibly was the compelling pressure on RCB and the BCCI and the government to try and do it in a hurry. And obviously, they all underestimated the huge fan following for RCB. And I think that's something that, ultimately...
Mr. Iyer Mitra, acceptable what Sanjay Jha is saying tonight? Acceptable that we should have continued with this even an hour or an hour and a half after the stampede?
I never said that.
No, I'm not
Rahul,
saying
I
that.
didn't
I'm
say
not
that.
saying
I don't
that
know why
you're
you're
saying it. I'm just saying that is it acceptable for this event under the circle, even if it meant that you could not hold it the next day because certain players would leave, etc. Is that rational, acceptable? That's all I'm saying.
No, let that be investigated. That's a different issue.
Yeah, okay. That's a different issue. But can that be a reason?
Leave aside the decency or propriety of it. The generally accepted norm is that when a stampede happens, the first thing you try to do is make public announcements so that the crowd dissipates. You keep announcing through public speakers the crowd that the event has been cancelled. Please go away. All right. This is one of the very first things you do. I am not hearing or seeing any reports of anything like this happening out there. Number one. Number two, when it comes, I don't begrudge politicians the right to take credit. I don't begrudge DK Shivakumar the right to take credit for this because politics, glam, sports have always gone together. This is nothing new,
Yeah.
So that is not where the fault lies. The fault lies very specifically here with the handling. With an event like this, this was an area where there could have easily been 4 concentric circles, cordons of crowd control, which were not done. I think we, again, like with all investigations, we need to wait for the Judicial Committee to come out and see who said what to whom, who overrode whom. I think the responsibility here lies with the Karnataka Home Minister, G. Parameshwaran. I think Parameshwara, I forget his name, but that is where the responsibility, if it is proven in the investigation that corners were cut or orders or requests, police requests were overridden, that is where it should lie.
Well, viewers, look, there is of course the terrible happenstance of criminal apathy or negligence, call it what you want to, and then, of course, the incentivity. And I still believe, viewers, that once it became clear that there had been a tragedy, there was no reason to continue on with the felicitation. It's just in poor taste. It shows that you have dehumanized the people who have passed. And that is not acceptable. I'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Viewers, more updates coming up on this story. Don't go away.
On a question whether there is anybody who's critical among the
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
Indians, the
ಬೇರೆ
chief minister
ರೀತಿ
said
ಎಲ್ಲ
no.
ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟೇಷನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಊಟದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ.
Nero has gone down in history as a villain because he fiddled when Rome burnt, when hundreds and thousands of people died. This is exactly what was happening, viewers, inside Chinnaswamy Stadium when people were dying outside. All these Neros, viewers, you can see in the middle of your screens, including the politicians, were only bothered about basking in the glory. Viewers, they were so self-obsessed. What can be a more pathetic example of self-indulgence than this? How utterly shameful. Hope these shameful and shameless egotists spare a thought. Somebody's daughter, somebody's son, brother, sister died tonight because they were betrayed by a system that prioritizes celebrations over their lives. Viewers, could the cost of any victory be more than that of a human life? I ask you this question. And these people, viewers, who are so callously continuing with their celebration, would they have wanted the band to play on, so to speak, had one of their own been, God forbid, quashed underfoot like this? Those that made it out alive are scarred, viewers. They're scarred. Listen to some of them. Listen to the survivors, viewers.
ನೈನ್ತ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿವಾಗ 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿವಾಗ 9th ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡೋರೆ, ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಾನು ಬೇಡಮ್ಮ ಹುಷಾರಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋರೆ. ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಅವರ ಅಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಬ್ರು ಸೇರಿ 4 ಜನ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ. ಆ ಗೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಮನೇಲಿದ್ದೆ, ನಾನು ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಸರ್.
Viewers, the shock. Those that survived can't believe it. Viewers, they're scarred for life, most probably. They will never forget this. The witnesses talk of utter chaos. The stadium can only hold about 30,000 people. But more than 3 lakh fans showed up, viewers. Given the fact that the state government was caught totally flat-footed, the turnout itself was a recipe for disaster. The fans are angry and they are seeking justice. There are protests breaking out in some pockets of Bengaluru tonight. 24 hours after, celebrations rang out through the streets.
ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗದು. 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಗೇಟ್ ನಂಬರ್ 7 ಬಂದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಇವಾಗ 5 ಗಂಟೆ 20 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
30 ಜನ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲ ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಒಂದು 1000 ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸರ್ ಬಂದೇ ಬಿದ್ದಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಎತ್ತುತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ 4-5 ಜನ ಇದ್ದವರು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರದರ್ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ತುಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಒಂದ್ ಗೇಟ್ ತೆಗ್ದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಗೇಟ್ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಆದಂಗೆ ತಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಜನರಲ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಮುಂದ್ಗಡೆ ತಳಕಾಯ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಜನರು ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ಗೇಟ್ ಇಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಆಯ್ತಾ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ಲ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 1000 ಜನ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ?
So can you believe this, viewers? And it's not untrue, actually. It's not untrue. They kept the gate only opened a certain amount to funnel people in. Because as you know, the stadium owns only 30,000 people and 3 lakhs were waiting outside. So it became a choke point. And the administration, therefore, viewers, has blood on its hands. The chief minister, however, is reading out from a prepared script, homilies and platitudes. He failed to answer the only questions that matter. Will he take moral responsibility? Or will this be buried under token compensation and hollow condolences? 25 lakhs, viewers, is what is going to be given. At the end of the day, the price, viewers, of a life in Bengaluru, is 25 lakhs. And the punishment, viewers, is an excuse. Listen to Siddaramaiah, please. Listen to Siddaramaiah.
No, I do not want to defend the incident, the tragedy so happened. I do not want to defend, I do not want to play politics in this. Our government is not going to play politics in this. See, let us see the outcome of the magisterial report. I will give 15 days time.
Sir, is there preliminary information? What exactly happened during the stampede? So, what created the chaos? Which game did it
See,
happen?
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. There are very small gates. I think, I hope that you have visited the cricket stadium. There are small gates. The people entered through the gates.
They have broken the gates.
They have broken the gates also. So stampede has taken place. Nobody has expected so much of crowd will come because the capacity of the stadium is only 35,000 people. Only 35,000 seats are there. But 2 to 3 lakh people have come to participate in the celebration. So that is why, see, ಮೇಲ್ನೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರೇಮ ಪೇಶಿ, it looks like that. It doesn't mean that ನಾನು ಖಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಏನು ನಡೆದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. That is why I ordered magisterial inquiry and I given 15 days time.
He says he doesn't want to play politics. He says that he don't want to defend this, though. If you don't want to defend, viewers, then why is he still sitting in office? That means he's culpable. Earlier in the day, he also tweeted, he said, and I quote, the team was not allowed to march on the victory parade in anticipation of an unpleasant incident that could occur due to such a stampede and the crowd becoming uncontrollable. Accident occurred due to the crowd of people near the stadium. I appeal to the public to understand life is more important than love and affection and to give safety first priority. So viewers, he shifted the onus onto the fans, saying that, look, you guys got carried away. You shouldn't have. Maybe you shouldn't have even shown up in those numbers. We weren't certainly expecting you. And look what happened. The Congress government in Karnataka, which organized the event, failed on every front. Logistics, security, coordination, and above all, human sensitivity. How does a government allow a high-profile event of this magnitude without the most basic crowd management? Viewers, you can't blame the Karnataka Cricket Association as the government is doing, because you were part of the celebrations, even at Chinnaswamy Stadium. You were hogging the limelight. The Deputy Chief Minister was standing there, looking very, very self-congratulatory. You can see him. On the right, will he take onus? Where were the barricades, the entry regulation, the emergency protocols? Why weren't adequate crowd control measures put in places despite prior knowledge of large fan presence? We all knew that hundreds and thousands and lakhs would arrive. That's why they even stopped the team from having a victory parade. Why were there only a few stretchers, inadequate number of ambulances, medics, and first responders? Because even 35,000 people is a large number. You would have at least had a dozen or more ambulances, many more medics, and especially stretchers and other first aid equipment. There was nothing. And look at the pictures. There are people who are being slapped around on their faces. by people who don't know the basics of medicine. Some people are rubbing somebody's palms, etc., as they're suffocating. Who decided to continue insensitively with felicitation ceremony despite the stampede? Can the government and the deputy chief minister who was there say, well, I didn't know? Will BCCI president apologize for not visibly interceding to stop the insensitive felicitation ceremony? Why didn't the BCCI pick up the phone and say, we don't want our players or any of these people to be part of it? If Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar was the main driver of the felicitation ceremony, will he take onus now? Will a court-monitored judicial probe be ordered into the tragic incident to ensure accountability? We don't want your magistrate inquiry. Will it take 15 days? What makes this all the more outrageous is the Congress party's double standards. This is the same party that demanded Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's resignation during the Kumbh Mela stampede. You'll all remember that, viewers. They asked Modi to explain. Look at those pictures in the middle of your screens. People are being taken away like they're gunny bags. There are no stretchers, there are no doctors, there are no first responders. The same party, viewers, whose Telangana Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy, sought to jail Alu Arjun for a chaotic crowd gathering at a movie promotion. But now, when lives have been lost on their own watch, Congress is silent. No apology, no acceptance of failure, no resignation. You heard him. I don't want to defend this, says the Chief Minister. So if you don't want to defend it, sir, who are you going to hold accountable? The Hathras stampede in 2024, Congress demanded UP Chief Minister should resign. Killed 121 people. The Kumbh stampede of 2025, over 24 people died. They said Yogi Adityanath should quit forthwith. Hyderabad theatre stampede, I just talked about, the actor was put into jail for a day or so. Viewers, let's open this up because certain questions are to be asked. And I just want to first go across to our reporters to get a sense of what is happening. Harish Upadhyay, who's there with us at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, Rohini Swami, MG Road, and Sudhat Bhardwaj at the Vaidehi Hospital. I want to first begin with Harish Upadhyay and Rohini Swami. Harish, give us a quick overview, Harish, over why this tragedy took place. Yes, the stadium holds 35,000. Hundreds and thousands of more people showed up. But why wasn't there anticipation?
Absolutely. In fact, three glaring issues here. One, from the RCB management and the stadium management. The capacity is 30,000. Why didn't they make it very clear to the fans that if you do not have a confirmed ticket, do not come anywhere close to the stadium? In fact, Rahul, when we were doing a 3 p.m., 4 p.m. broadcast, there were thousands of people here who did not have a ticket, who hoped that they would get a ticket. The server had crashed of that particular platform. And then they said, okay, we'll just wait on the footpath and hope that we'll get a glimpse of Virat and that IPL trophy. And that's how, in just this 500-meter area, the stretch of road, you had roughly around 40, 50,000 people. Look at the scenes here. It explains a lot. This is outside the gate number 21 of the Chinnaswamy Stadium. And this is supposed to be a service and emergency exit for the stadium. But what you see here is the remains that show what transpired here a good 4-5 hours ago. Complete chaos, people running for their life in a way because there was no proper management in terms of entry and exit. There, as you rightly mentioned, no first responders, just. More importantly, we still do not know if anybody was actually monitoring the crowd build-up inside the stadium, outside the stadium, and then regulating the crowd entry and exit through the metro stations. The Kabad Park metro station is right next door, where they're monitoring that, because it's only later in the day that BMRCL said we are shutting down entry and exit at 3 important stations close to the stadium. But till then, you already had 2-3 lakh people here. 3 crucial questions that need to be answered here. First, who sought the permission for this program? Second, who did the due diligence and provided green signal for this program? Third, if the Bengaluru police believe that a parade is not suitable, viable, it's a risk, and crowd control would be an issue. We also understand that they had also red flagged the Vidhan Saudha event. Then how did they go ahead with this? How did they allow 2-3 lakh people to just congregate here Vidhan Sauda is barely 800 meters, 1 kilometer from here. Remember, big stadiums like the Narendra Modi Stadium or the stadium in Navi Mumbai and other places have some sort of a holding area. Swami Stadium is not a new one, it's an old one, doesn't have a big holding area. So the entire crowd that is waiting will be on the road.
Yes.
And which meant a lot of people couldn't get quick ambulance as well when they fainted, or even the ones who've been injured and killed.
That is, I mean, those pictures are heartbreaking behind you, Harish, absolutely heartbreaking. Those are literally, viewers, the remains of the day. Look over Harish's right shoulder and you see those devastating scenes. Rohini Swami is here with us. Rohini Swami, you're at the MG Road, usually very busy, but today looks like there's a pall of gloom. There are also, we were told earlier, some protests that had rung out. Give us a quick idea about the government's response and whether the people are actually buying this response.
But before that, Rahul, I'd also like to bring in a point that this also was caused due to lack of coordination between agencies. Because the whole build-up of this entire event was started from the morning itself. There were traffic advisories that were put. So when the police had already seen there's a build-up of people coming onto the streets of Bengaluru, especially when from the HCL airport in the special flight, the team was brought in a procession. Now, let me tell you that that procession initially was not even planned. It was an unplanned procession led by the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, and the team. And later, when the crowd started building up through the metro services, these agencies, be it the traffic police, the metro services, the police on the ground, as well as other agencies on the ground who have realized of the mounting number of people, and KSCA for that matter, the moment they realize that people are coming in larger numbers, they should have been coordinating between the agencies, giving them information. Because if that information was shared, today this tragedy wouldn't have happened. In terms of the government stand for now, you've seen how the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has very clearly mentioned at this time that that the condolences are with the family. He doesn't want to doesn't want to play politics upon this particular incident. He wants to conduct an investigation. But the question also lies within the fact that when the match took place last night, and they said they had very little time to organize this entire event, why hold an event if when you know that you have very little time, especially for a club or for RCB, Royal Challengers Bengaluru, having won after 18 years, you know the kind of following the people have, not just in Bengaluru, but across. Let me tell you that layout, especially of Chinnaswamy Stadium, and you've been in Bangalore, and I also tried to get there.
Yes.
The trains were completely packed. They were like sardines inside coaches today. That itself was showing the fact that people couldn't breathe within the metro. They were getting off towards Chinnaswamy Stadium, flowing onto the roads. You know, there are green channels for ambulances right on the roads. Today, there was absolutely nothing. There was only a sea of people there. And that is why people were being held and taken across their shoulder when we saw people actually falling down like a pack of cards. I spoke to a few people and they were saying people were falling down like a pack of cards because of the lack. They couldn't even breathe in that air.
I mean, we're seeing those pictures. Rohini, we're seeing those pictures.
And now the government needs to show some amount of accountability in this particular incident. While they say that people are at fault, that 32,000 people is the capacity of the stadium. Nearly 2 to 3 lakh people were around Chinnaswamy Stadium. The number that I got from my sources, there were 6 lakh people around Virat Kohli, around Chinnaswamy Stadium, around MG Road, around the area, because they were coming in from various different metro stations. This has the highest connectivity in Chinnaswamy Stadium. It has 3 metro
just look
stations.
at these pictures, Rohini. Those are important statistics that you have presented tonight. And viewers, you're getting a whole now sense from our reporters on the ground. And they have no political agenda here, no skin in the game. They're just telling you the facts. You can see there these policemen who have one stick and they're trying to sort of corral people, hundreds and thousands of people through those gates to come in an orderly way while people are jumping the gates. There's complete chaos. And I want to bring in Sudat also. He's been at the hospital. Sudat, I'm told that there are many injured people who are battling for their lives, and this fatality figure could actually climb.
Yes, of course, it's subject to speculation, but in fact, I'm right outside the Vaidehi hospital. In fact, I'll show you the visuals. Plenty of people have, in fact, gathered outside here. And what we hear from the doctors, what we hear from the sources inside, is that, in fact, 16 injured are there currently at the hospital, out of which 4 were, in fact, broad dead. and honestly, truly gut-wrenching scenes inside the hospital here. The families are inconsolable. They honestly appear clueless at this point. And it's truly, truly gut-wrenching to see the tragedy that has taken place. And my colleagues have, of course, raised some critical points about the lack of preparation here, the lack of coordination here, that has clearly led to this tragedy. The government can beat around the bush all it wants, but the fact of the matter is there is also a reason behind this, and that is there was clearly a lack of good planning. There is another critical point to note here. Why didn't the government choose one venue to have the felicitation and the rest of the program as well? Because remember, the Vidhan Sauda saw a deluge of people, assemble outside it. And at the same time, you had the program at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, so which once again saw a deluge of people, gather outside the Chinnaswamy Stadium.
That's because, Siddharth, the answer to that question, which of course no one will admit to, and thank you very much for that update, and that very pertinent question. That's because, viewers, our politicians want to hog the space for nothing that they've done. This is completely not required. None of these chief ministers, deputy chief ministers, the rest of them needed to even be there. Who are they in the scheme of things, viewers? No. But you see, sharing the limelight is what they've got used to. They want to be there, associated with the victory. This is exactly what they accuse others of doing, viewers. And I want to open this up because some questions need to be asked, accountability needs to be fixed. And I'm going to bring in the reporters once more through this show, in fact, twice more through this show, to ask more questions, more piercing questions. And Sanjay Jha, you've been associated with cricket. You're also somebody who supports the Congress party. And I'm going to come out to you straight because this is a question that, I'm sorry, can't get away by suggesting that we shouldn't play politics, because as the Congress has said in the past, and I've given you the instances of just the last 6-8 months, that seeking accountability is not playing politics. So I'm asking you, sir, should the Chief Minister of the state step down? Should perhaps even the Deputy Chief Minister, who was part of this felicitation ceremony and didn't have the sensitivity, the civility to stop, should he not take moral responsibility?
Rahul, is that question to me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I was being interrupted by a voice from the outside. There are two aspects to my response here. Number one, I don't think there can be any excuse given by the state government for this extremely avoidable tragedy. I think anybody who follows cricket, who's been to Bengaluru and knows the passion of the people of that fantastic city, in my opinion, they should not have been surprised by the turnout, by the frenzy, by the euphoria. Yesterday, while watching the match, you got an idea of what Bengaluru could be today. Because in Ahmedabad, you found that 95% of the spectators were wearing RCB jerseys. Virat Kohli and the RCB have become a national sentimental favorite. And therefore, in the local city, the government should have anticipated that this could boil over. This would be astronomical, a very staggering public response. So at the very beginning, Rahul, in all responsibility, I'm not going to defend a government, even if it's a party that I support. On the second point, you're right again, that I have personally on your shows demanded political accountability for what happened in Kumbh, where 30 people died, Morbi, where 141 people died in Gujarat, in Hathras, where 121 died, in New Delhi railway station, where 20 people died or 18 died. And therefore, I do believe there should be political accountability, absolutely, because human life is precious. And I have been on a couple of debates where people have said that, the public ought to be more responsible. I believe yes, the public ought to be more responsible.
So are you saying to me, Sanjay Jha, are you saying to me that Rahul Gandhi should step in? Kharge, who is the Congress president from the state of Karnataka, should step in and ask for the resignation of the chief minister, if not the deputy chief minister, because that's what follows. That's what it is all about, governance.
Well, Rahul, unfortunately, and please be very bipartisan here, I've given you some numbers of the kind of stampedes that have happened.
That's okay, but we cannot today say that, so many people died here and so many people died. I mean, we can't,
they matter.
For God's sake.
They matter. You can't ignore it.
Let's not
You can't
compound.
ignore it. There's
No,
got
but
to be
let's
a
not compound.
perspective.
Let's not, we're lucky. We're very lucky. God smiled on us here in Bengaluru. God smiled on us. So let's not please even make that odious comparison. Even one life is too many when it is born out of negligence and criminal neglect, viewers. These politicians have got used to getting away at our cost. Let me tell you this, viewers. They take us for nothing. They don't value your lives. They'll throw some 25 lakhs at you and say, get on with your life. And viewers, look at those cricketers. These people who call themselves who sort of been put